A child calls his relatives, dad, mom, sister. The parents ignore the child and run away, taking his sister with them. The baby screams at them not to leave him. The child screams for them to stop. He doesn't want to be alone and he doesn't want to die. The child is asking for help. The young man woke up in a cold sweat. He couldn't come to his senses. He was scared again. He had the same dream again. A man in white appeared in front of the young man. It was his teacher. The teacher said it's been 16 years since he rescued the young man from the rubble after the earthquake, and he still can't forget it. The young man replied that he was wrong. He must forget all worldly problems and cultivate to become immortal. The teacher replied that that's not the point. Things happen. If he can't forget, then you have to face the situation and resolve it. The master, departing, said that the young man should come down from the mountain and cut all the threads that bound him to the outside world. Perhaps that was the path he should take. The young man then reread this message several more times, which his master had left him when he left him. That's how the protagonist returned to his old world. The teacher gave him the letter and the ticket, but he never imagined that he would see his family again. The young man knew that he would meet them soon. The young man walked into the high-speed train. According to the ticket, he chose his seat and saw his bed. The young man noticed that there was some discrepancy. It seemed to be his place, but it was already occupied. The young lady who was taking the young man's seat jumped up and asked how long was he going to stare at her. The young man apologized and said that was his seat. Number 13. The girl showed the young man her ticket and said she was sitting in her seat. The young man checked her ticket and said she was number 14. The companion realized that she had the wrong seat. After that, there was an awkward silence in the air for a while. The girl decided to rectify the situation and introduced herself. She said her name was Jiao and added that they would have to be neighbors for the next 10 hours. And it wasn't much fun to drive in silence. The young man was not much of a talker. He introduced himself and said that his name was Lang Fan. The girl thought, how could he be so cold next to such a beautiful girl? The young man suddenly stared at the girl and fixed her hair on her forehead. The girl indignantly asked, "What is he doing?" Lang Fan said. Her acupuncture point between her eyebrows turned black. "This is a bad sign. Zhou Jiaqi should be careful." Zhou Jiaqi said that the young man is talking nonsense. She has only good luck ahead of her. He was the lucky one who met her. Another young man appeared on the train. Looking at the girl and her legs, he thought that the trip would not be so boring. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, this man entered the girl's compartment and covered her mouth with his hand and told her to be quiet. If she obeyed, he would give her $50,000. The girl couldn't move or scream. She looked at her traveling companion and thought how nice it would be if he saved her. The girl remembered the words of Lan Feng, who had said that she was going to fail. Now she was willing to believe it. Lang Feng suddenly jumped up and, expecting nothing of the villain, kicked him in the chest. The villain was not alone. His bodyguard decided to stand up for his master. The guard said that his young master was just an ordinary person. Is it too much to beat him with your 6th level of strength? The lawbreaker told the guard not to waste any time. He might just destroy this young man. You can't keep a girl waiting. Lang Fan turned out to be a difficult traveling companion. He counterattacked the guard, that bad man, very powerfully. The guard received a powerful blow to his chest and flew backwards with a scream. The young man nailed the bald man's head to the floor and said he was too weak. Now he's got 2 options. In the first option, he's going to get beat up real bad. In the second option, he'll be beaten 10 times more. Now it's the bald man's choice. The bodyguard was in such a posture that he could not answer anything. Lang Fan said that in that case, we can limit ourselves to the first option, and this bulky guy would receive 10 punches. The young man executed a punch to the jaw and said that this was the first of them. Already after the first punch, the bodyguard was already none. Lang Fan looked at the rapist and said that there were still 9 more blows left. The man realized that he had the wrong guy, and this mistake could cost him dearly. The frightened scoundrel shouted for the young man to stay away from him. He tried to negotiate and offered a lot of money within reason. The scoundrel saw the young man's gaze directed at him and realized that there was no way out. He shouted that he was from the Lai family. He was from this very clan. Lang Fan was not ceremonious. He threw several stiff blows at that unlucky Don Juan. The one shouted that the young man couldn't beat him up. The young man noticed that his teacher had told him that anything could be beaten up. The girl was frightened and told her traveling companion to stop fighting because that weakling couldn't stand much. A little more, and he might die. Lang Fan, without letting go of his opponent's hand, asked the girl if she was going to call. The travel companion asked, "Who should I call?" Lang Fan told the girl to call the police. His teacher said that when you caught a scumbag, you should immediately call the police so as not to be falsely accused. The girl thought his teacher was very prudent. The police arrived and thanked him for his cooperation. Such a scoundrel must be severely punished for his indecent behavior. The scoundrel asked to be taken away quickly. He would even hide from that young man in prison. Leng Fan said that the blackness on the girl's acupuncture point had dissipated. Now she can sleep peacefully. The young man added that he wanted to sleep as well. The travel companion thanked the young man for his assistance and asked if he could help her. The young lady asked him to support the sheet while she changed. You can't do such a thing in a crowded place. Leng Fan thought, why do girls always have such trouble changing clothes? Jiao said that she didn't want to wear the things that Jerk touched. The girl thought about it and became sad. She said that, unfortunately, she didn't have any extra clothes. She was used to flying by airplane, but she rarely traveled by train. So she asked Leng Fan if he had any extra clothes. The young man said he could borrow, but he only had 2 pairs, so she would have to return the things later. After getting off the train, the girl was wearing clothes that the young man had offered her. She wondered where he got it from and was worried about what people would think of her now. At the station, the girl was met by a driver. He said that his mistress was so dressed that she was hardly recognizable. Jiao family's villa. To pick up the clothes, the young man also came here. The family elder met the young people and told little Leng Fan to wait a little while his granddaughter changed clothes. The head of the Jiao family asked, he does not know what happened between the young people, but why is the girl wearing his clothes? The young man had no time to reply. Jiao appeared and said that she was returning the young man his clothes. In gratitude, the young lady offered the young man to stay and dine with them, and once again thanked him for his help on the road. Leng Fan liked the food at lunch, and he decided not to restrain himself. Zaki told the young man to eat more slowly. No one would take away the food. The girl noticed that she was the one who cooked it. The young man interrupted his meal for a moment and said it was delicious. Then he went on with his meal. The girl thought, couldn't he praise the lady of the house himself? The head of the family laughed and said that he remembers his youth when he looks at young people. It is a pity that he is old and his legs are not the same. He added that it was good to be young. Leng Fan looked at the old man and said that 20 years ago his leg was damaged from an explosion. The old man was shocked. Leng Fan added that it wouldn't be very difficult to cure the leg. The treatment would only take 2 minutes. The head of the family was even more shocked. The surprised girl asked how the young man knew what had caused the damage and how many years her grandfather's leg had been damaged. All this time they had been going to the best doctors, and they had just thrown up their hands. How can you fix everything in 2 minutes? Leng Fan warned that he would not cast any spells. Her grandfather only needs to sit down and not move. The old man naturally agreed. After all, nothing was required of him. Leng Fan said that his teacher had honored him and taught him similar things. The young man added that the man's granddaughter was karmically related to him. That was why he decided to help. The young man took the old man's foot in his hand and said he was starting. The girl screamed for him to let go and not torture her grandfather. The old man felt no pain. He told his granddaughter that everything was fine. She might think that the young man just wanted to comfort him. Elder Jiao thought that his leg couldn't be cured anyway, but his granddaughter should learn how to choose people. You can't just make friends with charlatans and bring them home. The young man said he began the process of extraction and touched 2 fingers to his opponent's foot. The young man transferred his energy through his fingers to this elder. The old man was once again surprised, but now he was thoroughly surprised. He felt that he could move his leg. He had not been able to do so for 20 years. How is this possible? Leng Fan lifted himself up and said that he was finished. Now the elder can try to stand up. He only needs to look after his leg for half a year, and he can't play volleyball for the time being. The old man asked, where did this young man come from? After all, he's better than a wizard. Mr. Jiao asked what the young man wanted. Their family can fulfill his every wish. The head of the family thought that this young master had incredible abilities. It would be a good idea to continue to keep in touch with him. Leng Fan said he didn't need anything. He has everything. He came here to get his things. The old man was shouting for the young master not to leave. Maybe he would agree to stay a few more days. He would show the lad something else to heal. His family is famous in these parts. They could help the young man with anything. Leng Fan repeated that he didn't need anything and added that people should solve their own problems on their own. The old man thought, if he had known of this young man's abilities, he would have taken him much more seriously in his home. He asked his granddaughter if she knew where this master came from. Jockey replied that she had no idea who this young man was. She just tried taking a train ride and met this young man on the road. He turned out to be her traveling companion. He didn't even leave his phone number. How can I ever thank him? Lang Fan thought that the teacher had asked to go to the Z family, give them the letter and give them his name. Then they would accept it. The boy continued to ponder, judging from the map the teacher had given him. This place should be around here somewhere. A car rushed past the young man and drove into a puddle. The water from the puddle splashed Lang Fan. The young man thought his clothes shouldn't get wet. The car stopped and a girl got out. The girl grudgingly said that her father had a business meeting. Why are his meetings more important than his daughter? The girl said that her father might not show up for the next parent-teacher conference. In his place, she would invite a driver. The driver said that wouldn't work. That girl's name was Zi Xiaoyue, an ordinary Oriental name. The girl intercepted the young man's gaze. Why was he staring, she asked. Had he never seen a beautiful girl before? She threatened that if he looked at her like that again, she would hit him. The young man said that this car was being driven carelessly, and he almost got splashed. Karma's already triggered. We need to get that removed. He has questions about it. Lang Fan asked if they knew someone named Zi Hai. The first thing that came to the girl's mind was that this young man was her father's illegitimate son, and he had come to find him. The girl pondered further. The young man seemed older than her, so it turns out that she is the illegitimate one. Having come to such conclusions, the young person decided that her father, a scoundrel, is she really a bastard and not aware of it? She came to the conclusion that this young man must not find her father. She didn't want to be a bastard. Xiaowei said that she didn't know such a person and pretended that she wasn't interested. Suddenly, the driver intervened and ruined everything. He jumped out of the car and shouted, "How dare this young man say the name Zi Hai? How dare he say the name of this girl's father?" Lang Fan thought it was strange. It turns out that Zi Hai is this girl's father. Why did she lie? Xiaoyue replied. So what of it? She stated that this young man's foot will never be in her house. The girl added that she would never recognize this young man, nor would she ever call him brother. The young man took out the letter and gave it to the strange girl. He said he didn't care if she gave the letter to her father or not, but his teacher asked him to meet his family, to force them to help him. He doesn't want to force them to help him. Lang Fan left the letter, turned around and left. Xiaoyue thought, so he's not her brother. It's just that, his teacher asked him. This was a different matter. The young lady decided that she had overreacted. She urgently needed to change her attitude. However, the young man had already left. Lang Fan thought that if he didn't have a place to sleep right now, he needed to find a job immediately. The problem was that he didn't know where to look for one. A young man in town passed by a large hotel. He wondered if he asked to be hired as a dishwasher. Would they accept him? Suddenly, a car stopped and a rising movie star, Li Yuan, got out. The young men were in awe of this girl. They shouted that she was the best, and everyone wanted to join their destiny with her. Lang Fan, upon seeing this girl, thought that she was very popular. He wondered, who was she? The young man's eyes were filled with old images, and something came back from his memory. He recognized that girl. It was his older sister. Lang Fan hadn't expected to see her here. He wondered if she remembered him. The young man pushed everyone aside and shouted for the girl to stop and wait for him. Lang Fan walked close to the movie star. The girl looked at the young man in surprise. It was obvious that she didn't recognize him. Lang Fan was discouraged. He saw that she really didn't recognize him. The girl said she didn't know the young man and added to be polite. The young man did not calm down. He asked the girl to look at him more closely and try to recognize him. Bodyguards appeared on the horizon. They said this young man must be pushed back. He must not go near their mistress. The bodyguards threw the young man to the ground and told him to be quiet. One of them said that a poor man like this man wanted to catch a crane, and they added that there must be some limit to the pursuit of a celebrity. Lang Fan looked at the departing movie star and thought that it seemed like she had really forgotten about him. The young man shoved the bodyguards aside and rose to his feet. The men in black thought, where did this young man suddenly have such strength? The guards were afraid that this young man might try to get to their mistress again. However, the young man turned around and walked in the other direction. At the hotel, a man took the girl roughly by the arm and said she was just some actress. It was his father who invited her here on behalf of the hotel. The man said that the celebrities he played with were much more famous than her. Lang Fan happened to hear this through the open window. The girl asked him to let her go. The girl's guards in the next room didn't know how to behave. This man, a young master from the Chen family. If they don't help, at most they could be fired. And if they go to the trouble, they might have to leave the city altogether. Suddenly, Leng Fan flew into the room through the open window. His jump was so spectacular that he knocked out the rude man in one fell swoop. His foot kicked straight into his jaw. Blood gushed out of his mouth. In his leap, the young man had time to verbally mock the rascal. The girl looked at her savior and recognized him as the man who had just approached her on the street. The injured scoundrel, leaning on his bodyguards, said if the young man dared to leave, this actress would be finished. He will abuse her long and seriously. One of the hotel owner's son's bodyguards drew a gun and said that the young man had messed with the wrong people. After all, they are all tough guys, former special forces. Leng Fan didn't dignify the tough guys for long and broke this weapon after disarming them, leaving the special forces with nothing. At the same time, the main villain received another kick to the jaw. The bodyguards were amazed that the young man was able to break their weapons with his bare hands. Is he a superhero? They realized that dealing with such a man would be costly. The young man approached the main villain lying on the floor. The bleeding man was begging for mercy. Leng Fan said, if someone thought of harming this girl, he would not get away alive. The terrified villain bounced back to his bodyguards. The former special forces asked him how he was feeling. The young movie star thanked the young man and asked what his name was. She apologized again for not remembering him. The young man looked the girl in the eye and said there was no need to thank him. Apparently, he was just mistaken. The girl could not believe what he had just said. She realized that he couldn't have been mistaken. His eyes spoke of something else. There was a deep sadness in them. In the Z family, Xiao Yue's father asked, where did that young man go? The handwriting of the letter writer was familiar to the man. It belonged to an immortal master. Shi Hai decided that he had to find the Grand Master's disciple. The girl looked away distractedly. Xiao Yue said that she didn't know anything. The young man handed over the letter and left. If she wasn't so kind, she would have thrown this envelope away altogether. The father asked his daughter if she knew how strong that immortal master was. All people want to be like him. How could she ask that young man to just leave? Shi Hai answered the incoming call. He found out that the young man had healed Old Man Zhou's leg. The man also learned that the young man was being sought by the Honorable Shu. The father shouted to his daughter that she must go up and find this young master. The man warned that the girl should not return until she found this young man. Tears came to Xiao Yue's eyes. Even her toy was ready to cry. The girl was upset that her father had kicked her out of the house until she found this guy. Xiao Wei wondered again if she was a daughter to this man. The young lady looked around. After all, this city is so big, where would she find that guy? The girl decided to use the deductive method. She remembered that the young man was carrying a sack. Perhaps it was for work. She decided to check the construction sites in the neighborhood. It seemed very logical to her. Xiao Yue decided to involve her acquaintance in the search. The acquaintance thought it was illogical to look for a young man at a construction site. What would he be doing there? The young man had just gotten a job at a construction site. After all, he was looking for a job. In the process of working, he sneezed. A colleague asked what was wrong. Could it be that the young man could not cope with a cold? The guy noticed that someone was trying to connect him to his karma. That's why he sneezed. In other words, someone, somewhere had mentioned him. A colleague said the young man should be predicting fortunes, not setting up work. Why is he laying his talent with bricks? Leng Fan said that predicting fate has too many consequences and shortens life. A colleague at the construction site decided to change the topic of conversation because he didn't understand a word of what the young man was saying. Leng Fan noticed that his colleague's acupuncture point had turned black. He hoped that that guy wouldn't die in the evening. A colleague approached a girl after work and said that his workday was finally over. He asked her how long she had been waiting for him. The man took off his construction helmet and began to tell the girl his intentions. She stated that she did not mind. Leng Fan saw a familiar face and smelled a familiar fragrance from his dormitory window after work. He thought, how could she find him? The young lady blushed with embarrassment. She heard distinctive sounds in the bushes. She was told to pass by. The girl couldn't help herself and looked behind the bushes. What she saw frightened her very much. A man was lying unconscious. Blood was gushing out of him. The girl leaning over him had crimson red eyes. Her lips were covered in blood. The young one was particularly frightened, turned around and ran. She screamed for help. The red-eyed vampire tried to catch up with her. Suddenly, men in black who looked like priests grabbed the woman with red eyes. They shouted. They started to take action. The girl watched what was happening around her. She was confused and frightened. Who are all these people? Could they be superhumans like that guy? The vampiress with red eyes calmly massacred the men in black clothes. The girl thought they were no match for her, so she decided to flee. The vampires turned around and headed straight for the girl. The young lady was at a loss. Her legs were shaking and unsteady. She couldn't move. Would anyone help her? The young lady only had time to think that it would be nice if someone helped her. At the same moment, the vampiress received a strong blow in the jaw and flew far back. Her savior turned out to be our hero. Leng Fan asked the girl, why is she wandering alone in the construction site in the middle of the night? Is she really that bored at home? The girl tearfully clung to the young man and asked him why he was so late. She had almost died of fear during that time. Leng Fan thought that there was quite a pleasant fragrance coming from this girl. He decided that he could let her hug him. It wouldn't be any worse for him anyway. The men in black studied the vampire's condition. She was lying on her back. Her head was completely destroyed. How strong was that blow? Her body was literally made of steel. The priest in black thought that this young man's one strike had caused such damage. This young man's strength is amazing. The priest asked the young man who was his teacher. The man in black added that they represented an organization that dealt with supernatural problems. I'm sure he'd heard of them before. Leng Fan replied that he couldn't give his teacher's name, and he had never heard of this organization. The man asked if the young man would not agree to work for the government. If he joined this organization, he would be able to enjoy the highest level of service. Leng Fan looked this man in black in the eyes and said that he was not interested in this proposal. The man stated that, in such a case, they were obliged to erase the young people's memories of the incident so as not to sow panic among the townspeople. He thought that this young man dared not look down on them. The helpers of the man in black said they will now clear the young men's memories. You can count on them. The men in black could do nothing to the young man. They realized that they were unable to influence him. Leng Fan said that their technique was very unstable. He would advise them to practice more thoughtfully. The men in black surrounded the young man and the girl. They held hands. They told the young man to keep his nose clean. Who is he anyway? Could he be an enemy spy? The older one said that the young man was too arrogant for his age. The man noticed that this guy's strength was at level 6. For his assistant, he's too strong, so they should stop embarrassing themselves. The outcome can't always be decided by a fight. Suddenly, some man showed up and said that sometimes you have to be able to forgive too. The man in black recognized it as Master Hui Tong and asked him where he came from. Leng Fan asked the master what his strength at level 6 meant. He didn't understand what it meant. Hui Tong said that strength was divided into 10 levels, from the weakest 10th to the strongest 1st. But there is something beyond the 1st level. It's innate. However, there are many people who have broken through the 1st one. Leng Fan remembered that his teacher had told him that he seemed to have an innate level, but that was 3 years ago. The young man pondered. It turns out he had slipped to level 6? The man in black said, if Master Hui Tong asked, then we should finish figuring out the relationship with the young man. He was too young for the 6th level. He would have too much influence on any future events. The man in black gave the young man his card and said that if he needed help, he could always contact him. It was Hai, the dragon organization. Leng Fan thought, is this organization really that good? The girl continued to hold the young man's hand and said that she hadn't heard of this organization either. Leng Fan was finally able to pay attention to his companion and asked, why did she come to such a place in the middle of the night? Was she really taking a walk? The girl said that Mrs. Z told her that the young man could be found here, but he doesn't really work at the construction site, does he? Leng Fan replied that this is where he works. Now he's carrying bricks. Otherwise, he would have no money, no food, and no lodging. The girl tells the young man not to carry any more bricks. The grandfather wants the young man to heal him too. If he agrees, his life may change dramatically. The young people drove up to Grandpa Shu's house. The driver said that he was always at their service in the future. The girl said that Grandpa Shu also has a leg problem. Should the young man see if it can be cured? Leng Fang said he doesn't want to mess with karma, so he won't treat it. The girl saw Leng Fan and showed him to her father. She said that the young man had given her the letter. The man ran up to the boy and said at last he had found an immortal. The girl's father was very polite to the young man. Leng Fan looked at the man and asked, is he really Z Hai? The man said that it was him and asked that the young man heal Honorable Shu's leg. In return, he would get whatever he wanted. The man thought it would be a good idea for him to get along with a big fish like Honorable Shu. Leng Fan thought, if the girl delivered the letter, he would have to do something in return. Honorable Shu was sitting in a wheelchair. He looked at the young man and asked if it was true that his name was Leng Fan. The young man said hello and introduced himself. He said he had come here to heal his leg with karma and asked to be shown it. The man was not polite. He said he had short patience. If the young man could not heal his leg, he would break the boy's leg. The girl told her grandfather not to talk to the young man like that, otherwise he wouldn't help. Lingfan responded to the threat by saying that it would not be possible to break his leg. The young man was as calm and confident as ever. He added that his legs were always broken by his teacher. The young man added that the old man's leg had been damaged for 20 years. He had even had it treated, but unfortunately the canals were clogged even more. The old man had endured for 20 years and was still enduring. Elder Shu wondered, how did the young man know all this? Lingfan replied that it didn't matter how he found out. In any case, he was willing to heal the old man's leg. The guy said the treatment wouldn't take more than 2 minutes. He will remove the stagnant key. After the necessary manipulations, Lingfan suggested that the old man try moving his leg. Now, it should be fine. The young man said that there was nothing more for him to do here now. The old man was surprised to say that his leg was moving. He had endured for 20 years, and now he could move his leg. Elder Shu asked, how could he thank this young immortal? He is willing to organize everything. Lingfan said that he doesn't need anything. He doesn't want to create a combined situation with this person. The young man thought that people's behavior can be good or bad, but he still can't resist the urge to beat up someone with bad behavior like this old man. The boy mentally told his teacher that he still hadn't learned how to control his emotions. The men thought that this young man was actually acting like an immortal. He easily ignored Mr. Shu's promise. The girl asked why the young man behaved like that. After all, he needed a job. The girl's father said that a position had just become available for a young man in his firm. If the young man stays, he will organize everything. The man thought he should not let the young man leave. There are a lot of pretty girls in uniform in the public relations department. The young man can't resist. Lingfan saw his sister's performance on the TV. She was strikingly beautiful. The young man said that in that case, he was staying. The boy thought that his sister remains his biggest knot that he can't untie. He can't go back to the mountain until he meets her. The interviewer asked if he liked that girl on TV. She's from the Li family. She's incredibly talented, but you can't meet her that easily. Lingfan thought sadly, was it really that difficult for that Li family to raise more than one child? The girl said that this family could raise the children of the whole country. It is not difficult for them. The young woman thought to herself, why does this young man always ask strange questions? Lan Feng recalled the moment when his parents, holding his sister in their arms, were moving away from him. Those were the most bitter moments in his life. Lan Feng couldn't understand why his parents had abandoned him. The girl looking at the young man thought he remembered something sad. She wanted to help him. The companion touched his face and said she was ready to cheer the young man up so he wouldn't be sad. The young man accidentally bumped their foreheads. It was unexpected, but it hurt. Lingfeng asked, did the girl really try to kill him? The girl wondered, what is he talking about? After all, obviously the victim here is her. The young woman took offense and turned away. She decided she was not going to comfort this guy. Mr. C thought that this Zhou Jiaqi was interested in the young master. It turns out that the Zhou family wants to pull him over to their side. We need to make Xiao Yue do it. The man decided that this guy should be his son-in-law. Mr. Z walked up to his daughter and asked why she wasn't paying attention to this Leng Feng. The man suggested Xiao Yue net closer to him. The girl replied that she didn't want to do that. That guy is sweaty and stinks. If the father wants to, let him do it himself. Mr. Z said that this young man is immortal. If she marries him, she won't have to worry about anything else in life. Xiao Yue said that she is still in high school. Is her father pushing her into an early relationship? If he approves of it, she has 10 other guys in her life. And their numbers are in her cell phone. If those guys don't work out, then she'll look at Leng Feng. The man yelled for his daughter not to talk to him like that. He was angry with her. Mr. Zihai was approached by Leng Feng and asked a question. The guy asked if he's offered a job. Does that mean he can expect housing too? Mr. Zihai said that, of course. The man thought that this young man would eat and sleep in his house, thus spending time with his daughter. Something would still happen during that time. Xiao Wei said that the young man could stay to live in their house. Leng Feng refused and said he wanted to provide for himself. His teacher told him that living in a woman's house was like eating mushy rice. The girl said the image of his teacher in her head was getting worse and worse. Evening came. Lan Feng stayed with this family. Mr. Shihai said that the young man's room was ready. He could rest after drying his hair. A man asked his wife, Bai Jun, to give his daughter her nightwear. It's lacy, she might need it. The woman asked what her husband was doing. Is he trying to sell his daughter? Mr. Zihai said that his wife was talking nonsense. The woman asked if he was sure that the young man was immortal. At that time, his father was only acquainted with an honorable immortal master. So he had to introduce the disciple to his father. The first thing to do is to verify this young man's identity, and don't be in a hurry to sell your daughter. Mr. Zihai thought his wife was right. He thought he should call his father first. Lang Feng decided that the bedroom prepared for him was somehow strange. What were these people thinking? Something caught the young man's attention. He heard a strange sound outside the window. The young man turned around and saw that a possessed man was there. He broke the window and rushed towards Lang Feng. From the other room from behind the door, Mr. Zihai asked if the young man was all right. Lan Feng said he was fine. It's just that he saw a cockroach, and added that Uncle Zihai shouldn't worry. Lang Feng grabbed the possessed man's hands and blocked his movements. In addition, he covered his mouth with his hand to stop him from screaming. Mr. Zihai told the young man to go to bed, and they would go to set him up with a job tomorrow. The young man snapped the imposter's neck and closed the matter. Mr. Hai said he would call his father to see what the young man's manners were. His wife remarked that the man was more caring in comparison. Xiao Yue got out of the bathtub and looked around, thinking, "Where did everyone go? Why is there no one at home?" The girl thought maybe she was asleep. The young lady entered Lang Feng's room and saw him standing in the middle of the room, hugging a big toy. She still kept thinking that it was a dream. Otherwise, why is the young man here? The girl angrily asked what he was doing in her room, and added for him to leave immediately. Lang Feng replied that Uncle Zihai said it was his room. The young man realized that it was a misunderstanding and turned around and headed for the exit. The girl called him a liar. After all, her father couldn't do such a thing. Only now did Jiao Yue notice that the window was broken. What happened here? The girl began to be tormented by vague doubts. She approached the young man and asked him what he was just doing in her room. Lan Feng replied that he had to deal with the creature, but people should call them zombies. It was only now that Jiao Yue picked up that this was not a dream. She rushed to the young man and wrapped her arms around him. The girl screamed for him not to leave her alone. She will definitely not sleep alone, because she's scared. Parents saw their daughter pushing a young man into her room. They thought she had grown up. Mr. Zihai decided that it was a good thing. Grandpa should be back soon, too. When he arrives, the disciple just has to say a few good phrases. The Zhou family and the Shu family, they are giants. The man decided that he could count on a strong bond. Xiao Yue, wrapped in blankets with fear, slept curled up. The young man thought that this zombie was unusual. It was impossible that it had willingly come here. This could not be the end of anything. A sequel would follow. Lang Feng remembered that zombie entering the room through the window, saying that he needed a girl in order to pay with his life for living. The guy figured those things still had feelings. In the morning, Mr. Zihai said that he had prepared a place in the men's advertising department for Lang Feng. The young man thanked him. He said the most important thing was to have a place to live and food to eat, and then he would work hard. Mr. Zihai said he hoped that the young man in this field could do well and work hard. The young men, Lang Feng's future colleagues, looked at the young man and thought, "Who is this?" He got out of the head of the family's car. Could he be the new driver? Or is he a representative of the golden youth? One of the girls thought that this could be her chance. A young man walked into an office building. He thought he might be wearing an advertisement on the first floor. The staff began to wonder who he was. Why did he come to the advertising department? Could he have come to discuss business? Or would he be organizing a new promotion? A young man walked into the reception area and said that he was here to apply for a job. He added that Uncle Zihai had sent him here. The receptionist asked if the young man was sure he should come here. After all, only girls work in this department. A manager approached the young man and introduced herself. She said that the boss had warned her about the young man. She added that the young man would be interning with her for 3 months. The girl said he would work in the advertising department. Therefore, his clothes shouldn't look cheap. What he's wearing now is not suitable. She added that his friend had brought the young man new clothes in the morning. The girl showed the young man where the men's locker room was. The young man tried on the clothes that were waiting for him in the locker room. The girl said that this uniform fit him perfectly and fit him perfectly. Lang Feng inquired who had given him those clothes. Yuan replied that that girl was very busy. She left the clothes and left. Her last name, Zhu. The young man realized who he was talking about. Mrs. Yuan asked the young man to wait for her at her workplace. She said she had to prepare some material for him. As it was a female team, the young man was surrounded by girls at his workplace. They started asking him a lot of questions without even listening to the answers. This is what happens in such groups. One of the girls asked the young man to talk to the lady, and the lady would be happy after that. She alluded to herself and promised to teach the young man various advertising tricks. Yuan appeared in the room. She shouted for everyone to be quiet and mind their own business. What are they even doing now during working hours? Leng Feng thought about that friendly girl. They could become friends. She seemed to be not a bad person. After all, she was just now willing to help him in the production process. Miss Yuan called the young man with her and said that they had to meet a client now. The girls who remained at the workplace started discussing again. They said that Yuan went to discuss cooperation with Tianhu Group. The young people arrived at the inn. Yuan said that this is today's battlefield. Young people sitting at a round table were waiting for a customer. The girl said that a cooperative customer would be arriving a little later and suggested that the young man watch his demeanor. The advertising firm's client, the head of a corporation, apologized for being late. He added that he was now on site. Miss Yuan thanked Mr. Tian for agreeing to pay attention personally. The man pointed out that PR manager Yuan's hand was very soft. The girl noticed that Mr. Tian was prone to jokes today. That's good, so she asked if he had come to the negotiation alone. The man said that one person was enough, since they had discussed everything before. PR manager Yuan's consent was left. Miss Yuan noticed that they were not waiting for her consent, but for his signature. Mr. Tian wondered, had the girl still not understood his message? The man added that he just needed her consent and then there would be his signature. Mr. Tian's hand reached toward the girl. Leng Feng reacted lightning fast to this movement. He skillfully launched his chopstick straight at this fatty. The fat man got punched in the arm, and it was very painful. The young man apologized and said that the wand flew by itself. Mr. Tian shouted for Miss Yuan to kick this young man out the door right now. Otherwise, there would be no signature. The girl got up from her seat and said, "No, it won't. In fact, she didn't want to conclude anything either." Miss Yuan defiantly broke the contract. The fatty picked up his suitcase and headed toward the exit. He muttered that Miss Yuan would be sorry. The young man regretted that he had upset this deal and asked how important it had been. Miss Yuan said that the young man had done a very noble thing and thanked him for it. Leng Feng said that Miss Yuan was the first person to praise him at work. The girl asked, "Isn't he the son of the head of the chairman of the board? What did he do before?" The young man said that he used to drag bricks before. Mrs. Yuan was angry. Her bonus for this year was gone. A deal worth hundreds of millions had fallen through. The girl thought if the young man fails in this deal, the chairman of the board won't say anything. But it turns out this kid isn't his son at all. Leng Feng asked her interlocutor. Did she really think that a failed deal for such a large sum could necessarily have bad consequences? The young man added, "If you look at a lifetime, does she really think letting her first business partner touch her body is worth it? How far is she willing to go?" Miss Yuan told the young man not to say it with such an indifferent face. She doesn't want to hear it anymore. The senior manager said that in any case, that deal was gone. And back at the office, she would have to report back. Leng Feng told her not to worry. The young man remarked that there was nothing he could do about it. In any case, he would have to justify himself. Z Family Corporation, director's office. Miss Yuan apologizes and says that she was a fiasco in making this contract. Mr. Si Hai asked for what reason. After all, they have been dealing with this corporation for half a year, and the girl had a fiasco in one lunch. Besides, Mr. Tian had already contacted him. The man said he was beaten up and demands that Mr. Zihai react. Miss Yuan didn't know what to answer. Leng Feng told Mr. Shihai that he was the one who hit that fat man. The man asked why the young man did this, what motivated him to do it. Leng Feng replied that although he had not worked in such a job, but his teacher had told him, someone who had dirty thoughts could not be a companion. That man had indecently molested Miss Yuan. Such people are obviously very dishonest. Mr. Shihai thought if that's what the disciple says, then it's his principle as well. It is hard to say what it was when the young man saw Mr. Tian. Mr. Zihai thought that that corporation might have been plotting some kind of trickery. It turns out the young man saved him. Mr. Zihai shook the young man's hand and thanked him. Indeed, someone who has dirty thoughts cannot be a companion. His teacher says it right. The head of the corporation said that this project is in any case stopped. Their company had encountered some minor problems. Mr. Z said if the young man could help him, the company would be very grateful. Mr. reminded that the young man is very close to the Jiao family. They just have an interesting project that requires cooperation. Mrs. Yuan thought with fear that this project couldn't just be entrusted to just anyone. The girl didn't understand how this was possible. This project couldn't just be concluded. She had negotiated with the Jiao family corporation countless times. Not once was it possible to resolve this situation positively. Miss Yuan asked the young man if he knew how important this case was. Leng Feng replied that this was his first case, and inquired what should he do. Miss Yuan said that he should hand over this project to the person in charge. Leng Feng suggested that Miss Yuan go with him to the Jiao family's corporation. The girl said they didn't have an invitation. Without one, no one would let them in. The young man said he knew someone there. He asked how to get there. The young man thought that Jiao DT must work there. This building is wholly owned by the Jiao family's corporation. The girl added that their firm is a small fish compared to this corporation. The guard before entering the building asked what the young people wanted. If they want to enter, they must show a work pass or an identity document, and they have to say who they are looking for. Lan Feng said he's looking for Jiao DT. This girl works here. The guard wondered, is the young man really looking for the head of Jiao? He must be joking, right? The young man should get out of here as soon as possible because the head of Jiao doesn't accept outsiders. Miss Yuan asked, what is the young man doing? Jiao DT, now a director of the corporation. What are Leng Feng's plans? An expensive car pulled up to the office. A businesswoman got out and saw the young man. She asked, what is Lan Feng doing here? Why did he come here? Miss Yuan was surprised. Did the young man here really know someone? In the reception room of the head of the corporation, the young man was asked why he had come this time. Did he really want to discuss cooperation with Mr. Zihai? The girl, after studying the contract, said she was ready for this cooperation. Miss Yuan thought that it couldn't be that smooth. There must be some nuances. The businesswoman said there was one condition. Lan Feng must go to work for her. The young man apologized and took the contract. He said that in that case, he didn't want to cooperate. Miss Yuan was madly surprised. How could the young man refuse such a golden deal with the Jiao corporation? The girl took the contract back and said she was joking, and asked that the young man not be so tense. Manager Yuan couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that they were flirting with each other in front of her eyes? The businesswoman winked at the young man and said that she was signing the contract, but he had to devote his whole day to her. The girl noticed that the young man's clothes looked cheap. She will give him new ones. The young man said he agreed. Miss Yuan thought that this young man was definitely the son of some influential person. The head of the corporation said the rest of the details could be discussed with her assistant. She thanked head Jiao for her cooperation. Leng Feng could not understand why Yuan had become so happy. Miss Jiao said because Zihai's company is small, and the cooperation between their companies under other circumstances would be hard to imagine. When she returns to her firm, she will be a real hero. Mr. Zihai announced Yuan as their company's PR honoree. She had landed the #1 contract for their firm. Mr. Zihai said the girl, their hero. Leng Feng was surprised. Did Miss Yuan really think about such childish things? Miss Jiao told the young man that he would now go shopping with her. The young men, former favorites of the head of the corporation, looked at the young man with anger and envy. It turns out he'd beaten them. They were ready to beat him up and even maim him. The young people proceeded past the mall staff. Leng Feng noted that his companion, a great person, all these people bowed their heads to her. Mrs. Jiao said she just comes here a lot to spend money. One visit is more than their monthly salary. That's why they love her. Mrs. Jiao pointed to the young man's jacket and said she thought it would suit the young man. The boy remarked that he only liked the Taoist garment. Miss Jiao was adamant and asked the sales manager to have the young man try on this jacket. The young man tried on the jacket and thought that it really did fit him. But he had just seen the number of zeros on the price tag and thought that this product must be made of 1,000-year-old werewolf snakeskin. Miss Jiao thought that this guy looked even more attractive in such a jacket. You should definitely buy it. The sales assistant said it's a limited edition piece. It is sewn by a famous French craftsman. There are only a few of them in the whole world. The young man heard this and took the jacket back. He said, if it's not 1,000-year-old werewolf snakeskin, then it's not the clothes of a Taoist monk. It's just an ordinary product with no utility. Teacher said, luxury goods, not for hermits. It's just a tax collection. The young man said he doesn't want to pay taxes. Miss Jiao said she would like to pay for this item with her card. Leng Feng remarked, if the companion agrees to pay taxes, then he won't take off this jacket. A representative of the Li family, Pansy Li Yuan, appeared in the mall. The young man said, it's lucky to see the head of Jiao. He had heard rumors that the girl is now with a new favorite. That won't do. After all, her mother had given her consent for the girl to socialize with him. Miss Jiao noted that she didn't give consent. Mr. Li noticed that this young man is seducing his girlfriend. Is he fed up with his life? Leng Feng replied, whatever the reason for this person's negativity, but he personally doesn't want a sad outcome. The young man noticed that his opponent is a very arrogant and willful person. He has a lot of negativity in him, and this could lead his life to a sad outcome. Mr. Lee said the young man was talking nonsense. He added that he was ready to teach the upstart a lesson. Mr. Lee gave the young man 20,000 money and said if he saw the boy near Miss Jiao after that, his father would break the young man's arms and legs. The young man said calmly, his teacher said that a person should be conscious of his choices. The girl just gave him a jacket priced at 200,000. Mr. Lee got 20,000 and wants to chase him away. Does Mr. Lee really think he is a simpleton? Mrs. Jiao smiled. She thought that this young man could really piss people off. The nervous young man shouted for his guards to throw the insolent man off the second floor. He'd be crushed to death. Mr. Lee's guards jumped on the young man. They apologized to him but said they needed money too. Leng Feng didn't have any mercy on those guards. He responded to violence with violence. The young man deactivated the people who had attacked him and scattered them in different directions. After that, Leng Feng grabbed Mr. Lee's chest and showed that he was ready to throw him off the second floor. A frightened Mr. Lee asked what the young man wanted to do to him. Leng Feng said to his opponent, he must be discounting people a lot. Now he himself would have to experience it for once. Mr. Lee cried out in fear that he was wrong and begged the young man not to make a mistake. Leng Feng let the young man go and said that he seemed to have wet his pants. Next time he should be less aggressive and it wouldn't happen. After all, it's so simple. Mr. Lee waddled away with his legs spread. He mumbled that he was going to get the young man. Mrs. Jiao remarked that her companion had really special ways of interacting with bad people. The young man recognized and said that they were really special, because most of the stories in the world are about the common man being oppressed. Miss Jiao told the young man not to say that. After all, he probably doesn't know who was in front of him just now, right? The companion said that this young man is the brother of his favorite star, Li Yuan. He is the heir of the Jinling Li family. Lan Feng felt sad again. It turns out that his parents abandoned him but raised him to be such a person. Miss Jiao told the young man not to think about it and invited him to eat somewhere. The young man's companion said that she had always been very curious. The girl assumed that the young man must have special powers and asked what rank he was. Leng Feng replied that last time he was told that he had rank 6. After all, she was there too. The lady agreed and said that she was scared to death at the time. She didn't pay attention to what was being said. If a young man is a rank 6, then he's strong. Her grandfather said that a rank 6 could even challenge a master. Leng Feng said, it turns out that he is very strong. The young man thought to himself that he used to be rank 1. How much stronger was he before? Miss Jiao asked. What's the point of being even stronger? In a relationship with a girl, that doesn't thrill me one bit. The girl thought to herself, did she just have a flirtation with a boy? Leng Feng asked, why did Miss Jiao turn red? Could she have eaten the wrong medicine? Miss, taking care of your temperature. Leng Feng replied that he was an unusual person. He is waiting for a stone to fall from his heart. He really wants to go back to the mountains. Miss Jiao said it was sad. Did the young man never think about staying and protecting world peace? Are there really no other desires in a person's life? The girl wondered to herself, why was she saying such naive things? Leng Feng asked, what are his companion's desires? Miss Jiao said she doesn't know. She doesn't know if she wants to be a strong girl. She's just following in her grandfather's footsteps and has taken over the management of the family business. Lan Feng touched his interlocutor's head and said that he understood her. In fact, she has no desires, and there is only emptiness in her head. Miss Jiao was shocked. Could a young man really feel this? The young man smiled and said he was joking, he doesn't feel anything, and asked what they would eat. The young man jokingly added that although he is a follower of Taoism, he doesn't consider lobster as meat. Miss Jiao said for the young man to apologize now to the lobster. After all, it is an animal. The audience, mostly young boys, shouted in the concert hall that they loved Li Yuan. They were willing to move mountains for her. The girl was overjoyed, but she couldn't understand why the fans had been so supportive of her lately. Where did such ground come from? The girl leaving the stage said that she loves her fans and promised that they would definitely meet again. In the auditorium, the excitement only increased. Everyone was crazy with happiness that the girl had reciprocated them. In the restroom, Li Yuan's brother came up to Li Yuan and said that he needed to make an urgent phone call. The girl wondered who dared to attack her brother. After all, everyone knows their family. Why the disrespect? The young man said excitedly that he was just having lunch with his fiancée when suddenly some man came and threw him down from the second floor. Several of his security guards were also injured. The man in black approached the girl and said he was ready to go and sort it out. The girl told Uncle Zhu that her brother might have just met an ordinary person, and the uncle has superpowers and can use force recklessly. This could lead the uncle to the security department. Uncle replied, no matter who it was, the person who dared to offend the Li family must answer for it, and asked for Li Yuan to show the way. The young man said that he was very quickly ready to show the way if that guy hadn't gone far away yet. The girl thought that these two had a very bad temper. Mrs. Jiao and her companion decided to have a snack after all. The girl asked why the young man was always eating like that. Couldn't he eat slower? No one is going to take away his food. Leng Feng said he was used to it, because there is a strange wild animal in the mountains that can take away food at any time with a blow. So he has to eat quickly. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan appeared in front of the young people again. He was unceremonious and asked how they liked the food. Leng Feng dealt with the inconsiderate man in a cavalier manner as well. He threw him far back with one punch. The uncle lifted his nephew up. The young man said that this guy is being arrogant again and continues to eat noodles in peace. Leng Feng said that his interlocutor had better change his pants first, and then come to the catering establishment. Li Yuan covered the wet spot with his hands and shouted for Uncle Zhu to beat the crap out of this young man. Couldn't he see that he was being bullied? Formidable Uncle Zhu flew up to the young man and told the guy not to be so arrogant with people. Uncle Zhu tried to hit the young man. Leng Feng used chopsticks to block his opponent's arm and asked, did he really want to destroy him? The young man threw away his chopsticks and threw the man away. Uncle Zhu flew off and fell to the floor. Leng Feng said that he was ready to show his opponent what this aggression could lead to. Li Yuan said on the phone that she was coming to the hospital immediately. She is curious to know what happened in the end. Li Yuan entered the hospital room and saw Uncle Zhu lying on the bed. Her brother was sitting beside the bed. The girl ran up to the bunk and asked who did it. The man, without taking off his oxygen mask, said that under no circumstances should you touch that young man. That guy is very strong. The girl thought that no person could injure her Uncle Zhu without paying for it. She, Li Yuan, refuses to let it go unpunished. The frightened brother said he doesn't know who the young man is, but he was with Miss Jiao. She also bought him clothes. Li Yuan thought that this young man, the man of the Jiao family, she said that they seemed to have forgotten their own social status. Mrs. Jiao picked up the phone and said that she was listening to the big star of the Li family and asked what was wrong. The girl guessed why there was this call. After all, Leng Feng had just beaten up her brother and bodyguard. Li Yuan noticed that Miss Jiao doesn't like her younger cousin, even if she refuses the marriage contract. But the fact that her handmaiden put up a fight, that's crossing all boundaries. Li Yuan said that they weren't done yet and suggested that they give this young man to the Li family. Otherwise, they won't leave them alone. Leng Feng at this time had already returned to the Shi family. Xiao Yue asked, has the young man already returned? Has he already bought himself some other clothes? The girl said that her grandfather had returned. Grandpa was overjoyed and said he had finally met the little hermit baby. Leng Feng replied that he was not a hermit and asked the old man not to get so close. He doesn't like guys, especially old men. Mrs. Jiao burst into the room and said that the young man must go with her immediately. The girl was extremely excited. Xiao Yue thought, what other unpleasant matter did they want to talk about? The old man didn't think anything. He was just surprised. Leng Feng asked Mrs. Jiao, the Li family called her. Is that why she came here? Is it all because he beat up the Li family's man? Do they really want to get even with him? The girl asked how the young man knew all this. The boy replied that it was his inference. Miss Jiao wondered why he wasn't nervous. After all, the Li family had turned against him. The young man replied that it was not the first time someone had turned against him. The young man thought that this would not lead to anything good. Mrs. Jiao looked at the young man and thought, he looks like the whole world has rejected him. She said no matter what happens, she will always help Leng Feng. Leng Feng said that if the girl was so confident, then she should help him destroy this chicken. Miss Jiao closed her eyes and shouted for him to stay away from her and put that bird away. The young man replied that she could not help him. The guy put his hand on the girl's head and told her not to think about helping him. Leng Feng said that if there was a real fight, he would still have to defend her, which would be an extra hassle. The girl thought that this guy was very insensitive if he said that. The National Security Agency, the Control and Surveillance Station, discovered the two arrivals. The person in charge thought, aren't these two people from the Li family with extraordinary strength? Why did they come to this city? Yang Lun, the representative of the Li family, said that they had already arrived. The man's companion was also his wife. Li Bi suggested that her husband head straight from here to Ju's family. They were instructed to settle a family matter. The man took his female companion in his arms and pushed off, rushing through the air in the given direction. He said that this time he would use a bit of force, as Li Bi usually wanted to. This strange couple with unusual powers landed near the Ju family's house. After landing, the two of them slightly damaged the structure. The old man who saw them was a bit shocked. Li Bi gave the old man an ultimatum that the Ju family had beaten her nephew. Now they must hand over the offender. The woman warned the old man that otherwise the consequences would not be long in coming. Lung Feng, who was in town, sensed that someone had broken into Ju's house with bad intentions. The young man realized he was out of time. He grabbed his companion in his arms. The girl wondered where he was going. After all, they had better take a cab. Lan Feng recognized that her idea made sense. Although he runs faster than a cab, but it would look very ostentatious. After all, his teacher had told him to always dress discreetly and look modest. The cab driver, as always in such cases, having delivered the young people to their destination, asked them to rate his service 5 stars, and they gave it a 5-star rating. When approaching the house, Lung Feng said he felt that he was about to meet some very familiar people. Mrs. Ju heard talking going on inside the house. Someone was shouting that the old man should give away that young man. The girl was afraid for her grandfather. The old man sitting on the floor told the oppressing man that he could even destroy him. He still wouldn't give up Leng Feng. Yang Lun shouted in that case he would help the old man, and swinging he wanted to hit the elder. Suddenly, Leng Feng appeared between the abuser and the old man. He said that the villain wanted him, beating the old man. What would the villain achieve? Elder Ju said, "Why did the young man come here? After all, these people wouldn't dare to touch him." The boy said that he unfortunately came a little late. A little more time and the old man would have lost his head. The young man told Mrs. Ju to take her grandfather away. He was going to deal with these two personally. The girl, taking her grandfather away, told the young man to be careful. The boy replied to tell her to be calm. If the two were stronger, he could always escape. Vivi said if a young man can't fight and is going to run away, he will beg to escape. She added that having offended a member of the Li family, he has no options left. But they won't let him die either. Young Lun said that this young man has a little bit of strength, but that's all he can do. Li should come here soon. He can't embarrass himself in front of the young ones. There was the rumble of a car outside, and the brakes squealed. The girl came over. She asked who had injured Uncle Zhu. Libby pointed her finger at the young man and told her niece that the culprit, this young man. The pop star saw the young man and recognized him. Is it really that guy again? She had been seeing him a lot lately. Lan Feng told the girl that it was him, and added that the people in the Li family were demanding to be beaten. The young man thought his own sister was sticking up for strangers. It was not for nothing that his teacher said that the modern world was amazing. The girl said that the young man should not have beaten Uncle Zhu like that. In addition, her brother had wet his pants, and it disgraced his honor. The girl added that it was unethical to do so. Mrs. Li's aunt shouted that that young man was talking too much. She asked her husband to teach that boy a lesson. Li Bi thought, what's wrong with her niece? Why does Li Yuan want to talk to that young man? The Li family who have offended should be compensated. Yang Lun shouted that he couldn't hold back any longer, and he would destroy this young man now. The man swung, intending to strike the young man. Li Yuan saw the appearance of her uncle's unusual strength and thought, what to do? Nothing had to be done. All that needed to be done was what Lan Feng did. He threw the attacker far back with one punch. Yang Lun's unusual strength didn't help him. Li Bi was surprised. Her husband was knocked out with one hand, but he has level 6 strength. How is that possible? Li Yuan tried to calm down and thought that everything was fine. Her brother-in-law had been beaten. Why should she worry about a stranger? The girl turned to the young man and asked, after all, who was he anyway? Leng Feng replied that he was a man who grew up in the mountains, unwanted by his father, without the love of his mother, and abandoned by his sister. He is a round orphan, deprived of care and support, a boy forgotten by people. Li Bi said she didn't care who he was, he just insulted her husband and insulted Li's family. All of this is unforgivable. The woman shouted that she was about to destroy Leng Feng and lunged at the young man. Li Yuan shouted for her aunt not to do that. She thought that the guy's aunt was not an opponent. You shouldn't act so impulsively. Suddenly, the unbelievable happened. A vampire appeared on the doorstep. He was screaming and waving his arms. Almost everyone was terrified. The vampire was being chased by men in black. They were shouting that everyone should run away quickly, because the vampire is a creature with level 4 strength. We must find shelter now. Suddenly, a spear pierced the four-armed creature's head. The vampire screamed in pain. A woman appeared in the room and shouted that this vampire shouldn't touch her daughter. It was Situlan. The vampire, the spear in his head, didn't stop. He waved his arms and continued to scream. Lung Feng said that how long it had been since he had used it. He even missed it a little bit. He uses his energy abilities. Leng Feng took aim from his finger and aimed a powerful energy beam directly at the vampire's head. The powerful beam pierced through the villain's head, leaving a hole. The vampire raised his arms and fell down. Those present thought, "Who is this guy really? Where did he get such strength from? Does he really possess the 6th level?" Li Bi thought how good it was that she didn't fight him. If this young man had fought seriously, there was no doubt that Yang Lun would have been destroyed. It turns out that he had condescended to this man. Yang Lun thought that he was a lucky man. Leng Feng asked the Li family representatives if they wanted to continue fighting with him. The men in black tried to break up the situation and said that they needed to clear the area immediately. Li Bi said that the young man is very strong. They're no match for him. But he ran into the Li family. They may die, but they won't lose their dignity. That's why they'll come back. Leng Feng asked, "Is it really their dignity to oppress other people? Then that dignity is very funny. Their dignity gets hurt when they fail to oppress a person. I mean, that's ridiculous." Li Yuan said that her brother was indeed the first to provoke the conflict. Then, Uncle Zhu was also involved. Lan Feng said that he has absolutely no concern for this family, but if they believe that this exodus is not over, he is waiting for them any time. Li Yuan asked, "Do they really have to take revenge? After all, he had just beaten up all those people." Elder Zhu said that this Li family appeared to understand nothing. The old man suggested that the Li family think about how old this young man must be now. Li Bai said that this guy is no more than 20 years old, but his worldview is much broader compared to the members of his family. To catch up with his level of development, they wouldn't even be 100 years old. There was a celebration at Z's company. The manager reported that Zhu Corporation had agreed to sign a contract with them. The girl hugged the young man. The young man said it was her doing. He had practically nothing to do with it, and asked the girl not to stain his new clothes with lipstick. Leng Feng thought that Shi Xiaoyue had stained his new clothes with lipstick yesterday. It was impossible to wash it off. He had to resort to force. Z said that the young man made the main effort to have the contract signed. Therefore, it should have his signature. In addition, it was decided that the young man would supervise the project. Miss Yuan was upset. The principal said that the girl would be the young man's deputy. Leng Feng said that it was definitely the merit of Miss Yuan. Therefore, the girl will take over the management of the project. He will be the nominal manager. The girl, smiling, agreed. Lan Feng had to pose with 2 girls to promote a project he was supervising. The young man wondered why there were so many formalities in signing a contract. Mrs. Jiao and Miss Yuan said that they have a big deal today and are having a dinner together. The young man can't refuse. The young man said he wouldn't go to the event. He hasn't made any money yet. Miss Yuan said that she was treating. Leng Feng replied that, in that case, he had no reason to refuse. Mistress thought that she was the one who wanted to invite the young man to dinner. They hadn't been able to talk properly last time. She thought all guys were the same. He just wants a pretty girl, and he's ready to spend all his time with her. There was a women's group at the party. The girls were congratulating each other for closing a big deal, and they drank all the way down. The young man thought to himself that he had already taken so many sips, but the taste was still unpleasant to him. He thought that beer was not for him. The girls lined up one after another and approached Leng Feng. They said that this case was his main merit and offered him a drink with everyone. One of the girls said that Lan Feng was really cool. Not even a week after he got a job, he was already a big success. The young man replied that it was cool. The teacher told him it doesn't matter who he is because it doesn't matter. Suddenly, the brakes squealed and a car pulled up. Mrs. Zhu was driving it. She told the young man to get into the car immediately. Everyone wondered why she had come. The girl asked if he liked drinking and eating in a large group of girls. Lan Feng replied that it was not bad. Miss Jiao was angry at the young man, but she didn't understand why she was doing it. The girl told herself to tell Miss Zhou Diti to calm down immediately. After all, this man had just helped her a few times. That was all. The young man noticed that DT still didn't say why she was looking for him. DT said that her grandfather wanted to invite the boy to dinner. He would personally roast a lamb for the boy himself. The young man thought, although he was not a meat eater, but it was impossible to refuse the roasted lamb. Lung Feng said that the meat was good. The grandfather said, in that case, the young man could eat as much as he could fit in. One of the girls, returning late at night from a party, thought that she should go home quickly. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to wake up tomorrow. She could be fined for being late at work. She didn't notice that she was being watched. The villain discreetly covered the girl's mouth with his hand and dragged her into an alley. The villain threw her on the ground and told her that she had a beautiful figure. The girl screamed and asked for help. When the young people returned from the party, DT's mother offered Leng Feng to spend the night in her daughter's room. The girl was terribly surprised. The woman winked at her daughter and told her to calm down. After all, she and her father had been through the same thing at that age. The mother and daughter saw the young man turn on his side and immediately fell asleep. The woman noted that the boy was not as smart as her husband. The night call woke up the young man. He picked up the phone and heard that there was trouble. The young man was still sleepy. Miss Yuan called from the crime scene. She said one of the girls was in trouble. Some villains robbed and abused her. Now she's dead. A few seconds later, the young man was dressed. To save time, he immediately jumped out the window. All he heard in his wake was, "What's he doing? It's the third floor." Grief-stricken Miss Yuan said, "Finally, the young man has arrived. That girl's family has already been informed." No one expected the party to end so tragically. Leng Feng noticed that the corpse was coming to life. It's not an easy murder. The young man stopped the cab and told Yuan to go home immediately. He would stay here and wait for this girl's family. The cab drove away. Lan Feng noticed that the zombie girl had gotten to her feet and was trying to cause trouble for the policeman. The young man walked up to the girl and grabbed her hand. He tried to be polite and said that there was no need to breed evil again. Len Feng locked the girl in an energy field, and to make it more secure, he put a strong steel chain around the field. The young man turned to the police and told them to call the competent people. After all, this was out of their jurisdiction. The policeman shouted that it was a monster and tried to run away. Suddenly, the men in black appeared. They asked that Leng Feng hand over the girl to them. They are very competent in this matter. The young man said that this girl is his friend. He knows she's already dead, but he really wants to avenge her. One of the priests got excited and asked if the young man meant that he wanted to help with the investigation. The young man nodded affirmatively. The young man thought that this girl was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It must be fate. The boy thought that the girl raised a glass for him. He should also honor her memory. The man in black asks how the young man is going to find the killer. This time the villain is unusual. He's carrying a virus. Leng Feng asked, "Does his interlocutor really know who the murderer is?" The man said he didn't know. But recently, the number of such victims has increased. They almost always find a virus in the body. They're pretty sure the villain is the same. After meeting the girls, he injects the virus into their bodies. The priest added, "It is likely that in this way, the murderer is preparing a pill of immortality." The man in black was approached by his young co-worker and told that they had found the surveillance video. It turned out that there were two villains. There were indeed two villains in the video. You could see their faces. Leng Feng clenched his fists and thought that he would finish off these rascals. The priest said that a civilian couldn't destroy people. The aide whispered in his ear that this young man wasn't really an ordinary person. The senior priest said if the young man joined their organization, many restrictions would be lifted for him. The priest introduced himself. He said his name is Guo Xian. He is the deputy head of the security department, and also the deputy head of the Dragon organization. Leng Feng thanked and said that he could handle it himself. The younger priest was surprised. How could he refuse the head's offer? After all, the deputy head of the department himself had made him an offer. Leng Feng said that he wanted to deal with the consequences on his own, and he advised the men in black not to interfere with him. Otherwise, things might get out of hand, and things would get even sadder. Suddenly, everyone saw a ghostly image in the sky. It appeared for a moment and then disappeared. The deputy head of the department thought, "Who is this kid really, and what does this ghostly image mean?" One of the villains thanks his partner and says he couldn't have done it alone, and remarks that they had a good time. These scoundrels decided that they were willing to commit another crime, and organize things like this. There was an altercation between the perpetrators. They started to figure out who was in charge. No common denominator was reached. Baldy told his partner that he was sending him to his grave in that case, and beheaded his companion. The bald villain called his former companion trash, and added that no one dares tell him what to do. Suddenly, the villain heard someone addressing him. It was our hero. The young man said that the villain had simplified the situation for him and helped him to solve the issue by 50%. The bald villain turned around and saw a young man standing not far away. He asked if the boy had had enough of life. Leng Feng showed the self-confident villain the girl's picture and asked if it was his handiwork. The villain was really confident and said that this girl had resisted to the last. In the same instant, Lang Feng gave the villain a crushing blow with his fist on his jaw. The villain thought, "Why is he so fast?" and said to the young man that he probably didn't know who he was dealing with. Lang Feng asked the caller if he knew what consequences sins have in this world. He added that the person had done wrong. The bald man shouted that he was the representative of the Jiao family. His boss would soon surpass his physical capabilities. Therefore, the young man had better let him go quickly. The young man did not listen to the threats against him. He punched a hole in the sidewalk using the scoundrel's head. The young man said that he was looking forward to seeing their boss and his entire clan. The young man thought to himself before doing so, he would not let this villain be reborn again. The young man grabbed the disappearing soul by the tail. The soul begged that the boy let it go and begged that he would do nothing bad. The rascal's soul said he would never do anything bad again. He would become a good man and so on. The young man said that this rascal would never be reborn again and destroyed him forever, without the possibility of rebirth. The deputy head of security happened to be nearby and turned to the young man. He said he was amazed at what he had seen. Lan Feng stated that he was just walking down the street. He doesn't know what happened, but that man's head abruptly exploded. The man in black thought that this young man and, without blinking an eye, said such a thing. Besides, his rage just now was very high. Surely his strength must have exceeded the first rank. The deputy department head thought he should definitely get this young man. The man told the young man that some people really, just walking around, can have their heads explode. It's all due to a flaw in evolution. Therefore, there is no need to be nervous. Lang Feng asked, did the deputy head of the department really believe his words? This kind of lie his teacher had never believed. The man said he suggested forgetting about it and just offered to walk. The aftermath of the head explosion will be dealt with by the Dragon organization. The man in black said it was the corpse of a Jiao family man. They've tried many times to catch him, but nothing has worked. That guy has at least level 4 strength. If he can take down that bastard so easily. The deputy chief suggested that the young man go to a tea house and have tea. It would be a good time to talk. Lan Feng said he suspects this is a mafia establishment. It's past midnight, but this tea house is still open. The man reassured the young man and told him that this place belongs to their organization. The man reassured the young man and told him that it belonged to their organization. Lang Feng's interlocutor poured fragrant tea for the young man and asked if he knew the person whose head had just exploded. That he knows him now. This is a sinful man who had to pay for all his sins. This is his last appearance in this world. The old man said that wasn't what he was talking about. That person was a representative of the Jiao family. Their family would soon surpass their physical capabilities. They will probably look for their man's killer. Lang Feng replied that if they wanted to destroy him, then let them come. In any case, his teacher said that if someone couldn't handle it, let them come for help. The old man asked who the young man's esteemed teacher was. From what he said, he must be much stronger than the young man. The man in black thought, are there any other people in this world so insanely strong? The young man started to get out of it. He said that it was all he had made up. His teacher doesn't talk much and fights very little. They just live together in the mountains. The man in black once again said, he really wants the young man to join their service, and he will immediately become an honorable elder. If the young man joins the Dragon organization, the Jiao family won't get him. The man added that the young man would be an elder, and he would also help them dispose of the Jiao family's corpses. In addition, they hope that the young man will take part in the conflict between the Li family and the Jiao family. The young man inquired about the conflict in question. The old man said that there was a deadly feud between the families. This conflict has been going on for years. Two families are trying to destroy each other, but the forces between the families are roughly equal, and no one can win. The man in black said that this time, an outstanding person, the boss of the Jiao Jitian family, appeared. He had surpassed the first rank. He had overcome the physical ability. The old man said that the man warned that he would exterminate the entire Li family in a month. The deputy head of the department said that the Jiao family had already started to act last night. 325 people from the Li family were killed last night. Not even the babies survived. The young man said it was a consequence of their bad deeds, that's all. The man in black said that their organization, Dragon, was created to protect and stabilize the world. How can they allow such a large-scale massacre to happen? Therefore, they hope that the young man will intervene and stop the war. The young man finished his tea, set the cup on the table, and said he was refusing. The young man said that he doesn't want to be an elder yet. Also, he doesn't want to get involved in worldly affairs. People have their own way. The scions of the Li family take advantage of their position to oppress the weak. It's happened more than once or twice. They should have paid for it a long time ago. The man in black told Leng Feng to think carefully and make the right decision. The next day came, the property of the Z family. Friends and family gathered to honor the memory of the fallen girl. Miss Yuan reported that the police had found those scoundrels. They had been brutally destroyed by someone. Miss Yuan added that a letter to the girl's parents has arrived. It was a threatening letter. The letter said that their son died because of this girl, so the writer of the letter threatened to destroy her whole family. Leng Feng took the letter and defiantly tore it up. He said he would deal with it himself. Yuan asked, how's he going to figure it out? She heard that these assassins have superpowers. The young man won't be able to do anything to them. The young man turned around and walked toward the exit. He said that he had his own ways of dealing with such issues. The young man thought that an ordinary family didn't deserve this. Their daughter was killed and they were threatened with reprisals. The boy concluded that life was never fair. Leng Feng decided that in that case, he would not tread any more ground. He promises himself that he will deal with this evil. The young man mentally apologized to his teacher and said that he would ignore his teachings this time. Searches were organized everywhere, in the mountains, in the steppes, and in the forests. At one point, the leader said he had found it. The man in black said that the Jiao family group is hiding in the mountains. We must be very careful. The head of the agency informed the man that Leng Feng would not help. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves. The men in black started to fly away under the influence of the wind. They were spinning in the air. Is there really such a wind? The man in black saw Leng Feng. He guessed what was wrong and said that they should move faster to the mountains. The special agents increased their movement speed. They were surprised the leader had said to be wary. Why then, disregarding safety, were they rushing so fast into the mountains? Somewhere at the foot of the mountains, the leader of the Jiao family told his adepts that someone had destroyed his son. The dead girl's family was involved. Until then, his son had turned many girls into walkers, and everything was fine. With this one, something went wrong. Leader Jiao said that this night they should eliminate all the members of the Xiaolei family. Suddenly, the old man heard someone addressing him. The stranger called him a desecrator. He added, who would have thought that this old man would talk about it so easily? Leng Feng, which was him, grabbed the Jiao leader by the throat and lifted him up. The young man said that these rascals had made a mistake in coming into existence. The other members of the Jiao family shouted for the young man to let their boss go. They would tear him to shreds. The zombies that appeared opened their eyes and moved towards the young man. Leng Feng's fingers were clenching. It was getting harder for the old man to breathe. He asked for mercy. The old man promised not to do anything wrong and not to take revenge again. The young man said that this old man would beg for mercy in the underworld. The young man began to dismember the old man's body in an orderly fashion, as if it were a Lego set. The young man said that he would not let this villain die very easily. The ring of zombies around the young man was shrinking. They said they had to destroy this guy because he had touched their boss. Suddenly, men in black appeared in the clearing. They shouted that no one should move. Everyone is to be arrested. The young man held old man Jiao by the scruff of his neck. He showed him to the leader of the men in black. The man saw the haggard body of the old man. His arms and legs were missing. The boy said that he would keep this rascal for himself. The deputy security chief told the young man to take it easy and give what was left of old man Jiao to them. Leng Feng told the deputy chief to call the dragon organization. He would be explained there that the young man was currently a nominal elder. The guy turned around and flew out of here in large strides through the air. He carried Elder Jiao's body with him. The man called the office and said that Leng Feng had agreed to be the nominal elder, and he took a member of the Jiao family with him. The man was told over the phone that the young man could do as he saw fit. All members of the Dragon organization should be informed to stay out of Leng Feng's way and to cooperate as much as possible. Leng Feng held Jiao's exhausted body above the abyss. He asked how many people he had destroyed in his miserable life. The bleeding old man said that he didn't remember anymore. The old man added that as soon as his boss was done, he would immediately destroy the young man, and added that he would be waiting for him in hell. The guy stated, if this rascal doesn't remember the number of victims, right now he's going to start paying for it. The young man said he would not destroy it. The earth itself would do it. The young man unclenched his hand, and the old man's body flew down the cliff. The young man looked up and said that the disciple understood the teacher's thought that everything in the world is cyclical. When the disciple understands this, he will go back to the mountains that day, the Z family's domain. Madam asked where the young man had gone. She inquired in his company, but no one knew about it. Lang Feng was surprised and asked what she was looking for him for. What had happened? The girl said she had something to do. She hoped that the young man would keep her company and go with her to the auction. The young man replied that he didn't mind. The girl asked him not to ask anything. The young man said he didn't mind. He just wanted to get to know people better. Mistress noticed that the young man had become more talkative. He had changed for the better. She invited him to sit down in the car. Miss Jiao knew about everything because Yuan had told her everything. As such, the girl did not know what to do about the young man in the future. The car stopped outside a huge building. The girl said they were here for the auction. The young man said that people with money probably go to the auction a lot, and he asked what he should do. The girl explained to him that he should behave according to the rules of etiquette. It's an expensive place, so everyone should behave properly. In this expensive place, everyone behaved with decorum. Family members were present. Lang Feng saw Mr. Li and asked, wasn't he the one who had recently wet his pants? Mr. Li was surprised. What was this man doing here? The woman thought that Zhu DT had already found a suitable match. The woman thought that Zhu DT had already found a suitable mate. Mrs. Li thought that Mrs. Zhu's taste was so bad. How could she compare that young man to her son? The woman stated that it was a matter of Mrs. Zhu's taste, but if she had chosen her son, Li Yuan, it would have been much better. The woman thought that this young man had protected Zhu DT from a level 4 corpse. Whether that was good or bad was not for her to decide. A security guard approached the woman and said he had an urgent message. It's urgent to leave here because the Jiao family's men have appeared here. The woman told the guard to get them out quickly through the back doors. There's a conflict between these families right now. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to meet. Lang Feng thought that the dragon had already informed him that the Jiao and Li families hated each other like water and fire. The male members of the Jiao family said hello to Mrs. Zitulin. They said that they hadn't seen her for a long time. They didn't expect to meet this woman. She had become even more beautiful and attractive. Mrs. Ji said hello to Mr. Jiao and asked who the young man beside him was. Was it really his son? The man confirmed, it is indeed his son, Jiao Jie. A young man saw the young lady and told his father that he liked her. He wants this girl. Miss Si Wulan said that this young man doesn't understand the rules of etiquette. Old man Jiao said that his son has a good eye. Little Miss Zhu is very beautiful. She's perfect for their family as a bride. He's ready to prepare the wedding. The woman shouted excitedly that her daughter was no object to their flighty son. The old man said that Mrs. Zitalan also has strength. Then she should realize that their boss is the strongest in the world. If she is willing to marry off her daughter to his son, then their family won't know any problems in the future. Young Jiao reached out his hand to the girl and said that he wanted to pick her up today. The woman stood in front of her daughter and told the young man that he dare not do that. There could be consequences because of this. Street Jiao said that the woman was somewhere around level 7, and he was level 5. If she continues to stand her ground, she shouldn't hold a grudge against him after that. The old man continued, why does Madame Situ continue to remain silent? The woman shouted for the old man to shut up immediately. Otherwise, she would deal with him quickly. At the right moment, Lang Feng appeared and said that these people were not worth a woman's attention. The old man wondered what kind of rascal dared to say that about him. The young man said he hates people comparing people to dogs the most. His teacher said that when faced with such a situation, you can use force. The young man immediately attacked the scoundrel, hitting him with a punch. The old man fell to the ground. The young man did not stand still. He knocked down young Master Jiao and his old father. The two of them were flying around the room under the impact of Lang Feng's blows, and no level of strength helped them. The woman thought that this young man really did have a very significant power. The old man shouted that he would remember this young man. He would inform his boss, and Lang Feng would regret what he had done today. He would be quartered. The young man approached the man again and said that bad words, also a type of sins. You can't do that. The young man had to use force again, and the two men, the son and the father, flew out into the street. The girl suggested her mother return home. I don't want the Jiao family to show up like Grandpa. The girl asked the young man to walk them home. Already at home, Old Man Zhu said that the Jiao family looks down on people. He will call Grandpa Shu right away. The man added that as early as tomorrow, he wants the Jiao family's people to personally come and apologize. The girl thanked the young man for his help this evening. The young man said he was curious to know if his mentor's teachings had meaning. Dati replied that the young man had been very helpful anyway. Besides 6, she didn't want to lose the man who had been so kind to her. The young man left. The girl thought as he parted, he touched her face. That's so unusual. She thought this guy was very strange. In the C family, the old man was very happy when he saw the young man. He shouted, "At last this boy has come back." Xiao Yue told her grandfather that this young man was like a grandson to him. When she returned home, he was not so happy. Lan Feng asked if Grandpa C knew anything about superpowers. Mr. C said of course he knows. When he met the young man's teacher, that's when he learned about superpowers. He also knows quite a few families with superpowers. Lan Feng continued to ask questions. Then does the old man know how to naturally obtain superpowers? The old man said that although he wasn't very enlightened, but he had heard from the young man's teacher that walking on the void was the basis of it. In the city, superpowered people are very rare. After all, they are all hermits. The young man took a few steps up in the air and asked, "Can these people do that?" The old man, seeing this, cried out that the young man was indeed a little hermit. The girl declared that she wanted to be so too. Lan Feng thought that this was all strange. He had been walking through the void for 8 years. 3 years ago, he was persuaded by his teacher that he exceeded rank 1. And recently, he was only given the 6th rank. The young man thought, what rank is he after all? A guy saw a singer performing on TV. It was his sister. He thought that the Li family might really disappear. The next day came. The man asked why Lan Feng hadn't been in the company much lately. Could he be sick? The young man replied that he couldn't go to the company now. He had to visit Ju's family first. After the party, father and son Jiao apologized to old man Ju and said that they had taken a lot of extra the night before and therefore behaved inappropriately. Lan Feng thought that apologizing was also a way to resolve the conflict. But why didn't they just apologize instead of using their strength? The father and son walked out from the old man. The son asked why they had forgotten after all. The man said that for the Jiao family, there is no word, forgotten. As he was leaving in his car, the father told his son that once they got rid of the Li family, the boss would settle the score with him. The young man thought, why did they mention the Li family again? What could this all mean? The girl was surprised to see Lan Feng. She asked, how could he be here? The guy asked the girl to explain to him why Jiao Hai could come and apologize. The young lady replied it was all because their grandfather found people to help them. People with power from Grandpa Shu's side provide protection. In return, they allow you to have a stake in the business. Mr. Ju said that he apologized to the Li family. In fact, these people help the Li family very often. But now they had to help each other, even though the Jiao family does whatever they want. The old man added that last night, the Jiao family attacked the Li family in the capital city. Most of the Li family's people were killed. In addition, Li Yuan's star Li Yuan was also missing. Lan Feng said that the most important thing is to calm down. The affairs of the Jiao and Li families should not concern them. While seeing him off with a glance, Lan Feng thought that the young man didn't really like this Li Yuan. Then why is he acting like this? The guy thought that Li Yuan had disappeared. She couldn't remember him. She had questions, but after all, he was able to remember her at first sight. The young man had the phone of the Dragon organization. A call went out. He was told that he was about to receive an assignment and he had to find and return young Li Yuan. He also had to solve the feud between the Li and Jiao families. The young man was told that the Dragon organization would provide him with everything he needed, and they told him where Li Yuan had been seen last time. The young man said that he had a plane to prepare and was ready to leave right now. Lan Feng remembered his teacher saying that one should rely on all 6 senses. That's right. The young man realized that he was alone. He doubted if he could help his family. In any case, if anyone dared to touch his family, they could never be reborn again. After arriving, the young man was met at the airport by Police Chief Qin Ming. Lan Feng asked if there were any leads. The police chief said that the girl disappeared 3 days ago. Normally, you should start searching now, but he was pretty sure that the girl had already left the city. Lan Feng said that the 2 families are now in violent conflict. The only place this girl can be is in this city. Li Yuan had to come here to hide from the Jiao family. She hasn't been in contact. Either the Jiao family caught her or she's still hiding. The police chief showed the young man the latest surveillance video. She went into the hotel and was never seen again. Miss Li was told she could stay here. It's safe. No one will disturb her. The girl thanked Ju Po. There's not much the Li family can rely on right now. The girl thought that their family might really disappear. Her parents had sent her here to hide. But how are they doing? How is her little brother doing? If they find him, will he be able to forgive them? There was a knock on the door. A voice outside shouted for her to open quickly. The girl thought she had been found very quickly. There was a knock at the door from Uncle Ju's grandson, Ju Bo. The young man asked what his grandfather was doing. It took him half a day to open the door. Ju Bo said he had something important to tell his grandfather and went inside. The old man thought it was not good. After all, the young miss is still in the house. The young man said this house smells like perfume. Is grandfather hiding a girl here? The grandfather said that's not true. If the young man has something to say, let him say it. Otherwise, he should leave, because he doesn't have time. The young man said his grandfather should understand him. He just needs some money. He recently got a girlfriend and needs money to lay the groundwork for his grandfather to have a great-grandson as soon as possible. The old man objected. The young man is already 25 years old, and he still doesn't have a job. Just because he's in love doesn't mean his grandfather will provide for him until he dies. Jiao said he just hasn't found his life's purpose yet. When he gets married, he will be a good father and work hard. Also, he will definitely be a good grandson. The old man gave the young man the money and told him that he must be good first of all for his girl. Jiao said he shouldn't be stingy since his grandson is in love. As he was leaving, Jiao noticed a piece of jewelry, a woman's pendant, lying on the floor. Someone had dropped it. The young man told his grandfather when he became rich, he would provide his grandfather with a good life. Jiao stepped outside. The pendant was in his hand. He had stolen it. The young man said that the old man still hid the woman and gave her such an expensive necklace. He decided to give this necklace to his beloved. On the way, the young man met men in black. He asked what they wanted. The Lee family home. All of the young Lee boys were in attendance. Everyone was curious to know from the boss what would be the next step. One of the men said that there was no need to be nervous. They just need to admit the mistake to Jiao's family and apologize. The head of the Lee clan said that they would never grovel before the Jiao family. The glory of their ancestors cannot be destroyed in this generation. The old man added that the Lee family would never surrender until the last man died in the battle. All the men put their hands up and repeated the phrase loudly. The Lee family would never give up until the last man died in the battle. Boss said that the Lee clan is not afraid of death. If the Jiao clan wants to fight, they are ready. Lan Feng thought as long as his sister was in the city, he would definitely look for her. Time passed, but the young man was still unable to locate his sister. Where could she be hiding? The young man saw Jiao Hai. He realized that they had also come to this city. This man was the leader sent by the Jiao family to find Li Yuan. In front of the man was Qin Ming, chief of police. How could a member of the Dragon Squad contact the Jiao family? Leng Feng thought that Qin Ming or the Dragon Organization wanted to betray him. Jiao was bound hand and foot and kneeling on his knees. The man in black was showing the boss the necklace he had taken away from the young man. It was young Li Yuan's necklace. It seemed like this person was asking the young man where he got this necklace from. The guy realized that they were looking for Li Yuan. Lan Feng continued to observe and thought that it was impossible to lag behind them. The men were ordered by the boss that they must catch and deliver the girl absolutely safe and sound. The officer on duty at the entrance said that before entering, you had to register. No one listened to the old man, and he was brushed aside. The men kicked the door to the room with their foot and said they had come for Miss Li Yuan. The old man, seeing the danger, told the girl to hurry up. Even if it cost him his life, he would try his best to delay the pursuers. The man said that if it wasn't for this old man's grandson, they wouldn't be here. The girl screamed for them not to hurt these people. After all, they wanted her. She would not resist. The villains captured the girl. The old man called them names and told them to leave this miss alone. The man grabbed Jiao's head and squeezed it. Then he let go and the young man fell down. The old man screamed. The man in black said that the young man wasn't dead. He just turned into an idiot. But if the old man kept on pushing, the young man might not be able to take the next blow. The girl was taken away. The old man sat crying over his grandson. Mr. Jiao asked if the elder could give him this girl. He wants her to belong to him forever. The elder said he saw no problem with it, and the young man could have her for himself. The girl thought if this rascal wanted to insult her, she would silently destroy herself. The man looked at Leng Feng's photo and thought that the next step would be to wait for this guy. In that case, he would fall into a trap and be beheaded in the style of the gods. The rascal approached the girl and said that he would now pay attention to her. Li Yuan said that she didn't want that, and if he continued, she would do something to herself. Suddenly, the window to the room shattered and the lightning-fast Leng Feng appeared. The young man didn't give the villains a second thought. He said that he has a hobby. As soon as he sees villains like this, he immediately destroys them. Bodyguards appeared in the room. They shouted that they were going to destroy this young man, and they attacked him with their fists. Leng Feng said that the accomplices also deserved to die. With this sentence, the young man made it clear how he would deal with these people. They had no chance of survival. Lan Feng motioned for the girl to follow him. He promised that he would take her back. Elder Jiao appeared on the doorstep. He said that the young man had actually come. The man saw the breathless body of his son and shouted that he was about to destroy this scoundrel. He threw his fists at Leng Feng. The young man didn't have any mercy on the man either. He had to smash his head through the ceiling. The boy noticed that the old man seemed to have memory problems. The men thought that this Jiao Hai was a level 5 warrior. However, he was eliminated with a single blow. This guy is very skillful. No wonder Qinming told them to be careful with the young man. Elder Jiao said that Leng Feng destroyed his Jiao family's zombie breeding squad. Looks like he's brave enough. Li Yuan told the young man that this old man, a 4th level warrior, he is very strong. The boy shouldn't risk his life for her, so she suggested that the boy should leave this place. Leng Feng replied, telling her to stay behind him. He's not rescuing her. He's just carrying out the task given to him by the Dragon Organization. The elder said he would deal with this boy now, and then his men would deal with this girl right in front of him. The young man fought off the elder's attack and said that now he knew what a level 4 warrior was. The old man was furious. He declared that he would now use his strongest strike. Elder Jiao applied 1,000,000,000,000 lightning bolts. The girl shouted for Leng Feng to be more careful. From the side, one could see a powerful energy beam from this building was directed vertically upwards. Something incredible was happening in this building. The men thought that their elder had really used this attack. Even a 2nd-level warrior would have died on the spot. Most likely, this young man had already died. No one else would dare to contact the Jiao family. Leng Feng stood there unharmed. He said, "Is this really it? Let the old man at least say that he tried." The men were amazed. How was this guy able to survive? How was he able to resist this elder's technique? He must not be human. The elders shouted, "How could this be possible? Even ancestors can't remain unharmed from such a blow." Leng Feng said, if everyone present was tired of being outraged and had run out of their holds, it was now his turn. The young man delivered a powerful striking blow, and the old man was thrown far back. His subordinates were surprised. Leng Feng held out his hand to the girl and told her to follow him. He would take her home. Who was this young man? As he left, the young man threateningly said that the Jiao family members would be responsible for repairing this house. Otherwise, he would destroy them one by one. Already on the airplane, the girl thought that the young man was going to take her back to the Li family, and when they arrived, it would all be over. Leng Feng thought that the Li family was in the same state as before. On the airplane, a girl approached Li Yuan and asked if she was a superstar. Could she give her autograph? The girl affably agreed and asked where to sign. The admirer said she could sign on her clothes. The satisfied girl thanked the superstar. She was very happy. The young man said that the girl has a lot of fans. She is successful and must be happy. Li Yuan asked, does the young man really think she is a happy person? After all, he sees how she has to be. The young man said the girl has parents who love her, fans who adore her, money that she can spend. Isn't she unhappy? Right now, the girl is just going through the hardships of life. In this world of entangled karma, countless people have spent all their energy just to live. She does not know what it is like to bleed slowly when one sees one's life breaking down. Li Yuan thought that she was really very happy, but there was sadness on her face. The young man thought she was so happy that she had forgotten that she had once had a brother. Jinling Li's family home. The girl said that it was her house and asked if he would like to visit it as a guest. The young man refused and said that his task for the Dragon Squad was to bring the girl home. Now his mission is complete. The girl stopped him. She said that the young man had saved her and she should thank him for it. Li Yuan remembered being told that they should not let the young man go. His strength is unfathomable. He is the only hope to save the family. Yuan Qin, the girl's mother, appeared on the doorstep and asked if her daughter was all right. The girl cried and threw herself into her mother's arms. The woman said that the girl had scared her to death. Leng Feng saw this woman and remembered his mother. The woman saw the young man, extended her hand to him and introduced herself. She said she was the girl's mother and thanked him for saving her daughter. The young man stared in confusion at the woman and the hand she drew to him. The woman asked why the young man's eyes were so red. Maybe he is not feeling well? Leng Feng replied that he felt fine. Li Yuan said that the young man is a bit withdrawn, but he is a good person, and asked if they could invite him to dinner. The woman agreed and asked why the young man would not come to their home for dinner. She would personally prepare a meal to thank him for saving her daughter. Lan Feng agreed. He thought that the last time his mother cooked him a meal was more than 10 years ago. The girl thought, what's wrong with this guy? When she talked him into coming over, he didn't want to, but as soon as his mother invited him, he agreed right away. The head of the Li family, Li Daodong, said that this young man is in cahoots with their enemies. Li Hao, the girl's father, was surprised. He asked the boss, what did he mean? After all, it was this young man who had saved the girl. The elder said that the Lee family was in a dire situation right now. Only the last brave person would be able to go against the Jiao family. Everyone is avoiding the Lee family, but this guy is helping them. After all, it seems suspicious. Li Hao asked, did the elder really think it was a spy? The old man said it was quite possible. Li Daodong said that this young man should be chased out of the family. But we must do it carefully. They say he's very strong. The woman approached the young man and offered him some fruit. The young man continued to sit sadly on the sidelines. Leng Feng asked, looking out the window, what was in the courtyard? Li Yuan suggested the young man look for himself. The girl said that this little house is just like their old house was in another place. And her father asked her to build this house in such a way that it would remind them of the old one. The young man thought that they still remembered that house and that tree that grew next to it. Leng Fen remembered sitting on the branch of a big tree afraid to climb down, and his father telling him to jump into his arms. The child was crying, and the father told the boy to be brave and he would do well. The baby trusted his father and said that his daddy should catch him. The baby pushed himself off the branch. The man walked over to Leng Feng and thanked the young man for saving his daughter. The boy looked at his father and thought he had aged a lot. The man stated, if that is all, the young man should leave this family as soon as possible, because this family is in serious danger. They don't want the boy involved. Li Yuan said that this young man was very strong and could help their family. The father yelled at his daughter and told her to shut up. He is talking to another person. Why is she interrupting him? Leng Feng looked at the man and asked, is he really being kicked out? The man said, it's not that he's kicking out. It's that the family is in danger of being destroyed. He doesn't want the young man to lose his life because of it. The young man agreed. He thought that now they wouldn't even recognize him. Therefore, he would not fight for this family. The girl told her father, if this young man was willing to help them, their family would have a better chance of defeating the Jiao family. The man asked his daughter if she thought that this young man might be a spy of the Jiao family. They are already in great danger, so they can't afford to make mistakes. The young man remembered himself as a child. His mother came to him and told him that dinner was ready and he should go back to the house. The boy repeated these words, enough playing around and rather need to get back to dinner. Li Yuan thought that the young man wanted to stay. After all, he is her benefactor. She shouldn't do this to him. The father asked his daughter what she had decided to do. The girl took a firm step towards the young man. The girl took the young man's hand and motioned for him to go home for dinner. Li Yuan told her father that she was inviting her savior home for dinner. Everything will be fine. The landlady said that all the dishes were ready and they could take a seat at the table. Leng Feng looked at the food and thought that many of the dishes were his favorites when he was a child. The woman offered the young man a taste of what she had prepared. She said she didn't know if the young man would like it. Li Yuan said that there were braised pork knuckles on the table. It was her brother's favorite dish. Those present noticed tears in the young man's eyes. The woman thought, had she ruined everything? Lan Feng thought that it tastes the same as before. It reminds him of his childhood. The young man closed his eyes in pleasure. Suddenly, the man jumped up from the table. There were some suspicious sounds outside. Everyone became alarmed. Outside, someone shouted that the Li family members would die today, and no one will survive. They have to go outside. A member of the Li family said that everyone should leave, because the ancestor of the Jiao family is standing outside their house. This won't end well. The girl turned to her brother Wu and said that she would have one request for him. No matter which one of them gets there first, they should first say goodbye to their brother and ask him how he was doing. Did he have a good time? Lan Feng thought, so his sister still remembers him. They hadn't forgotten him. The man said Li's family will never give up. Li Yuan asked her mother why don't they go help her father instead of spending the rest of their lives in hiding. She is willing to die instead of hiding like a rat from the Jiao family. The woman said her daughter looked like her. She offered to go with her daughter to her brother's house. Li Yuan told Leng Feng that they are going to the battlefield, so she can't stay with the young man. She's sure that with his abilities, it won't be hard for him to leave the Li family. So, he has to leave. She hopes that they will meet in the future. Li Yuan turned around and told her mother that they were leaving. The young man was left alone. He thought he knew what he had to do. The young man walked into the small remodeled house. He found a room that was an exact copy of his childhood room. The young man found his childhood notes. He wrote about what his sister had taken him fishing. He was very happy, but he couldn't catch any fish. In this diary were many of his childhood notes. Guy thought, turns out they never forgot about him. Ling Feng decided that he couldn't go on like this any longer. Otherwise, he would really lose them. The Li family ancestral hall. The Li family members tell the boss that there is no way out. If they lose this place, they won't be able to meet the ancestors of the Li family anymore. The Jiao family representative who came to the battle said, "Why this protective formation? Do they really think they can stop him that way?" The elder told Jiao Kui, as long as Li Daodong is here, he will not allow the Li family to be rampaged. The old man said for his clan members to help. The Li family members immediately began to use their energy abilities to repel the opponent's attack. Elder Li thought that it seemed like this should be enough to destroy Jiao Kui with this technique. The men of the Jiao clan told the elder to leave this place and not waste his strength. The opponent's technique is a deadly attack that the Li family has maintained over the years. One must be careful. Jiao Kui replied. They didn't seem to know much about his innate strength. The elder gathered his strength and used his energy abilities to summon thunder and lightning. Everyone was amazed. What a powerful force this is. This technique destroyed even those who surpassed rank 1. The man said if his opponent wasn't so cocky and didn't stand still, he wouldn't have been able to hit him. Everyone realized that the elder was able to protect the Li family. The family members were jubilant. They had been able to protect their ancestral hall, and they had succeeded. The women rejoiced with everyone else. Mrs. Li couldn't believe her eyes. Did it really work? This couldn't be possible. However, Jiao Kui was unharmed. Elder Li was the most surprised. Did his opponent really have innate strength as well? How could he fight him? The Jiao family representative asked, was this really the last trump card up their sleeve? What do they think they will do next? Mr. Jiao said it's his turn now, and he will show his skills. Elder Li said that he was using his last strength right now, but he would be able to protect the Li family's ancestral hall. The men of the Li family all stood up to protect their ancestral hall and managed to create a protective field. Elder Li looked at the result of the work and said that he would have to add a stronger defense with 3 spheres. Right now, this was the only thing that Elder Li could do. There was no way the opponent would be able to break through these 4 spheres of the defense layer. Jiao Kui said that these guys apparently still didn't understand him and his intentions. They don't understand what innate strength means. Master Jiao showed where he would attack the Li family's manor. The men thought, is this really the innate technique? It didn't seem like there would be anything extremely dangerous about it. It was impossible for such an easy technique to break through the Li family's defense formation. The Li family members, seeing the red ball looming over their defense, thought that something was wrong. They shouted that they should immediately move in that direction to lend support. Elder Li was surprised. What was this force that was moving on their manor? He tried to block the movement of this ball. Elder Li began to bleed from the exertion. He thought that the opponent was too strong. He can't hold back any longer. Why is it that their Li family doesn't have an innate in their family either? Everyone saw the number of attacking red spheres increase to 3. The attack was increasing. Elder Li realized that their family was being defeated. For the first time in 1,000 years, the Li family would probably be annihilated. The family didn't have the level of strength to resist. The man, feeling defeated, thought that innate strength was God's strength. Mr. Li hugged his women and said that they would meet again in the next life. There was nowhere to wait for help. But this was not the end of it. Everyone saw a young man advance towards the enemy's fire spheres. It was Leng Feng. Everyone recognized him. The man shouted, after all, he wasn't related to the Li family. Why is he doing this? Jiao Kui said that the young man was doing it in vain. He would have to die with everyone else. The young man knew what technique to use to suppress Mr. Jiao's attack. His teacher had taught it to him in his time. Leng Feng created a counter-explosion, sending huge clots of energy towards the red spheres. Mr. Li said that this young man was able to break the innate's attack, but that's impossible. The young man approached his opponent. He asked if it was true that the ancestor of the Jiao family was in front of him. The opponent said that's what it is. He is Jiao Kui. He wondered, why is this young man trying to stop him from attacking the Li family? Lan Feng replied that it was very simple. He couldn't just watch the Li family being destroyed. The man said, if the young man wants to help the Li family in such a situation, then it means he is trying to stop him. Jiao Kui thought that he couldn't understand the level of this guy's ability, but he seems to have a special ability. Mr. Jiao said, if the young man insists on fighting him, he will immediately die. Elder Jiao told his descendants to attack the Li family hall. The Jiao family members moved towards the manor in anticipation of reprisal. Li Yuan told her father that she would rather die than be humiliated. Mr. Li thought he felt sorry for that young man. He would be buried with their Li family. He was able to block the innate's attack with his ability, but would he be able to withstand the innate's full strength? Jiao Kui said that the young man's attempts were useless. He is about to use his deadly technique. No one can escape from it. The young man fended off his opponent's attack. He said, was it really the strongest innate death hold right now? Is that it? What was he going to do next? Jiao Kui shouted, how is this possible? This technique is absolutely impossible to break from the inside. Leng Feng said that he didn't care what his opponent said. The young man used a counterattack, and Jiao Kui was hit hard. The men couldn't understand what was going on here. Why was there an explosion up ahead? Could it be that this guy had been destroyed by an ancestor? The men said they do. They see this guy up ahead. We need to take him down now. This is their chance. Mr. Li said, all the Li family members who had strength left should help this young man. The girls shouted that the young man urgently needed help. Elder Li told his companions that they should show some respect for those who risk their lives and help them. When the smoke and dust cleared, the picture that presented itself to everyone was quite astonishing. There was an emotionless body hanging on the edge of the cliff. It was Jiao Kui's body. No one could understand what was happening. Everyone saw that Lan Feng was unharmed. But that's impossible. The Jiao family's ancestor had never lost. The young man said that this time this Jiao ancestor had lost. Holding the screaming and bleeding Jiao Kui by the throat, the young man said that if the Jiao family members took even one more step forward, the same thing that happened to their ancestor would happen to them. The young man threw Jiao Kui head down onto the rocks with all his might. The Jiao family members were frightened. If the young man really did this, they would all die. So this young man also has innate strength. Mr. Jiao thought, would his family be destroyed in a place like this? Why was the Li family able to call someone like this guy? Leng Feng asked the elder, all the supernatural beings of the Jiao family have gathered here. Isn't that correct? Jiao Kui says the young man can destroy him, but he begs that his sons and grandsons be spared. He vows that they will never again step outside their family. Leng Feng said that he was not like his opponent and threw the old man aside. The Jiao family members immediately ran up to their elder. The young man said if the Jiao family ever crossed the Li family's threshold again, he would destroy this entire clan. The young man added, if the opponent does not believe, he has a chance to check the truthfulness of these words. The men thought, what kind of person is this? It looks like a murderous aura visible to the naked eye. Even the ancestors had never been able to reveal such an aura. Jiao Kui kneeled down and said, if his family doesn't do as this young man wants, then the Jiao clan will indeed be destroyed, and he will become an ancient sinner from the Jiao clan. Jiao Kui bowed to the young man and said that his clan would do as the young man said. All the members of the Jiao family followed their elder's example. Li Yuan, looking behind the young man's actions, told her father that he didn't seem to need their help anymore. Li family lobby. The Li family is grateful to Leng Feng for saving the clan and will never forget it. If Leng Feng had any wishes, the Li clan would do their best to fulfill them. Everyone expressed their sincere appreciation and gratitude to the young man. Lan Feng said that he didn't need anything. The young man thought that he didn't like it when someone kneels before him, especially if they were his blood relatives. Elder Li asked if Leng Feng could stay with their family for a while longer. The young man replied that he could stay a few more days, but he wanted to stay at Mr. Li Hao's house. The elder replied that the young man can live in any house he wants. Mr. Li Hao stated that he goes to prepare the young man's room. Lan Feng didn't think it would end like this. In fact, he could just stay in his old bed. There was a knock on the door. It was Li Yuan. She asked if she could come in. The young man replied that the door was open. The girl sat back and thought that she couldn't even look the young man in the eyes. Leng Feng asked if there was anything he could do to help. Li Yuan sat beside the young man, unable to utter a single word. Her tongue had become wooden. She was blushing, embarrassed and afraid to even raise her eyes. The young man asked, "What did they say?" The girl replied, "They said the reason he helped their family was because of her." The girl asked, "Is that true?" The young man answered yes and no. The boy said that he likes her, but he also likes Uncle Li Hao and Aunt Yuan Qingrong. He did that because of them, all of them. The girl caught herself thinking about this guy a lot. Was it because his parents had invited him over for dinner? Li Yuan realized that the young man did all of this because of her as well. She liked him too, but not as a guy to a girl. Li Yuan thought that it was more like some very familiar and pleasant feeling. It was as if she was seeing her blood relative. Li Yuan thought that she must have gone crazy. After all, her brother had left long ago. Leng Feng asked, "Why is she here now? Is she really going to stay sleeping here?" The girl explained that she just felt comfortable here and would like to stay in this room a little longer. The young man said it would be all right if she stayed a little longer. But if she falls asleep and snores, I'll have to throw her out. The girl shouted angrily that he was snoring himself. The girl said that her father asked her to inquire something from the young man. Lan Feng replied that he was listening. The girl wondered, after all, the young man could have easily exterminated the Jiao clan. Why didn't he do that? Lan Feng thought, as I expected. In fact, all people are the same. The young man explained, first of all, extermination. That's the reason for the Holocaust, and he's not sure he can take it. Secondly, if he exterminates the Jiao clan, then what will be the difference between the Li and Jiao clans? If the Jiao family is destroyed today, there will be another family tomorrow that will want to do the same to the Li family. Li Yuan said that the young man was right. Besides, there are countless innocent people in the Jiao family who did not deserve to die. Lang Feng asked if the girl was done with her questions. Could she leave him alone? Because he really hates it when people snore. The girl shouted loudly again that she doesn't snore. Parents from the other room heard their daughter screaming. The mother remarked that she had assumed that the young people would not be suitable for each other. Her gut did not fail her. The man said if it wasn't for the elder's order, he wouldn't have sent his daughter. The threat of the Jiao family was only temporarily removed, and she could return at any time. Li Yuan walked up to her father and said that if their Li family didn't become stronger, then there was no point in relying on someone else. The father said his daughter was right. He has lived most of his life, however. He is not as good as his two children. Li Yuan said that it was better to try to get Lang Feng to solve their issue. At least the Li family's generation could remain intact. At the same time, events were unfolding at the foot of the mountain. A planned meeting has taken place. Influential people of the clan have come to negotiate. The meeting decided to find someone who could join the clan and provide invaluable support in resolving the issue with the opposing clan. The morning of the next day came. Li Yuan woke up and stretched. She told Lang Feng to wake up because it was time for breakfast. The girl saw the door to the young man's room open. She peeked in and saw that it was empty. Where did everyone go? The airport waiting room. The young man never thought that so many people would be waiting for him when he left the Li family today. The guy didn't realize when he had time to become so famous. Not far from the young man, a stranger in red was waiting for a flight. She thought, where could this guy have come from? The girl asked the young man how today's makeup looked on her. Lan Feng replied that it looked very good. But why is she wearing such a bright red lipstick? The girl took off her sunglasses and asked if the young man knew who she was. The young man speculated that she might be a fortune teller. His teacher said that only fortune tellers wear sunglasses. The girl inside was boiling. She tried to calm herself down. She thought that for the sake of the common good, she should keep her temper in check. After all, unusual people have unusual personalities. The girl said that the young man was very funny. There was another man nearby who asked if the pretty girl was talking to him. The girl in red, Jing Chen, jumped up and looked around. Where did that young man go? The young man was already on the plane. He was flying economy class. The young man said that he was almost stuck with this strange woman again. The stewardess asked the young man, after all, isn't he Lang Feng? The girl explained that the young man's ticket had been upgraded to first class for free and suggested that he go to another cabin. The young man immediately pointed out that it was a free upgrade. In the first-class cabin, a young man saw a girl with a red. She looked back and greeted him. Jing Chen said that it must be fate if they met again. Lan Feng said he was more used to economy class after all. The young man was about to leave to go back to economy class. The stewardess approached him and asked him to stay. If he left, she would lose this month's salary. The girl in red told the young man that she forgot to introduce herself. She is the shareholder and CEO of this airline. Her name is Jing Chen. All the staff on this airplane are her people. The young man advised to give a raise to this flight attendant. She's selling her looks for money. She's willing to work for any price. Jing Chen said it was no problem. The girl asked for Lang Feng's attention for the next few hours. The young man asked what she wanted. Maybe she wants him to join her company too. The interlocutor smiled and said it was true. The strange woman said she would let the young man be her husband. Lang Feng realized that this conversation would not lead to anything good and said that he was actually a monk. The girl in red said the young man was lying, looking her in the eye. He has a lot of hair on his head. How can a monk have hair? Lang Feng began to wriggle out of it and added that he wasn't really a monk. He was a Taoist priest. Jing Chen said that she still didn't believe him. He doesn't look like a priest, and he should honor her request. The young man continued. He said that he was no ordinary Taoist priest. In fact, he was an immortal. When he attains enlightenment, he will ascend, and then the woman will have to become a widow. Therefore, he should not tie himself in marriage to anyone. The celestial realm is a new dimension where there is no Wi-Fi and video calls will not be possible. The girl thought that this young man had started some nonsense just to reject her. The woman in red decided to use one last trick. Captain Kaijun thought that this woman was acting strange. He had been chasing her for almost 3 years, but she didn't even pay attention to him. But now, she's in front of him kissing another man. Jing Chen asked the young man if he felt anything now. After all, he was lucky that he wasn't being noticed by a woman like her. The young man asked why she had smeared her lipstick on his mouth. The captain approached the young men and said that these two, in very good spirits. The woman was angry. Who gave him permission to come here? She told him to get out of the cubicle immediately. If he showed up here again, she would deduct his 6-month bonus from his paycheck. The captain said that he chased after Mrs. Jing Chen for 3 years and she didn't even look at him. And now she's throwing herself at this poor guy. The captain asked, "Is there no way he can compare to this young man? He doesn't even bother with his hair in any way." The captain said that he is 100 times more handsome and talented than this guy. The woman said that the captain was nothing compared to this young man and added to get out of here. Leng Feng thought that this woman was different from the others. The man shouted that he himself was quitting, and now he intended to destroy her. The captain swung with the intention of punching the woman in the face. Leng Feng grabbed the captain's hand and told him to stop. He had started the whole thing himself. That slap was his karma. The captain shouted for the young man not to touch him and called him a miserable monk. The girl was happy to think that the young man was helping her. The guy said he would not let the man go until he admitted his guilt. He owes the girl an apology. Jing Chen said that this man looked very fierce. Leng Feng just had to help her. Suddenly, the captain pulled out a silenced pistol and warned him that he was counting to 3. If the young man didn't let go of his hand, a shot would be fired. The airline hostess and the flight attendant nearby screamed in fear. They screamed for the captain not to do anything stupid. Where did he even get a gun from? The evil man asked, really, were they scared? After he destroyed the young man, he would return to settle the score with Jin Chen. He knew that the girl would be on this flight, so he had specially prepared himself. Jin Chen continued to persuade the man. She told him not to do anything stupid and was suggesting that he discuss everything. Leng Feng stood calmly with his gun at his temple. Jing Chen thought no matter how strong people are, they cannot withstand a bullet. Why is this young man completely unafraid? The young man replied that he was negotiating. At that time, a shot rang out and a bullet came out of the gun. Leng Feng said that it would be a bit difficult to destroy him with these things. The young man intercepted the bullet with his hand and threw it on the floor. The perpetrator screamed. How could this be possible? He couldn't believe it. Lan Feng replied that he would have to believe it. He grabbed the gun with his hand and bent it. The young man threw the gun aside. He also threw the criminal aside and told him to get away. The perpetrator flew away and a trail of blood followed him. Jing Chen walked over to the line captain and said that he was fired. The co-pilot of this flight will temporarily act as captain. The captain jumped to his feet and said if the mistress was so ruthless with him, then they were about to die all together, and added that no one would be able to stop him. The captain disappeared into the cockpit of the airplane. The terrified stewardess said the captain had locked the door from the inside. It's all gone. The whole plane will die. The passengers will suffer the same fate. Jin Chen shouted to immediately provide all the passengers with parachutes and turn on the oxygen masks with special switches. The head of the airline told the young man that he had an oxygen mask and a parachute that was located right above his seat. The girl thought it was a great opportunity. In a stressful situation, it should work. She reached out to the young man. The guy stopped her and asked her, if the plane crashed, what would the fatality rate be, considering all the factors? Jing Chen thought it was an inappropriate question in this situation. She replied that the mortality rate based on all factors and the altitude of the flight was at least 90%. The captain, with a wild grin on his face, yelled that everyone was going to die now. He pushed down on the steering wheel and steered the airplane straight toward the ground. The cabin of the airplane was in turmoil. Passengers and suitcases were moving randomly inside the aircraft. The young man grabbed the girl's hand and said that he would share the thread of his aura with her now, and she would go to economy class right now to help those in need. Jing Chen noticed that something was happening to her. She was in some kind of shell. The young man said he didn't have time to explain and she should get to work. The girl thought that there was no way the young man could open that door. Once it was locked, no explosives could open it. The unbelievable happened. The young man pushed the door aside as if it were a simple cloth. The young man turned to the girl and asked why she was still here. If the passengers died, how could she go on living with the guilt? The cabin was in chaos. Passengers were screaming that they were going to die, and they should not have used this airline. Jing Chen entered the economy class cabin in order to calm the passengers. The girl shouted in a commanding voice that everyone should remain calm. No one would die here. She gave her word of honor, and she swore on her life. The passengers did not calm down. They asked who was she, and what was the price of her words. The captain overheard this conversation and yelled that it was the chairman of the airline, and she's very heavily insured. Jing Chen said that she was responsible for all these lives. If even one of them died, she would have to pay for it with her fortune. Leng Feng approached the captain and said that he should get out of this place somewhere far away. Good riddance, good riddance. The captain was terrified. The co-pilot was destroyed. The hatches closed, doors closed. How did this young man get in here? The captain screamed in fear. How could he get here? Was he human? After all, an ordinary man can't just break down this door. The young man grabbed the criminal by the throat and lifted him up. He said he would give him one chance. For that, the captain must fly the plane properly. The captain laughed and said the co-pilot was dead. His opponent has no choice. He must get on his knees and not move. At that time, he will give the young man 10 blows. Lan Feng tossed the captain aside. He fell to the floor with a thud. He said that he would not be flying this airplane anyway. Lan Feng said in that case, the captain would have to wait for karma to catch up with him. The captain continued to laugh. Could his opponent really fly an airplane? If he wants to fly an airplane, he needs at least several years of training and practice. The young man looked at the pilot's cockpit. Things didn't look very easy here. The captain wouldn't stop talking, saying that everyone was about to die, and the boy could watch the cabin die, filled with people. Leng Feng said that this criminal is noisier than the monkey mother in the mountains. The airplane was not far from the ground. The young man thought that it was not such a big problem. A high-rise building appeared in front of the airliner. The passengers screamed that it's over. They can see outside the buildings, and the city is just around the corner. Will they really crash into the city? Jing Chen closed her eyes and thought, when will Leng Feng finish saving this plane already? Passers-by in the city saw a low-flying airplane, and they were frightened. How could this plane be here? It could destroy the city, right? What's going on here? Leng Feng sat down in the crew commander's seat. He took the wheel and thought that pilots used this thing to steer the airplane. The steering wheel in the young man's hands broke. He thought that this airline stuff was not of good quality. Leng Feng got to his feet in the cockpit and spread his arms out to the sides. He thought that he would have to use a trick that Master had never taught him. Suddenly, thick clouds appeared in front of the airplane. No one could understand where they came from. These clouds were strangely shaped. The clouds took the shape of a man who grabbed this airplane from below. The impression was that this man who appeared from the clouds was carrying this airliner. The passengers on the airplane became quiet. The townspeople watching from outside thought it was God helping the airplane. The passengers thought the airplane had stopped and the engines had stopped. It was as if they were suspended in the air. The airline hostess thought that Lan Feng had done it. But everything seemed kind of strange. The young man thought that this city was not the final destination of the airplane. It was still over 1,000 kilometers away from the destination. The huge man carrying the airplane pushed off and jumped. He jumped through the air and moved the airplane in a given direction. The passengers thought this airplane was bumpy. It was more like a roller coaster ride. Is this really how this young man controls the airplane? The destination airport appeared on the horizon. From the airport terminal, we could see some huge man moving a huge airliner on his back. The passengers in the waiting room thought it was God coming. The airplane landed at its destination. The young man thought it was not so difficult to fly the airplane. The captain of the ship thought that this young man was a real monster. Lan Feng has announced that the plane has arrived at its destination, and the passengers can be announced to go outside. Some passengers said it was awesome. They enjoyed the ride like a roller coaster. Some said they got seasick. Some said they would never use the airline again. Jing Chen asked if the young man was all right. Lan Fen replied that he was fine. He added that he had tied up the captain and left him in the cockpit. Now he had to go about his business. As he was leaving, the young man asked what punishment the culprit would receive. The girl replied that at the very least, he was looking at a life sentence and a public shaming. The young man replied that life imprisonment was very cruel. It would be much more humane to just exterminate him. Jing Chen said that we should leave it to the court. The girl couldn't calm down and asked if the young man could help her a little before leaving. Leng Feng wondered what was wrong. He was already wary of her. The girl staggered and said she felt dizzy. The head of the airline fell senseless into the young man's arms. The young man thought that because of the constant change of altitude, she had a lack of oxygen. In a little while, she should regain consciousness. The young man picked up the girl in his arms and decided to carry her to the hospital. Near the airplane, there was no gangway. The young man looked down and decided that it was a bit high. Could normal people fall from such a height? without any injuries. The guy jumped down without waiting for the gangway. Neither he nor the girl were hurt. He thought he had to get out of here before everyone saw his superpowers. Otherwise, he was afraid of embarrassment. At the airport terminal, the greeters saw that this guy had an unconscious girl in his arms. After all, he's from the same flight. The girl in the young man's arms is unrealistically hot. The young man thought that these people were waiting for their acquaintances. The boy felt sad, as he had no acquaintances or friends in this city, and the consequences of the Lee family's existence were still unknown. The young man saw that he was being greeted. It was Zhu DT. The girl stood with a sign in her hands. Leng Feng wondered, had she really come for him? How did she end up here? Zhu DT looked at the young man with a strange look. She said that the Leng Feng she came for had already died, and now she was seeing a living Leng Feng who would soon die as well. All of this seemed strange. The young man said that, in that case, he was giving Jin Chen to the girl. She was unconscious, so he took her to take her to the hospital. But since Zhu is free now, she can take care of this Jin Chen. Jing Chen got to her feet. It turned out that she was faking it. The woman told the young man to wait. To thank him, she wanted to treat the young man to lunch. Zhou DT took the young man's hand and said, "She's here to take him home. There is a huge feast waiting for him at home." The girl stood on both sides of the young man and said that he must make a choice immediately. Who would he go with? Jing Chen stated, "As long as the young man is here, they can eat at any time." Zhu DT resolutely pulled the young man behind her and said that they were leaving. Jing Chen was indignant. Zhu DT stated to the young man, if he looked at that girl now, she would break his cause and effect and hand her to him. Lan Feng told the companion that cause and effect cannot be changed. What exactly is she talking about? The girl screamed hysterically for the young man to shut up immediately. She didn't understand how she could say such a thing. Jing Chen didn't stop asking. She asked, does Zhu DT really want to steal her man away from her? Leng Feng asked Zhu DT, would they have lunch at her house? The girl inquired if he could talk about anything other than food. The phone rang. The girl said it was her grandfather calling. Apparently, the lamb was already cooked. The grandfather called his granddaughter and said he heard that she had stolen a young man from the president of the airline. Now the whole world will know how close she is to Leng Feng. The girl did not want to continue such a conversation and said that the connection was bad. The cell phone reception is bad here, and she interrupts the conversation. Zhu DT looked at the young man and asked what he wanted to tell her. Leng Feng asked if the girl wanted to marry him. It was so unexpected. The girl slowed down abruptly. She said she didn't want to marry him at all, and doesn't want to have lots of annoying, snotty kids with him. He might not even dream of it. Lan Feng noticed that he didn't say anything about children. The lamb was really well roasted. The old man thought that from now on, everyone would think that their family had a rancher supporting them, although that's actually true. Now he would be able to sleep well. The old man told his daughter he thinks the young men will be here any minute. The woman told someone standing in the shadows that she could come out. A girl appeared from the shadows and introduced herself. She said that her name was Situ Feiyan, and she was happy to welcome the elder of the Zhu family. The old man was surprised. The woman stated that this girl was her old man's granddaughter and her niece. She came here for Leng Feng. The girl said that she was fulfilling her father's commission. She must become Leng Feng's wife. If she fails, she must become his mistress. The girl added, she hopes that the Zhu family elder is lenient enough not to interfere. The old man said there's no need for him to interfere. He knows that his granddaughter is also very attractive. She won't lose to that girl. Leng Feng asked Zhou DT to stop here. He said he would probably get off at this place. He feels if he goes to her house, he'll get into trouble. A neighborhood not far from the Z family's residence. Zhou DT wondered, did the young man really decide to go out here? After all, his grandfather had roasted a lamb for him. The young man thanked his companion for her kindness and for her grandfather's kindness. But now he sensed a different thread of karma awaiting him. The young man stroked the girl's head and told her to go back alone. The girl snapped back that he had messed up her hair. The girl thought, what do millions of karmic threads have to do with this? It's because the major powers now know Leng Feng. They're trying to pull him to their side. The girl thought, what if these forces use beauty to seduce and he would be tricked? Zhu DT came to her senses and thought, what was she pondering? Who could even like this guy? The young man entered the house and thought it looked like no one was here. Suddenly, Elder Z appeared and wanted to hug the young man. He shouted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The boy tried to fend him off. The young man asked, where did everyone go? The old man said that everyone had gone out. While the young man was fighting the Jiao family, he became famous. Now the families were desperately trying to sway him to their side. Therefore, no one was expecting him to return. The young man wondered if everyone was looking for him. The old man noticed that the young man had God's eyes. Lung Feng thought that Grandpa's karmic threads were all 10 times larger than before. Was it really all because of him? If the old man died because of one of them, he would definitely sin and do something terrible. The young man asked if the old man knew any good hiding places. The old man said he knew, but the young man had caused a hurricane and become famous. Does he really want to hide at a time like this? Not everyone gets that kind of opportunity. Lan Feng replied that he didn't want such opportunities. He doesn't want to become famous. He just wants to balance his karma. The old man decided to take the young man to the Shi family's residence for a few days. The young man thought that it looked like his cause and effect was changing. The family house of the Z family. The old man said that this house was built by great-grandfather's great-grandfather. Anyway, this house is on the outskirts and remote from the city. The family doesn't come here much. Ling Feng felt a strange feeling. There was the aura of a person far more powerful than the one representing the Jiao family. The young man asked if there was anyone else in this house. The old man said that only the janitor Qin is here. He has been living here for many years. The young man entered the courtyard and thought that thanks to the ancestors of the Z family, it was quite spacious. The old man asked the young man to do him a favor in return. The old man said that while doing business while still young, he realized that he was no longer progressing in any way, having reached a certain point. And then he discovered the existence of the supernatural world. His Z family doesn't possess superpowers. If this continued, sooner or later they would be swallowed up. The old man added that he did not want to give away the family business that he had built with his own hands. The old man asked that the young man tense up and bestow supernatural powers on his family. The young man asked if his interlocutor knew the price of becoming a family of cultivators. The old man did not understand what price he was talking about. The grievances between the Jiao and Li families are expressed in a supernatural battle. Once the Z family sets foot in this territory, one will have to fight and risk being completely destroyed. Not only the business, but the whole family may suffer. The young man asked if the old man really wanted his descendants to live in such a world. The old man did not know what to answer. The young man suggested that he think about it and give an answer later. Ling Feng thought that the one who was superior in strength to the Jiao family representative, Old Man Qin, was hiding in the Xie family house for some reason. The young man thought that he would probably need help to deal with the potential threat. Ling Feng heard female voices from inside. He was very surprised. Opening the door, the young man looked inside. Inside were 3 girls who winked and enticed the young man. They said that everything was allowed here. The young man was phlegmatic. The girls tried to influence him. Lan Feng tried not to react. The young man decided that if everything was allowed, he used physical force on them. Brute physical force. The guy threw these girls around. It was like he was acting sadistically. The young man was eliminating danger. The young man added that girls should not test him in this way. It is very stupid. The young man heard someone tell him that this young man was underestimated. The boy replied that his teacher had stopped using this kind of illusion when he turned 7. He had gotten used to it by now. A janitor, an old man named Qin, appeared in front of the young man. The man asked if he could find out the name of the young man's honorable teacher. The young man has such great talent at such a young age. Ling Feng said that his teacher asked him not to say his name. Otherwise, he threatened to tear off his arms and legs, but promised to put them back on afterwards. The young man said that this old man was very curious to him. How could someone so powerful hide in a place like this? The young man added that Z's family has been kind to him. If the old man is here to plot evil, most likely the young man will have to stop him. The janitor said he's just an old servant of this family and hides from the outside world. Ling Feng asked if the old man knew why he came here. The janitor replied that not only did he know why the young man had come, but he also knew the fact that Mr. C had asked him to make the family cultivators. The old man said, if the young man was going to agree to Mr. Z's request, he would have to stop the young man from doing so. Ling Feng said that he would let him decide the matter of changing karma on his own. He can't decide for him when the C family's survival is at stake. The young man added, whether he agrees or not depends on old man Shi. Elder Qin asked, was the young man really going to give the Z family superpowers? The janitor said if the young man is so stubborn, he has no choice. The young man won't be leaving here today. The doll illusion intended to grab the young man. The young man dodged it and was outside the gates of the manor. He said he was definitely out. The young man took a few steps forward and said he was back inside, and suggested that this old man was just a big talker. Old man Qin tensed up. Looking at the young man, he thought that this young man was stronger than him. He can do such a thing walking in and out calmly. Where did old man Z find such a monster? Lan Feng stated to the janitor. If he didn't have any more tricks, he was going to bed. Elder Qin knelt down and begged the young man not to give strength to the Z family. He said that he had been protecting this family for almost 170 years, and he didn't want to see them perish. Lan Feng pretended that he wasn't surprised. He wondered if the old man had served this family for 170 years. How old was he now? The old man bowed and said that he would be 203 years. Therefore, he's already gray-haired. The young man lifted up the old man and told him not to bow to him anymore. If his teacher saw such a thing, he would tear his head off and sew it on somewhere else. The old man Qin wondered if the young man's teacher was so harsh. Lan Feng suggested changing the topic and asked why an elder like him was in the Z family house. Is it really because he's protecting this house? The old man said that he had once found himself indebted to the kindness of the grandfather of the head of the Z family, therefore swore to protect that family for the rest of his life. Head Z's grandfather was the one who prevented his descendants from exploring cultivation mastery. He promised that he would not allow anyone to harm the Z family, just as he would not allow them to enter the cultivation world again. The old man asked the young man not to dishonor his honor. The young man thought that this old man had not lied to him. He had indeed broken all his karma for the sake of the promise. He has only one thread connected to Z's family. Lan Feng told the old man that the Z family also treated him with kindness. However, there is a question. If one reaches the innate level, is it really possible to live forever? The old man said he didn't understand what the young man was talking about. The innate level attainment does extend life, but it's different for everyone. There's no way to know for sure. Lan Feng decided that this was not surprising. His teacher is young and white-haired. It turns out that he is extremely old. Teacher Lan Feng, standing on the edge of the cliff, suddenly sneezed. He thought that someone had remembered him at this moment. The old man said if the young man wanted to stay here for a few days, he could settle in the patio. He cleans it on weekdays. He would enjoy the young man's company. The old man wondered why a young man with such strength was trying to hide from the outside world, just as he was. The young man replied that there are a lot of people chasing him. The pursuit made him nervous. Therefore, he ran away. Old man Qin said that he did not expect a young man of his age to be so withdrawn. It's rare Z's family was lucky. A stranger sneaked into the house at night. Under the cover of darkness, she crept to the window and looked inside. The girl noted that the young man was asleep. It's a good chance. The stranger thought of Lan Feng, the promiscuous slob who had single-handedly fought the Jiao family for the Li family. The girl expected that if she made bodily contact with him, he would obey her completely. The girl sprayed the special aphrodisiac her grandfather had given her. Even a rhinoceros will fall into a fever for 10 days and nights. No man can resist. The young woman knew that the drug had also been tested on female rhinoceros. For the sake of her family, the girl was ready to sacrifice someone. The stranger decided, after these manipulations, to sneak in. The girl was very nervous. It was her first time. She tried to calm herself down. Her instincts would do everything for her. She thought of it as an injection. Lan Feng woke up from the extraneous noise. He saw a stranger in front of him. The young man asked what was she doing. The girl, blushing with embarrassment, said that she wanted to do it. She didn't realize what was happening to her. A strange heat ran through her body. The young man said there was something wrong with the girl. She asked if he couldn't see what was wrong with her. Lan Feng said she was hot and offered to help. The girl said she really needed help. Lan Feng finally woke up and said that helping people was his specialty. The young man bound the girl hand and foot with his inner energy and said that now she could begin. The young man remembered what his teacher had told him. A calm mind cools the body. The best way to calm the mind is to suspend yourself, to look inside yourself and find bodily balance. The guy noticed that the girl lacks balance. Therefore, she is hot. The young man said he would help her now. The girl screamed for the young man to let her go. She couldn't take it anymore. The young man concluded that the girl was poisoned. She said the young man was also poisoned, and they could die together. The young man touched his pulse and suggested that it, too, might be poisoned. So he decided to neutralize the poison. The boy asked if the girl wanted him to neutralize her poison too, or does she want him to fulfill her request? The stranger told him to fulfill her request first, and she began to explain it to the young man. The guy said it was very difficult and added that he was better at neutralizing the poison. The girl shouted at him not to dare to do it, but the young man knew that in this case he had to be persistent. The stranger was upset and disappointed. She asked if she was so ugly. The young man replied that she was not. The young man added that it's just that his karmic thread is already connected to another person. The young man added that this girl was too much trouble and said that she would be taken home now. Lang Feng performed a series of manipulations, and the same giant that had transported the airplane appeared. He picked up the girl and transported her back to where she came from. A young man received a text message. He looked at his phone and saw that there were many missed calls. He thought that Zhou Jiaqi didn't like calling him at all. Lan Feng decided that it was not worth it to call the girl back. After all, he was trying to escape from the world. He lay down on his side and fell asleep. It was dawn. The young man left the house and thought it reminded him of life in the mountains. He and his teacher were not bored in those days. The young man wondered why the people here so vaunted innate level. The old man said that was a good question. He replied that one could do whatever one wanted with this level. However, it still wouldn't turn a person into a celestial. Modern people are too superficial, while outstanding cultivators cannot detach themselves from the world and believe that they have already reached an innate level. The young man wondered if he could do whatever he wanted, but then the world would be in chaos. Old Man Chin said that there are talents in the Dragon organization. Each province has its own outstanding defenders. The National Center is headed by 9 such people. They are nicknamed, the Elders are the protectors of the country. In any place, they are allowed to take over all local powers and protect it. Lang Feng asked, could Old Man Chin become the Elder Protector of the country? The old man said that he didn't have the right skills. Elder Protectors are capable of fighting foreign cultivators. Chin added that he once met a Western vampire Grand Duke in battle. The differences in strength were huge. Afterward, he was laid to rest for 3 years. The young man thought he had an excuse to catch a cultivator from the West and send him to his teacher. Jiao Group Company building. Miss Jockey was in pain. She didn't understand where the young man had gone. The girl summoned the most famous detectives and told them they had to find one man. One of the detectives said the young man seems to have vanished. No one can find him at all. That girl appeared in the doorway again. She wondered if Miss Zhou was scolding her subordinates again. They say the more inept the boss, the more he scolds the employees. Miss Jiao asked what she was doing here. A woman who wanders around like a fly is not welcome here. Pretty Lady said she didn't have to be so rude. She just came to talk. If Miss Zhu lets her take Lang Feng away, she will make life easier for this company. Miss Jiao said that means let her be picked up. If the young man likes her, he'll find her himself. The woman asked, did the woman really think she was unaware of the relationship they were in? If Jiao is so obsessed, she can't blame her for acting very tough. The young men behind the wall were trying to overhear the conversation between the 2 girls. It was interesting how the heads of 2 big companies were fighting over a young man. It was indeed hot news. Mr. Li met his uncle and asked what brought him here. The old man asked his granddaughter if she had heard of Lang Feng. The girl said of course she heard. She knows him. The old man said he knows that the girl likes this guy. If she doesn't do anything, this young man will be taken away by the Zhu or Chen families. The old man added that the girl should think about the Li family. Li Yuan said that she would leave the city tonight and go in search of the young man. The old man said that the girl must not only find him, but also win his heart. This would all be done for the sake of the continued millennial prosperity of the Li family. Right now, the entire Li clan depends on the success of this girl. The girl's mother said that that young man is a good boy, but they are not suitable for each other. Mr. Li said that his daughter alone carries the burden of this whole family. The Zhu family's villa, there's a lot of passion about Lang Feng here too. The old man said that he had almost figured out the rivals' methods, so Chen will still have to try his best to bring down their stocks. The old man told his interlocutor that he seemed to have made a mistake, all because of that kid. The elder thought that it was all because she really needed this Lang Feng. The girl could not find a place for herself. She scolded and cursed the young man. She did not understand why he did not answer her calls, or at least to SMS. The girl was sad and thought that she was always worried about the young man, even if he didn't like her. She wanted to at least hear his voice now, and to know that he was okay. At this time, Lang Feng was strolling through the city. The young man was holding a huge squid in his hands. He thought that he could probably eat a lot of them. It turns out that people go out to sea to catch it. The young man handled this sea animal and said that he was really fed up now. The Z family's family house was very boring. It was hard to believe that one could find something like this in remote areas like this. A young man walked past a noodle shop. He liked the advertisement and decided he had a little more room in his stomach. The noodle shop was called Sad Vermicelli. The young man asked the hostess why she named her establishment that. The woman replied that in order to find out, one must eat the dish. The young man ordered a portion of this dish. The young man was brought a portion of noodles and was given a bill. The young man saw the bill for this dish and actually cried. Now he understood why it was, sad vermicelli. The young man was approached by two girls. They said that the other tables were occupied. The young ladies struck up a conversation among themselves. It was a professional conversation, and the young man didn't care about it. One of the girls asked the interviewee if she was really going to be interviewed at the Jiao group. She had heard that two chairmen had recently fought over a man there, and no one knows who the lucky guy is. The young man thought the girls were talking about him. One of them asked why the boy was staring at her like that, and added that a slob like him would never be lucky in life. The one the girls fought over must be 1 in a million. A respectable man in a suit approached the girl and offered her a job. He was willing to pay $20,000 to start with. The man squinted his eyes and said that he could help the girl join the Jew group. The girl asked what this job was all about. The man said the job was a public relations specialist, and he thinks that for this girl, even that salary would be low. But if she's right for it, the salary could be doubled. Leng Feng thought, since when did the Jew group recruit people from the street? This person is most likely a rascal who wants to treat these girls badly. The young person who received the offer thought it was great. The interviewee told her to be careful. The man leaned over and said that the company was also offering a secretary position. For a responsible and serious girl like her, the starting salary would be $10,000. Would the girl be willing to submit her resume? The girl thought that she had already submitted her resume to many companies, and she'd never been hired. She really needs a job. The girl asked the man in the suit when she could submit her resume. The man in the suit thought the girls had fallen for his trick. The solid man was amazed at the young man's eating habits. He shouted, "Why does this boy eat like a pig?" Leng Feng replied that there was nothing shameful about it. Unlike that shameless man who offers girls to earn money with his body, the evil threads on that person's body are ready to strangle him. He should be more careful. The girls wondered, was this unscrupulous man not a recruiter? Leng Feng asked the girls, had they ever seen big companies recruiting people from the street? Do they even have a head on their shoulders? The girls called the man a scoundrel. The rascal grabbed the young man's chest and said that he had ruined everything for him. Doesn't he know who he's dealing with? Leng Feng said he didn't care who he was dealing with, but if that person continued like this, he would die. The young man said that this bad man's threads are even thicker than Grandpa Z's, and they are all imbued with evil. The man pulled out a knife and pointed it towards Leng Feng. He wondered if the young man was trying to threaten him. He had never seen such an idiot yet. The guy broke his opponent's knife with one finger and said that he had seen such an idiot today. The man was frightened. This young man had used just one finger to break a newly purchased knife. The villain said that the young man had asked for it. He swung around to strike the young man. Leng Feng, not thinking long, counterattacked the villain. He cried out in pain and said that he was being killed. He continued to shout for help. Everyone around them began to run to this shout. Everyone was curious to see what had happened. The young man decided to set the wretch straight. He stood over the man lying on the ground and talked to him. He said that the wicked man had been doing evil thoughtlessly from the beginning. The young man asked how many people he had already deceived. The people around here thought it was an attempted murder in broad daylight. This young man's got some guts. Turns out he even broke his knife when he tried to attack. He looks ordinary, but he looks like a maniac. The young man said that those two girls could act as witnesses. This man cut himself and has nothing to do with him. The girls thought it was best not to go into murky water. It's obvious that he's a snake. The less trouble, the better. These ungrateful damsels said they had seen nothing and left the establishment very quickly. The injured man in the suit was yelling that he needed to go to the hospital right away. If the young man would not take him, then he would solve the problem in another way. He would have to pay him money, or he would call the police. The young man said, "If this man wants the money, then we'll have to go to his house." There the young man would give them away. The boy thought the teacher had told him that in the outside world karma is quite chaotic. He seemed to understand now what the teacher meant. The man said he was injured. He can't walk at all in this situation. The surrounding people kept thinking that the culprit was Lan Feng. The young man grabbed the rascal by the scruff of the neck and left the establishment with him. He said if this rascal was trying to stir up karma, he would have to ignore his arguments. The man was surprised that this guy could fly. The young man and the villain landed on the lawn under a tree. The man in the suit asked where the boy was moving him. Leng Feng put that man under a tree and asked him if he knew who I was dealing with. The man in the suit said he didn't know and didn't want to know, and once again demanded compensation from the young man. Lan Feng said that he knows how to solve the problem, especially if this rascal doesn't know who he's dealing with. The young man tied the man upside down to a tree and put signs around him saying he was a crook. The young man turned around and said that his name was Jiao Jitian. He can come to his house and kill him as much as he wants. As he left, the young man thought that the head of the Jiao family had acquired another enemy. What a pity. A priest, a representative of a secret organization, came up to the young man and said that he had been looking for Lan Feng for a long time. He asked the young man to come with him. The young man said he wasn't interested and walked on by. The secret agent said the young man couldn't just walk away. The man fell to his knees and told the departing young man that he would beg him until he agreed. The young man should immediately follow him to the National Security Office. The sign above the National Security Office said it was a store with amorous adult products. The man said it was just a front to fool regular people. He said the young man should go inside. At the National Security Office, the young man met an old acquaintance, an elder. They said hello. Lan Feng interjected. Are they really in the National Security Department? The old man said. Everything the young man sees is a cover-up. A customer approached the old man and asked him for 2 packs, as usual. The old man complied with the visitor's request. Lan Feng thought he was being tricked and said he was leaving. The men in black clung to the young man and said that things were not as he thought. They are ready to explain everything to him. The old man said he was ready to get right down to business. He turned to his subordinate and told him to keep an eye on the store. He invited the young man into the secret room. The secret room turned out to be a spacious hall with a huge table in the middle. The writing on the wall said that the Dragon Organization warmly welcomed Lan Feng into their ranks. The old man said that they were doing everything in a hurry. When they went to the capital, the young man would be given a grand banquet. In the secret room, Honorable Shu was present. Old man Shu asked, "Isn't the young man aware of this? They want to give the young man an honorary special elder certificate." The old man said that from now on, the young man is in this organization and he must use the power for the good of his country. This certificate will open all doors for the young man. Lan Feng thought that no one would dare to touch him now. This must be a cool super weapon. The old man asked where the young man was going now. The Dragon Organization does not restrict the freedom of movement for its elders. The young man said he doesn't want to live in seclusion. He wants to go back again. The guy thought he can't ignore his karma anymore. He has to figure it out for himself. An elder of the secret organization asked Lan Feng still living in the Xi family's house. Lan Feng said that it was like this. Since he has been away from work for a long time, he hasn't received his paycheck, and he has no money for rent. The man said that as an elder of the Dragon Organization, he cannot leave the young man homeless. So he offers the young man a villa. Lan Feng replied that he didn't need it. The old man was surprised. How could he not need it? The elder said that the villa is surrounded by the river and mountains. It is located facing the sun with a beautiful atmosphere and fresh air. The young man interjected. Is this villa really in the mountains? The elder confirmed. It is located in the mountains 10 kilometers away from the city center. It's very quiet. Lan Feng said that he had just come off the mountain. Do they really want to send him there again? Are there any similar houses in mind just in the city? 1 bedroom and a living room would be fine. Representatives of the secret organization said there was something similar. The man thought that looking for a 1-bedroom house with a living room would be difficult. Still, in the Dragon Organization, the worst properties were 2-bedroom apartments with a living room. The man thought, if the young man is asking in person, then his request must be granted. The man took him to the address and told him that it was the only 1-bedroom house left in their organization. The young man asked, is the guard even able to defend himself? The man suggested that the guard could, as a last resort, scream. The guard, an ancient old man, said that if these people were going to steal anything, it was forbidden to enter. The only thing of value here is the flashlight in his guard room. The elder said they had come to a place. He decided to look for the young man's keys. Lan Feng noted to himself that this place looked pretty good, except for the guard at the entrance. The elder still couldn't find the keys. Lan Feng pushed the door with his finger, and it fell apart. The young man noticed that the keys didn't seem to be needed anymore. A man appeared beside the young man and asked what the young man was doing to the door. Lan Feng was surprised by the man's appearance and asked what Mr. Shu was doing here. The man replied that not only he was here, but someone else was also here. Zhu Jiaqi walked out of the shadows and approached the young man. Lan Feng asked how the girl was doing. The girl responded by slapping the young man and called him a bad word. The representatives of the secret organization thought that if the woman got angry, there wouldn't be enough room for everyone. Suddenly, the honorary elder of the dragon organization was caught in the act of aggression. Leng Feng told the girl that he had returned. Jockey Ju jabbed at the young man's chest and asked why he had been away for so long. If Grandpa Shu hadn't told her, she wouldn't have been able to find him until now. One of the observing representatives of the secret organization calmed down a bit. He had expected a violent nuclear reaction, but everything had been resolved. The second of them noticed that indeed the catastrophe had passed by. The girl asked Leng Feng, "Is he really not going to leave again?" The young man replied that he had no such plans for now. Zhou Jiaqi said that he came back because of that girl and added that she didn't want to see him. She turned around and ran towards the exit. Leng Feng shouted after the girl that he did not know what she was talking about. The young man thought, "What is going on in this woman's head?" The girl shouted, moving away, that Yuan from the Li family has also come to the city. Everyone in the city knows that she came because of him. Grandpa Shu said that Jiaqi seems to have misunderstood everything. That's why she has such a reaction. Leng Feng wondered, why does this Li Yuan want him? Did she really want to beat him up too? Leng Feng turned around and headed towards the exit as well. He said goodbye to everyone. The men in black grabbed the young man's hands again and told him not to leave. Mr. Shu asked the young man if he liked this girl. Leng Feng replied, if he liked her, his teacher would cut him into 9 pieces tonight. The gentleman asked, Leng Feng, wasn't that the young man's real name? The boy wondered why his interlocutor thought so. The old man added, if he got it right, the young man's real name is Li Li. After all, he is still her brother, isn't he? Leng Feng was very surprised. How could the interlocutor know about this? The men in black asked the young man to calm down and listen to Mr. Shu until the end. After all, the Honorable Shu is not the last place in this country. Mr. Shu said that all the information was stored in the Dragon Organization's folder. He asked the competent people to look at everything related to the young man and the Li family. Only the Li who died in the earthquake looked like a young man. If you add his words about Li Yuan to that, the conclusion is obvious. The old man, looking intently at the young man, said that he seemed to be right. Lan Feng replied that if that was the case, he didn't want anyone to know that name. Right now, he would just be Leng Feng. The guy thought that if they disturbed teacher Qing Shu before they knew the name, then it was better for them to die. Mr. Shu replied that the young man didn't have to worry. No one else would know about it. However, the young man seemed to be interested in Jiaqi. Lan Feng replied that the girl appeared to be connected to his karma. Therefore, he had to take responsibility. The old man said that in that case, the young people just had to get married. Leng Feng was surprised to hear such a drastic measure. Elder Shu patted the young man on the shoulder and said that he would just have to marry Jiaqi. The Li family doesn't know the young man's identity. Besides, their daughter was sent to seduce the young man. Such a thing could lead to big trouble. Elder Shu said that the young man should get married first. Then other women will truly lose interest in him. The secret agent said that's not an option. If a young man is gorgeous, women will only get off his back if he's dead. Leng Feng said that it was still an open question. Even if he agreed, it still needed Jiaqi's consent. The young man asked to be allowed to rest. He has things to do tomorrow. Elder Shu asked, what is he going to do? Lan Feng replied that he was going to go to work. It would help him solve many problems. The next day came. Z Group. The female employees immediately recognized the young man. The girls surrounded the young man and began to question him. They were happy that the young man was still working. Leng Feng tried to pay attention to each of them. Suddenly, the girls heard a stern voice. The boss was saying that they were doing things during working hours. Do they really want a pay cut? Sister Yuan told the young man to stop distracting the staff and show up in her office immediately. Leng Feng thought that an invitation to her office might threaten subsequent dismissal. The young man tensed up. The young man closed the office door behind him and said as he entered. Leng Feng thought to himself that it sounded ridiculous. The girl came very close to Lan Feng and pressed her breasts against him. The young man was prevented from stepping back by the wall. He found himself trapped. Sister Yuan's eyes expressed her intention. The girl asked who he was. The young man introduced himself. She replied that in the beginning, she thought he was someone's rich son. But she had recently investigated and found that there was no information on him at all. Just a sudden appearance out of nowhere. Is he really just an ordinary person? The young man told Sister Yuan that he was just Leng Feng, and he is the most ordinary person. The girl calmed down for now and said that they would go somewhere later. Leng Feng asked where exactly. Sister Yuan said that they had a meeting with Li Yuan, the national star goddess, ahead of them. The young man thought that Honorable Shu had said earlier that the girl had come here because of him. If he saw her, wouldn't it bring trouble in the future? The young man continued his musings. But if he avoided the national star, it would become even worse. We'll have to solve the problem as soon as possible. The best way to overcome adversity is to face it head-on. Leng Feng agreed and said that he would go to this meeting. Sister Yuan said that she would have to wait a bit. She had been running all morning to chat with Agent Li Yuan. Right now, her legs are sore. The young man said his teacher had taught him a few massage techniques that could take away the pain in a short time, and he offered his services. The young man added that this massage could be considered as an apology for the problems caused by his absence from work. The girl instantly agreed to try it. Sister Yuan didn't realize what she was doing. If someone were to see now, how would she even work here in the future? At that moment, there was a knock at the office. The girl urgently needed to sign the papers. She did not dare to enter. The young man found an acupuncture point on Sister Yuan's foot and decided to inject qi there. The girl felt a strange sensation. The young man looked into the girl's eyes and asked if everything was all right. Sister Yuan said she was fine, and then moaned. Leng Feng thought that Sister Yuan's feet were very sensitive. When his teacher did similar things, he didn't react like this. Sister Yuan answered the phone and said hello to Agent Chen. The girl said that they would be arriving soon to meet Li Yuan. Sister Yuan put on her shoes and said that they should hurry up. The show was already over, and Li Yuan would be free soon. The girl thanked Leng Feng for the massage and said it helped her a lot. Before leaving the office, she asked the young man not to tell anyone about her reaction, or else she would have to destroy the young man. Leng Feng said he understood everything and would be like a fish. But her reaction was like the one he had seen on the mountain on Chinese New Year when the pig was destroyed. Sister Yuan was surprised to see a pig being slaughtered on the mountain. Do they still play medieval games there? Leng Feng told the girl how it actually happens on the mountain. As Leng Feng and Sister Yuan walked past the staff, there was silence. The girls noticed the young man's disheveled hair. They wondered naturally what were these two doing in the office. Suddenly, the young people were blocked. It was a girl who said stop. Leng Feng was terribly surprised. The girl said, "That's right, it's her, Si Xiaoyue," and added that here they were. They had met again. Xiaoyue told the young man's companion that her position was higher because she is the assistant general manager. Sister Yuan said that she was aware of it and pushed her rival away. The girl added that they are now going to talk about cooperation. Xiaoyue cried and said that she was a big fan of Li Yuan, practically the #1 fan, and asked to be taken along. She'll be quiet, she just wants an autograph. Xiaoyue was persistent and was taken along for the ride. The girl was warned to be invisible. She was willing to do anything. Xiaoyue asked the young man in the car where he had been. During this time, many people came to them looking for the young man. There were especially a lot of beauties. Leng Feng replied that he went to eat sad jelly noodles. The female interlocutor said that she wanted that too. The young man replied that it tasted nothing special, but the air there would make you feel sad. The boy asked how much a girl gets per month. Xiaoyue wondered what kind of sad air was that. She had never heard of it before, and added that she was given 10,000 money per month. The young man offered the girl a trade. He told her to give him all her pocket money, and he would give her a sad air. The boy added, if she would not give him anything, he would not tell her anything in return. Xiaoyue gave the young man her credit card and said there was a little less, and wondered if there was enough for that. The young man agreed. The girl said she was now expecting a sad air in return. The young man held out his hand to the girl. In it, there was something clenched into a fist. The young one especially thought that she was about to feel the magical atmosphere of ups and downs. It would be a sad air. The young man unclenched his fist and nothing changed. The girl wondered, was this sad air really the same as normal air? Leng Feng replied that it is indeed like the most ordinary air, and asked, based on the amount of money the girl had spent, did she think that this air was really sad? Xiaoyue pounced on the young man and started slapping his chest. She said she was going to slap him to death and demanded her pocket money back. The young man replied that it was impossible to cancel the deal, and there was no refund. The young people did not notice the car pulling up in front of the hotel. Sister Yuan told them to stop talking. Mrs. Li Yuan was already inside. Li Yuan looked out the window and thought that today was once again the anniversary of the great earthquake that shook the whole country. But it was also the anniversary of her brother's death. The assistant reported that everything was ready for the meeting. The girl was distracted from her thoughts. Outside, the reporters and the crowd of gawkers were shouting that they all adored Li Yuan and shouted that she was their idol. Sister Yuan thought, Why are there so many fans here? Xiao Yue thought that the current fans were just awful. Li Yuan should definitely see her #1 fan. At the meeting, the girl extended her hand and said that she was Li Yuan's agent, Chen Shi, and offered to follow her. Fanatical Xiao Yue shook the agent's hand and said that she was glad to meet her. Leng Feng tried to quiet the temperamental girl. Sister Yuan gave her name and said that she was a representative of Xi Group. The agent offered to take the stairs. She said that the hotel had built these flights of stairs to help the stars avoid inadequate fans. There were 2 strange types with suspicious looks standing on one of the floors. They decided that if they followed these people, they would be able to find Li Yuan, and once they kidnapped her, they could quit right away. Overcoming another flight of stairs, a group of young people thought that this staircase was a bit long. Everyone was tired. The young man tried his best to help Xiao Yue climb the stairs. On the right floor, the company was met by Li Yuan in person. She apologized and said that the best rooms in this hotel were only on the top floors. The girl saw the young man standing in front of her and thought that Leng Feng had really come, but she still didn't want to do what they discussed in the family. Sister Yuan, who was trying to catch her breath, tried to introduce herself. She didn't have time to finish. The girl was interrupted by a raucous fan. Jiao Yue had a second wind and didn't look tired. The young lady introduced herself and said that she was the most important fan of the girl, and immediately asked for an autograph. Li Yuan said no problem and asked which place to sign. Xiao Yue lifted her skirt and asked to sign her underwear, and assumed that she would be the only fan to have an autograph in such a place. Lan Feng once again had to calm down the rambunctious fan. Sister Yuan and Li Yuan continued their acquaintance. Suspicious individuals found a secluded spot and thought it would be the best place for surveillance. Li Yuan suggested that Sister Yuan come with her to the apartment and talk over some nuances. Suddenly, the pursuers burst into the room and said that they had come to kidnap Li Yuan. After that, they laughed. One of the villains pulled out a deadly weapon and said that if anyone else took even one step, he would cut everyone to pieces. The singer's agent thought she could only call the police sooner. However, by the time they arrive, the girl is already kidnapped. Agent Chen looked at the way the criminals were wielding and thought that their ability was stronger than her ability, and she wouldn't be able to defeat them. The villain immediately reported that his abilities were level 4. If Li Yuan is going to get free, it's a waste of time. Expectedly, it was Lan Feng who came to the girl's defense. He looked spectacular in his magnificent business suit. Addressing the criminals, the young man said that he would count to 3. If the criminals stopped during that time, he promised to spare their lives. The criminals laughed in response. Some young man warned them that he was counting to 3. That's really funny. The villain with a cold weapon in his hand said that even if the young man counted to 300, nothing would change. The boy is no threat to them, because they are 2 black vortexes. Lan Feng warned that the countdown had begun, and added alone. The criminals shouted that he was about to send the young man to the dust. The girls shouted for Leng Feng to be careful. The villain noticed that the young man had disappeared, but he suddenly appeared behind the culprit and said that he had caused too much evil. Therefore, it would be necessary to punish him, and added 2. The criminal said that his opponent had no chance. Lan Feng replied that he had predicted his opponent's karma, and added 3. In the next moment, the young man delivered a crushing blow to the criminal and pressed him into the floor. The floor cracked with a rumbling sound. All the girls present saw and marveled. Is the young man really that strong? After dealing with one villain, Leng Feng turned to another and said that it was now his turn. The villain cried out in fear that if anything happened to him, he would destroy Li Yuan. Leng Feng stopped negotiating and struck his opponent hard. The villain flew off to the side. The young man said that that man's words were very vile. Leng Feng picked up the freed Li Yuan in his arms. The girl was in shock. Li Yuan thanked the young man for saving her. The guy said that the girl needs to become stronger as soon as possible. No one would be able to protect her for the rest of her life. Li Yuan looked at the young man and thought, what's wrong with his eyes? Could it be that he was worried about her? Was her grandfather really right? Everything he did for the Li family was because of her. Agent Chen said she alerted the police. Any minute now, they'll be here. We need to hand these 2 over to the cops. Leng Feng replied that he would deal with these villains himself. They carry the karma of violence and have ruined many good things. Their karma is chaotic and unnatural. Leng Feng explained how to deal with such criminals. He threw them out the window in cold blood. The girls looked out the window and saw that the 2 men had fallen right on top of the police car that had pulled up. And the police, looking up, seemed to see them. The girls didn't know what to do. Are there any security cameras here? But they were defending themselves. They were acting for their own safety. Agent Chen said the police can be left to her. She knows what to do. Police officers ran into the apartment and asked who threw those two men down. The girls were surprised that the police came quickly. They pondered what to say to them. Lan Feng came out to the police officers and said he did it. The girls thought the young man was a real hero, and they were sorry that they could not help. Agent Chen thought that this young man was unexpectedly an honest and brave person. His gesture protected Li Yuan's reputation. Li Yuan approached the young man and said that he was only punishing the villains who had attacked her. There were two of them. Agent Chen grabbed Li Yuan's hand and said that her mistress was tired and needed peace, and the police can only deal with the young man. Li Yuan was very surprised. What is Chen Shi doing right now? Agent Chen said that she would explain everything now. When the girls were alone, Agent Chen asked if the singer knew how much effort it took to make her a national goddess. If she got involved with crime, years of their work would be lost. Haters, even the slightest minus, will inflate to cosmic proportions and will spread rumors at a furious pace. It is not worth ruining your reputation because of a momentary burst of courage. Li Yuan apologized to her agent, Sister Chen, and decided she would do it her way. The girl approached the police and said that the two men wanted to kidnap her, and Lan Feng helped her. He is a good man and she can testify. Li Yuan asked that the young man not be arrested. She can provide whatever evidence she wants. The policeman said that he had not expected such compassion and kindness from the national goddess. They will not arrest the young man, but will reward him. The policeman said that the two men were fugitives, and the law enforcement organization would reward anyone who could apprehend them. The young man said he threw the two out of the window, but he did a good deed. The policeman gave the young man a friendly hug and told him that he had a bright future ahead of him. He would catch fugitive criminals and be rewarded for it. The young man agreed, because he's broke now, and he needs money. Xiao Yue, sitting in the corner, said that the young man was not broke. He just took her pocket money. Sister Yuan reminded the singer that they have a common cause. Li Yuan said that she should announce. Li Yuan took Lang Feng's hand and said that he was actually her fiancé. All the girls present immediately looked at the young man and shouted, "Is this really true?" Li Yuan said that this was the plain truth. This young man has even met her parents already. Agent Chen said that Li Yuan was never engaged. She's just acting on a whim now. The girls thought how good it was that Li Yuan had said something that wasn't true. She can't be worthy of such a young man. Chen said that Li Yuan was tired. We need to postpone work for a few days. Rest is necessary. The girl thought that she would not let Li Yuan ruin her own career. Otherwise, her years of hard work would go down the drain. Li Yuan added that she has decided to leave the entertainment industry and focus on her family. The star bowed to her agent and thanked her for her work. The girl said that after the remaining few concerts, she will leave show business. Chen asked if the girl knew what she was doing. Li Yuan said she understood, and her family supported the decision. Agent Chen thought that was beyond common sense. Li Yuan said that she was handing over her life to Lang Feng from now on, and clung even tighter to the young man. The young man took a step to the side and said, "Thank you, she doesn't want to." The young man added that she is not his fiancée and is only here for a fake marriage. The guy said that he would be willing to claim it anywhere. The girls present thought, does the national goddess really want a sham marriage? Li Yuan asked. Why is the young man looking down on her? After all, he had really been to her house and knew her parents. The young man said he didn't go to that house because of her. He added that he already had a fiancée. The young man said that his fiancée is Zhou Jiaqi, president of Zhu Group. Li Yuan was completely discouraged. She didn't understand how this could have happened. The young man added he asked everyone to leave him alone. The young man thought that for the sake of preventing this karmic connection, he was obliged to be cold and cruel. Agent Chen told the star not to get upset. Other people won't belittle her like that. No need to dance in front of this guy. Li Yuan asked why she couldn't be his girlfriend. She decided that she had to complete the mission that her family had entrusted to her. Lang Feng said that Miss Zhou is his fiancée. Suddenly, another girl appeared on the doorstep and said that Jiazi Zhou was unworthy of this young man. No one can marry him except Chen Jing. The head of the airline company stood on the doorstep. The girls wondered why the heads of corporations like this young man. Could it be that he is an unrealistically super rich son? Lang Feng thought that this girl's timing was perfect. Just his words alone wouldn't make Li Yuan give up. Li Yuan said that the young man has nothing to do with Chen Jing. There is a private conversation going on here, so there is no need for her to interfere. The girl said her opponent didn't guess. Her relationship with Lang Feng is deeper than she imagines. Much deeper. Li Yuan looked at the young man and asked why he was silent. After all, wasn't it the girl who said the wrong thing? Chen Jing said that the young man didn't have to explain anything, but she was willing to prove it all right now. The girl in red walked up to the young man and, putting her arms around him, kissed him firmly on the lips. Agent Chen thought that this girl, well done. Now Li Yuan will let the guy go and not give up her career. How can a woman rely on a man? Li Yuan must come to her senses. Chen Jing asked the young man if she could invite him to have dinner together. Leng Feng replied that he didn't mind. The girl in red asked the star if she believed now. Li Yuan asked when they met, how is this possible? Chen Jing took the young man under her arm and they left the apartment. The girl in red waved her hand and said that they would see each other again. Chen Jing's guard said that his boss is going on a date with a young man. Therefore, they can't be pursued. Agent Chen asked Li Yuan, wouldn't a star like her be able to find a suitable man? Li Yuan said that her agent was most likely right. The girl was upset. However, she thought, why, when she was rejected, did she feel relieved? Looking at the trail of the departing young man, Li Yuan thought that she even felt like wishing him happiness. Chen Jing said that she had decently helped the young man this time. Lan Feng agreed and said that they were done with her good deeds for now, and inquired what she wanted. The young man added that he was willing to thank her. Leng Feng said that he would not let the threads of karma become foggy and usually kept his promises. The girl in red immediately in the elevator hugged the young man and said she had a momentary overwhelming desire. The security representatives in the surveillance room were interested in the information from the video cameras installed in the elevator. The number of eyes on the CCTV screen increased significantly. The guards were interested in the event that was developing in the elevator. Leng Feng remained cold. The woman in red did not relent. She reminded him of his promise. A shift supervisor appeared in the security room. The shift supervisor was a woman. She, without a moment's hesitation, using a microphone, established communication with the people in the elevator. She suggested they cool their heels and warned them that there was a camera in the elevator. The head of security asked, do they really want to be famous all over the country on live TV? After leaving the building, the young people were extremely restrained. The girl said angrily, who thought of installing cameras in the elevator? The young man thought it was good that someone had installed a camera in the elevator. Leng Feng thanked the girl for her help and said if the problem was solved, then he would go about his business. Chen Jing was surprised. Why is he going to leave without doing anything? What was wrong with her? Lan Feng turned around and said that he was saying goodbye. The girl grabbed his hand and said that it wouldn't work like that. The young man stated that it was business hours. He had to go back to the company. A girl decided to interest a young man financially. She asked him what his daily earnings were. The young man replied that he earned about $300. Chen Jing held out $2,000 to the young man and asked if he would stay with her for a day. The boy declared that he couldn't be bought. $20,000 settled the matter. The young man said he was staying as long as she didn't overreact. Chen Jing inquired, what does that mean? The guy replied, physical transactions. The girl asked, what about spiritual transactions? What about spiritual transactions? Len Feng replied that there was no such thing. The girl agreed and said that in that case, they would just have lunch together. The young man noticed that her behavior could be called blackmail. The girl was surprised and said that in that case, she was now going to Li Yuan's place. The young man tensed up. Chen Jing smiled and said that it was a joke. The girl told the young man that she wanted to be with him very badly. She didn't care if he was attracted to her body or her soul. The interviewee added that she was not going to use blackmail to keep the young man to herself. The young man thought that his karma was getting even more complicated. Young people approached the area of the city vegetable market. The sellers were beckoning to buy their goods, the freshest and tastiest. Leng Feng asked why she brought him here. The girl replied that they would eat here. The people around him envied the young man and said that he had a very beautiful girl with him, and he was a lucky man. Leng Feng noticed that she didn't look like the kind of girl who would eat in such a place. Chen Jing asked where he thought she should eat. Local regulars were coming to meet the young people. One of them noticed that the girl's companion did not know where to take her, so he offered her his services. He said that he knew a good place to have a nice lunch. The girl thought it was the Dragon King of the market. How could he appear here? Now there could be trouble. She thought she would just take the chance and enjoy the show. Leng Feng said that these two had better get far away from here, or else they had a chance of being annihilated. The opponents asked if the young man was really going to deal with them. Leng Feng replied that they were such a rabble that even a girl could deal with them. The local bullies replied that they would agree if the girl would deal with them, and they added that the young man could fuck off. Otherwise, he might get his leg broken. The young man looked at one of them and asked if he is the Dragon King. "Where are his horns?" The Dragon King took the young man by the chest and said that he was the Dragon King. He asked him if he was going to get the hell out of here. Lang Feng knocked his opponent to the ground with one punch to the jaw and said he had no horns, so he's not a Dragon King. The man shouted, "How dare this guy hit him," and told his companions to attack this young man and beat him up. He added that the girl should not be touched. The Dragon King's companions waved their hands and said that they were about to destroy the young man. How dare he hit their boss? Lang Feng had no desire to get into a debate with these people. He said that he really disliked people like these people, so he dealt with them at his discretion. They were all deactivated. They were no longer a threat. Lan Feng told his companion that they were all passing by a girl while behaving very strangely. Why on earth would beautiful girls need to pay attention to such rascals? The remaining scoundrels scattered away and said that they no longer wanted to deal with this girl or her beau. The girl noticed that the young man expressed himself very honestly. Lang Feng said, "It's not just honesty. This is karma in reality. Ordinary people can only rely on what they hear." But he sees the truth. A food outlet called Noodles appeared in front of the young people. There was a line for the noodles. The girl said that this was where she wanted to call her companion. The young man thought that there were no vacant seats in this establishment. It's surprising that such a place is popular. The young man noticed the man who was making noodles. He said that his work was not easy. Chen Jing asked, "Why is it not easy?" The guy said that he only looked 60 years old, although he was actually over 100 years old, and added that this person is a cultivator. He had already overcome the innate level. The girl said that Uncle Yan is indeed over 60 years old, and it's true that he's hiding strength, but he has never reached the innate level. Lang Feng wondered why this person wanted to suppress his own power in a world of people who so desperately wanted the opposite. Uncle Yan replied that he didn't want to give up his craft, for he didn't want to die. Lang Feng repeated Uncle Yan's phrase and asked what did it mean. The old man replied that not everything in the world is as easy as it seems at first glance. There are more mountains beyond the mountains, and beyond those, more mountains, and so on. Uncle Yan asked the young man if he was a cultivator, and advised the girl not to get involved with such people. The girl noticed that Uncle Yang was very worried, and added that this young man was different. Lang Feng noticed that these noodles were very tasty. He asked if he could have some more. Uncle Yang replied that, of course you could. The young man asked for more some more times, after which he said he was now full. The young man thanked Uncle Yan and said he had had enough. He did not forget to warn that his companion was paying the bill, and he asked what the old man meant when he said he didn't want to die. The old man asked, "Does the young man have an innate level?" He can't see his strength, but if he guessed correctly, the young man is most likely a member of the Dragon Association. The young man showed his ID and said he was an elder of that organization. Uncle Yan, lighting a cigarette, remarked that sooner or later, the young man would have to fight the forces of the West. His son and grandson had died at their hands. The young man remembered that Old Man Chin had mentioned these powers before. How cruel are they? Uncle Yang said that Western and Eastern cultivators are just political tools. The higher-ups will always find a good reason to fight. Western cultivators are incredibly easy to fool. They come to the country almost every few years. The old man added that they, the forces of the East, always fight for the sake of ordinary people. What are their beliefs and weaknesses? Lan Feng agreed. During an invasion, there are always countless hostages and other dirty methods. But since he lived in the mountains, he had heard little about the forces of the West. He inquired if they had been fought back. Old Man Yang said that the forces of the West had been repulsed at the cost of countless lives and souls of the Eastern cultivators. The young man wondered if they were really that strong. The man replied, both yes and no. The Eastern cultivators themselves are weak. Therefore, there is a constant struggle between them. Conflicts between one family and the other are costly and resource-intensive. The Western cultivators have no choice but to destroy them. That's their only goal. Lang Feng wondered, why are they invading? Surely there must be some reason. Uncle Yang said that Western cultivators are striving to find their source of power, the perfect path of a celestial. All cultivators would immediately perish. The only exception would be the legendary Xian Dao. The young man thought that somewhere he had heard that word before. An assistant ran up to the old man and told him things were bad. Somebody's gone on a rampage. There were so many of them that they scared away all the customers. Uncle Yang said he'd have to go and check it out, so he left. The girl asked, what is the young man going to do? After all, Uncle Yang could figure it out himself. The boy answered, he felt that those who came had something to do with his karma. The old man thought that this guy seemed to have a good heart. The The Dragon King came looking for his abuser. He brought with him someone who was willing to stand up for him. The Dragon King said he saw the young man hiding here, and if he hit him, then he hit the whole gang of real dragons. The man with the sword that the Dragon King brought shouted for this young man to come out and talk to him one-on-one. Uncle Yan and Leng Feng appeared at the entrance of the establishment. The young man wondered, what questions could there be for him? Was there something they wanted to show him? The man with the sword shouted for his companions to grab the young man and hold him tight. Then he would speak to him one-on-one. The members of the real dragon gang, armed with cold weapons, headed towards the young man. They wanted to show what they could do. Locals have noticed that this is the second time this year that a gang of real dragons have gotten together. Last time they beat a guy to death and mutilated him, but the killer was never found. Does this young man really want to stand up to them? Leng Feng asked Uncle Yang for permission to trespass on his territory. He explained that karma needed retribution. The young man easily and without compulsion answered all the questions his opponents had. The opponents scattered in different directions. Leng Feng noticed that, unfortunately for the attackers, they had originally planned to destroy him. Therefore, the young man was now acting as retribution. The villains were surprised. How dare this guy beat up their companions? Is he even human? The young man stepped closer to the two men and asked them what they wanted now. What questions did he still have to answer? The two men turned and ran away. They ran away shouting that they still wanted to live. The Dragon King, retreating, clung to his companion. He clung so tightly to his pants for fear of being caught that he tore them completely. Seeing this picture, everyone laughed. They didn't expect that this guy was a real dragon on top and a pink pussycat on the bottom. The frightened criminals ran away so fast that everyone realized that no one would see them here for a long time. Leng Feng captured a real dragon and felled it. He asked if it wanted a chance to leave in peace. He asked who was in charge now. The real dragon apologized at length for not paying decent attention to this young man right away, and promised that he wouldn't do bad things again. Leng Feng asked, would the Dragon King plead for his companions who were already lying beaten? The Dragon King thought that he, himself, could not protect himself now. He said that he and those criminals were not brothers, and he had nothing to do with them. Leng Feng turned to one of the criminals and said that they were being abandoned. The young man added that they were all just trash. His teacher had told him that only scum could poison each other in a group. And when scummer pointed out their place, they can't even be called scum anymore. The perpetrator thought they were really trash, and now everyone's going to laugh at them. The young man returned to his friends. Old man Yang said that his teacher knew something. Leng Feng said not to look for meaning in his actions. He knows that these criminals are humiliated right now and probably angry, but in half an hour, they'll be trash again because they have no faith. Uncle Yan laughed and said that this young man was very interesting. He had just made a very profound point. Uncle Yang invited the young man inside. He said that a person like him should be given a chance. Leng Feng and his companion walked to the backyard. In front of them was a huge tree. Chen Jing said that Uncle Yang had told her about this huge tree. The girl said, don't underestimate this tree. Uncle Yang rarely lets anyone come here to admire it. That's because this tree is called an innate spirit tree, and any cultivator can increase their strength just by being near the tree. Leng Feng walked closer to the tree and placed his hand on its trunk. The young man said that this tree looked ordinary. The boy, holding his hand on the trunk of the tree, thought that it was cozy. After all, it really is an innate spirit. The companion asked why the young man touched the tree. The boy suggested she do the same. He added that she would feel everything. The girl hugged the young man and said that she doesn't touch old trees, but she was willing to touch other things. Lan Feng instinctively, with a slight movement of his hand, threw the girl far back and thought that it was not good. The young man immediately ran up and grabbed the girl in his arms. He apologized and said that it was not intentional. Chen Jing tearfully said, where did he even come from? Could it be that he was not attracted to her graceful figure? The guy let go of the girl and she fell. He said he was attracted to this old tree. The young man said he was experiencing a familiar feeling. He should check it out right away. He sat down on the grass in front of the tree. He took the lotus posture and began to meditate. The girl was angry. She said she was going to get close to him and he would feel her power. Chen Jing sat down beside him and waited for the young man to wake up. She decided that after that, he would definitely get a slap from her. Time passed, the young man meditated. It was now dark. Lan Feng woke up. The girl was sleeping next to him, resting her head on his shoulder. The guy felt that his strength had increased, but he didn't realize what level he was at. Leng Feng couldn't understand how she could fall asleep right during the immortal meditation. Could it be that she didn't understand anything? At the same time, Uncle Yan stood on the other side of the ancient tree. The man asked the tree what it thought of this young man. Would he be able to become its host? The tree replied that this young man had a natural gift and a lot of stubbornness in his search for immortality. Plus, this guy doesn't know anything about male-female relationships, but he's got a lot of potential and he's talented. Uncle Yang asked, in that case, does the tree choose this young man? Because he doesn't have much time. The old man said with regret that his family had not birthed a genius in the past few years, and he regretted it. Tree added that he was already out of time. If he procrastinated further, the monster might find him. Wood added that this monster is very strong. He was born 2,000 years ago. If he is still alive, he is stronger than anyone in this world. A helicopter landed at the airport. Meeting the passenger, bowed, and said that they were greeting the Grand Duke, the Great Wolf King. The old man who got out of the helicopter said he hadn't felt this foul air in a long time. He can't stand the smell here. The man accompanying the old man asked the greeter if they had found anything on that eastern cultivator. The man said they found his name is Lan Feng, and he has ties to local authorities. His strength exceeds his innate level. He seems to be only 20 years old. The old man said that this young man, when he grows up, will be a real threat to their Western power, and he must be eliminated. The man told his master that this guy was under their supervision, but it wouldn't be easy to eliminate him now. There are too many cultivators in the place where he is. The man who arrived by helicopter asked how could these Oriental scum be a threat to the prince himself. He said to take them to this young man immediately. Chen Jing told her interlocutor that he doesn't understand zest. He just wants to eat steak. But doesn't he want more than that? Leng Feng, who was appetizingly eating the steak, said that he didn't want anything else. The girl wondered if she was not competing with Zhou Jiaqi at all. The young man said it's not about competition. It's just that they both feel different to him. The girl took the young man's hand and tearfully asked him to give her a chance. The guy wondered how she wasn't at all embarrassed to talk about such a thing. The interviewee said she just can't live without him. Suddenly, an explosion rang out in the place. Leng Feng reacted lightning fast, and grabbing his companion in his arms, he left the dangerous area. The explosion was the work of the two men who flew in by helicopter. They set off the explosion in the hope that it would contribute to the death of their enemy. Leng Feng realized that someone was hunting him, and now he had one more problem. Chen Jing guessed who was in front of her and shouted that they were Western demons, and they had caused a problem. The man said, "This girl is very perceptive, and her blood smells very enticing." He urged her to cooperate for one evening. The girl called him a creep. Another demon in the form of a wolf shouted that these two, it was time to finish them off. Leng Feng put up a worthy resistance to the Western demons, and in the process, everything around him was destroyed. The young man said that it is unacceptable to involve civilians in this conflict. He is an elder of the Dragon Organization, and it is his responsibility to protect ordinary people. Leng Feng told the demon in the form of a wolf. If he wanted to claim anything, the young man suggested that he follow him. Leng Feng told his companion to hide. He would solve all the issues himself. The demons thought that this young man was really strong. He can't be let go. Sooner or later, he would become a real threat to them. The girl thought to herself, these two have an innate level, and there was definitely no way to deal with them. She hoped that Leng Feng would definitely win. A country park on the shore of a lake. The neighborhood was empty. This place was very well suited for a battle. The Western demons who appeared following the young man also thought it was the perfect place for mass murder. Leng Feng thought that since there were no people here, he might as well get a little more serious. The demon wolf said the young man was very strong, but now he has to fight two of them at once, so he still doesn't have a chance. The young man activated the eyes of God. He mentally told his teacher that he was willing to criminally violate the commandment, "Do not destroy," today. He asked his teacher not to blame him. Leng Feng activated the energy sword. Now he was fully armed. The demons were frightened. How could this be possible? This young man's aura grew several times at once. Is this guy really a monk? The Western demons said that if this young man is a cultivator, he should have strength comparable to that of their Prince of Darkness. But since the young man is very young, he can't possess such strength. In any case, he must be destroyed here and now. There was a powerful explosion. After the explosion, a mushroom appeared, spreading powerful energy in all directions. The Western demon thought that this young man had already died. No one can survive this combo. Leng Feng appeared unharmed. He asked, "Is this really the strength of the Western cultivators? Why can't they even break his divine light defense?" The Western cultivators were terrified, thinking that they didn't have a single chance of defeating such a strong opponent. Leng Feng said, If they have any more tricks, they should use them faster. Otherwise, he himself would take action now. The Western cultivators ran away in fear. They were afraid that if the young man started to act, they wouldn't be able to escape. The young man caught up with them and pounced on his opponents. His teacher had said that when one meets an opponent whom one cannot defeat, one cannot solve the problem by despair. It leads to death. One of the Western cultivators was deactivated. The other one thought that he shouldn't fall. If it fell, it would definitely die. These Eastern cultivators value civilian cultivators the most. If one wants to survive, one has to use such a method. Ling Feng swung around and hit the demonic Western wolf. The guy told it not to dare growl. The young man noticed that the Western cultivators were scattering again. The young man thought that perhaps running away was good for one's health. Ling Feng saw that the enemies were heading towards the city and immediately guessed what the matter was. They want to take ordinary people hostage. It seems that they are not satisfied that they are not dying fast enough. It didn't take long for the representatives of the secret dragon organization to arrive. The elder said he wasn't even surprised and immediately guessed which cultivator was able to create such a thing. The elder of the secret dragon organization, Len Feng, said he needed help. He's leaving this wolf in their care, and he still has work to do. The young man explained that this wolf was actually a Western werewolf cultivator, and he should be careful with him. The young man added that it was the Wolf King of the Western cultivators. The representatives of the secret organization isolated this Wolf King very quickly. They said that he was still not strong enough compared to their innate. They shouldn't give him a chance to escape. The people in black said it would be great if Elder Leng Feng restored the strength of the Easterners. Leng Feng told his opponent not to cause even more trouble. The dragon organization had just recently given him an apartment. The Western cultivator grabbed the civilian by the throat and showed him to the young man. The unarmed victim was screaming and asking for help. Panic broke out all around. Everyone scattered in different directions. The villain said that normal civilians always run away in all directions when they see a Western prince. The victim screamed to be left alive. The Western cultivator told her to be quiet. A little later, he would taste her. Suddenly, the villain received from afar a powerful water punch right in the jaw. He lost his bearings. Suddenly, the deputy security chief of the secret organization, Dragon, appeared and told the scoundrel to let the victim go. He will never be allowed to harm people. The villain said he felt a very powerful water cannon and it tasted brackish. The villain said the joke was over and retaliated with a stabbing blow to the chest of the man in black. It was unexpected. The man was shot through and through. The other men in black started yelling that a medical kit was urgently needed and emergency medical assistance should be called. The astonished man fell to the ground and thought that this type is very strong. No one here will be able to give him a decent resistance. The special agent lay with a hole in his body. The wound was bleeding. He told everyone to leave immediately and alert the Council of Elders. They were the only ones who could defeat him. The young people did not want to leave their leader. They shouted that they would only leave here with him. The leader said he still has an assignment here, and his aides are young men. They have their whole future ahead of them. The man with the hole in his body stood up and said that he was still the leader of the Dragon organization. He was level 8 in strength and would still be able to fend for himself, or at least stay on his feet. The men in black said they obeyed their leader and left. They said they would always remember their leader, and sooner or later, they would avenge him on the Western cultivators. The retreating man in black said that he remembered this Western cultivator by sight, and he would tell the Council of Elders what he looked like with all the details. The leader of the Dragon organization with a hole in his chest told the Western cultivator to immediately release his victim. He couldn't allow him to harm civilians. The demon looked at his rival with sad eyes and asked why he hadn't died yet. After all, he had made a hole through him. The leader said that until the demon is gone, he won't die. He has no right to abandon the civilians to their fate. The Western cultivator said that he was angry at this secret agent. He only wanted to take one person hostage, but now he has to destroy everyone here. Everyone in the neighborhood thought that this rascal might destroy them now, but there are more than 30,000 people here. Everyone in the neighborhood decided to scatter. The leader with the hole in his chest told the people not to panic. He's about to destroy this villain immediately. The Western cultivator said that he would start the destruction of everyone around him with a man with a hole in his chest and finish what he started. The leader with the hole in his chest said he wouldn't back down, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, our hero was there. The young man decided to activate his latent abilities and brought something unimaginable into the light. Leng Feng said as an honorary elder of the Dragon organization, ordering the man with a hole in his chest to retreat. The man said he obeyed the elder and thought it was urgent to organize his evacuation. We can't repeat this nightmare because of the pandemonium. The man was getting worse. He knew that his injury was too serious. If he wasn't a cultivator, you would have died by now. The leader was able to evacuate. Subordinates and doctors surrounded him. They decided the man needed rest and emergency hospitalization. The villain, a Western cultivator, spread his demonic wings and continued to hover over the city. Lang Feng noticed that this time, his opponent's chances of escape were minimal. Everyone in the neighborhood thought this young man was their savior. It seems there are capable people in this country too. The demon asked why this young man was pursuing him. After all, he is forcing him into extremely negative actions. Rising high up, the demon let go of his victim. The girl rushed downward. Lan Feng rushed to her aid and grabbed her in his arms right in midair. The villain said it was useless to catch her. He would ignite his noble blood and make everyone pay for it. Lan Feng told the frightened victim that everything was fine. She could go home now. The girl thanked her savior. The young man headed straight for the bloodthirsty fiend. The Western cultivator began to increase in size and turned into a red ball. He said that this guy was too late. Now his body is full of explosive blood, and he's ready to destroy an entire neighborhood. Lan Feng thought that it was already too late. It was impossible to evacuate everyone. The demon shouted that he was ready to bury everyone. Lang Feng climbed up on that bloody ball and said that the opponent has a lot of chatter. We have to be quiet for a while because he needs concentration. Lang Feng applied the art of silently comprehending the ultimate truth. He tried to isolate the bloody death ball. Everyone in the neighborhood watching said that a miracle had just happened. Did quantum space fluctuate? It's all thanks to the power of the Dragon Organization. Its elder saved everyone in the neighborhood. Everyone watching the event in the airspace saw a young man hovering and thought it was a celestial. So the gods are saving them. The headquarters of the secret Dragon Organization. Lang Feng is advised to control himself. The young man said that the recent news is too exaggerated. The press said that the secret organization, Dragon, created a Dragon King who absorbed an explosion that could destroy the core of the stars. The young man said that he only borrowed the phantom technique of one of the 9 deities, and he is not a celestial at all. An elder of the organization said that they knew that everything written was a lie. Even though the young man had saved 30,000 lives, the organization decided to reward the young man. The young man was awarded a banner of honor. It was decided that Elder Lang Feng needed to rest for a few days. The lodging for him was reorganized. The issue of the Wolf King was taken care of by the organization. The young man thought that the thinking of ordinary people was very strange. There was no point in rewards and glory. However, he really shouldn't get too hot. The energy he had internalized from the old tree had not yet been assimilated. The young man entered the reorganized apartment provided to him by the Dragon Organization. The room seemed fine to the young man, and he hoped that no one would bother him here. The young man knew that his teacher wakes up at 5 o'clock every morning. He also studied Taoism and recited lines from the scriptures. The teacher was gifted and disciplined. The young man wanted to be like him and decided not to slack off. The teacher told the young man that the worst thing in the world was not laziness, but people who were stronger than he was. They work harder, and he is content with a small accomplishment. Night came. The young man woke up. He had not expected to be immersed in meditation for so long. Now he was hungry. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Lang Feng thought that no one knew about his apartment except Jackie, but she wouldn't have come at this time of day. The young man tensed up. Could it be the Western cultivators who had come to take revenge on him? The young man decided it didn't matter how many there were on the other side of the door. He would turn them all into the secret Dragon Organization. Lan Feng asked who was there and opened the door. There was a girl standing at the threshold. From her clothes, she was wearing 2 towels, one on her head, the other partially hiding her body. The young man asked in surprise who she was and what could he do for her. The young man wondered which of the great families had sent her. The girl said it was simple and trivial. She's his roommate and she suddenly lost her water, so she asked to borrow his bathroom. The young man said he wasn't sorry, and he decided to himself that he was thinking too much. When he let the girl into his room, he thought it was strange. Uncle Z had told him that if the water was cut off in a big city, the whole building, or even the whole neighborhood would lose water. Lan Feng suspected something wrong. What if this person had come here to steal something? The girl entered the bathroom and thought, why is this type so cold? Don't ordinary people who see girls dressed like this behave differently? The girl remembered her elder's advice. He had reached an innate level. Is it really so doldrums in his soul that he is completely uninterested in women? That couldn't be the case. The head of her family, her grandfather, had broken through to innate, and after that, he loved beautiful women even more. The girl told herself that Jiao should not admit defeat. It is necessary to get the young man's body. His heart would belong to her after that, sooner or later. The young lady opened the door and said she was done washing. The girl asked apprehensively, what was he doing standing outside the door? Did he really want to attack her? She became threatening and said she would call the police right away. Jiao seems to have accidentally dropped the towel and told the young man not to mess around. He should be responsible and know what he's doing. The young man followed past the girl and walked into the bathroom. He saw his shower gel in place and calmed down. The young man thought, good thing she didn't come to steal that shower gel. It looks like there's something wrong with the sewer pipe in her room. The girl thought that this young man was sick. Why doesn't he show any reaction when she's all around him? Lan Feng asked. Maybe she had a clogged pipe in her room. The girl hopefully thought it was role-playing. And he's acting like this on purpose. She thought she liked it. The girl said the young man guessed. She had a clogged pipe, and it would be a good idea to clean it out. Lan Feng thought, do people really worry so much about such insignificant problems? Lan Feng wrapped the girl in a towel and took her in his arms. She thought he would help her clean the pipes now. The young man threw the girl out of his room. He said he didn't know how to fix the pipes, so he suggests she call a real handyman. Lan Feng closed the door to his room. The girl thought that this young man was indeed sick. The girl was upset. How dare he play with her like that? She decided to wait patiently for another opportunity, and when it came, she would strike back with a powerful blow. Lan Feng thought that his new apartment was almost set up, and maybe he should invite her over for dinner. The head of a large organization, in her office, has decided that she needs to work continuously, and she doesn't want to think about Lan Feng anymore. Suddenly, a phone call rang. Zaki looked at the screen and said, who needs his calls? The girl did answer and asked why he was looking for her. Turns out he knows she has a cell phone? That's a real surprise. Lan Feng said he changed his place of residence, and now he thought of treating her to dinner. He's prepared to cook it himself, and he asked if she would attend. The girl blushed with embarrassment and asked if there would be anyone else. The young man said he was inviting only her. The girl thought that this young man had a little conscience, so she hadn't acted like that for nothing. The young lady immediately blushed. She began to feel nervous about what she should wear on her date. She couldn't go on a date in her work clothes. Jiao looked around and saw a competitor standing next to her. The competitor told her cousin to provide everything to her. She is a member of a martial arts center. People even call her the Formosa Venusian slipper of the central Chinese plain. Ju asked how long she had been eavesdropping. The cousin said she heard everything from the beginning. Her family has changed tactics. Even if she can't get this young man, Ju can. And then, he would still become related and be part of this big family. The girl asked, because her plan is great, isn't it? Jo said she didn't want to. Ju added she doesn't want her feelings to be mixed with the family's interests. She is fine with Lan Feng. The girl added that the young man does not see her for her money, her firm, or her status, but for her, Jiao. At the young man's house, the girl noticed that the table was very low. Lan Feng replied that the table was very old and he was afraid the legs would break. So for now, he decided to put them away in the closet. The young man added that the food was ready. The young man said that the girl is his very first friend. He is grateful that she helps him so much. The girl asked, and was that the reason he had invited her to dinner? Lan Feng replied that he just wanted to treat the girl. After dinner, he would like to talk to her about something. Jiao asked why all the dishes were vegetarian. The boy replied because in the mountains his master taught him to cook only such dishes. After a hearty meal, the girl asked what the young man wanted to talk to her about. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. The young man said that he would open it now. They both wondered who was here at such an inconvenient time. A restless neighbor stood on the doorstep. She asked what smelled so good in here. She could smell it even from her room. The young man asked, is it really her again? Is it really her pipe clogged again? Jiao heard this conversation. The young man said again. So they had seen each other before. The neighbor said there was no truth in feet and went inside. She said that as a neighbor, she expected to be fed now. The neighbor saw Miss Jiao and said she didn't expect to see the young man, not alone. The neighbor thought she had just seen the young man go into his house. If she hadn't been so cunning, the woman would have had the young man by now. She shouldn't have let that happen. Miss Jiao asked if neighbors are supposed to enter someone else's home without permission. Lang Feng stated that the neighbor should leave. The neighbor recalled aloud how she had spent an extended period of time in that room with no clothes at all, and added that she might have caught a cold after that. Now she felt dizzy. Jiao recognized that the neighbor was here naked and couldn't understand what was even going on here. The young man grabbed the persistent neighbor in an armful and carried her outside. He said that no one had forced her to come to him in just a towel. The persistent neighbor repeated her flight, but she was satisfied. No woman would be indifferent after hearing such a thing. The young man still told her to get out because she was not welcome here. Jiao asked the young man if there was anything between them. She is waiting for an answer. Lan Feng said that it wasn't at all what she thought it was. There was nothing between him and this girl. The neighbor reappeared on the threshold. She realized that she could not let the young man explain everything to his companion. Otherwise, all her hard work would be for naught. The neighbor turned to the young man. She said that she was very excited and wanted to repeat what had happened recently. Ju's eyes lit up with rage. She was ready to destroy everyone here. Lang Feng said in awe, he really doesn't know what she's talking about. After all, there was nothing between them. A thunderstorm was coming. Ju thought that there was something wrong here. Lang Feng doesn't react at all to that girl, but maybe it's because she's here. The girl didn't know who to believe. Lang Feng asked Ju if he wanted her to listen to him. The neighbor decided that Ju needed to make him even angrier. Jiao slapped her rival and said, how dare she hit on Lang Feng? Why is she so naive? The girl shouted for this neighbor to get out of here immediately. The neighbor said, how dare Joe hit her? I mean, it's too much. The girl jumped out of her neighbor's apartment and screamed that there was a ghost there. With tears in her eyes, she ran away. The young man went up to his girlfriend and told her that he was truly happy. He was grateful that the girl believed him. Joe said it's not that she believed him. It's just that he's really stupid. Who would believe he was in a relationship like that with a woman like that? Lang Feng suggested closing this topic and said that last night he had caught a demon from the Western supernatural world. Joe asked. So it was him? She'd heard that someone had destroyed one, because that demon wanted to destroy all the people in the neighborhood. Lan Feng said it was true, but that wasn't the point. The point is that the demon prince was not simple. He got a call from the Dragon organization. They said the Western superhuman community had sent someone to bring that demon back. Joe asked, why do they think they can just come and go like that? Lan Feng said that right now, the Western superhumans were stronger than them. The Dragon organization is also facing problems. However, there is a bigger problem. This time, not only the demons from the West want him back, but also the Vatican. The girl wondered, was the church really involved in this? The young man added that the person the Vatican sent was their saint. Jiao asked, isn't this confidential information? After he tells her everything, won't he be in trouble? Lang Feng hoped that his interlocutor would not tell anyone about it. After all, she was his friend. The girl was upset. Turns out he considers her a friend. She said she wouldn't tell anyone. But if he's talking about it, it must be serious. The guy said he heard something else. Turns out they caught a really strong demon. They say it's stronger than the innate level. However, he's the only one who can make the Vatican show itself. Besides, the Vatican is the demon's enemy. If the Vatican is interfering, the reason is that it is profitable for them. The interlocutor asked what is the opinion of the Dragon organization. Suddenly, everything around her shook. The girl was frightened. The young people thought it was an earthquake. The young man said it's not an earthquake. Somewhere nearby, a fierce battle is taking place. If it continues like this, the whole city could be destroyed. Lan Feng told the girl to wait for him here. He promised to save the world and return soon. Jiao told the young man to be careful. She would be waiting for him. The girl looked after the departing Lang Feng. This was her hero. In the sky above the eastern side, there was a battle between a Western demon and a representative of the Vatican. The demon asked if the enemy wanted to take his people. He was just dreaming. The demon screamed that he was about to destroy the Vatican representative. The Vatican representative shouted that he was facing a lowly demon who unfortunately was unwilling to submit to the power of the Pope. Saints and demons collided in the sky. The collision caused stone shards to fall to the ground and ordinary civilians to flee in all directions. Innocent people were suffering. It was a very dangerous place and time. Suddenly, our hero appeared in the sky. With his hands, he pushed the opposing sides apart and formed a neutral territory. The commotion stopped. People on Earth began to calm down. Families will be reunited. The opposing sides wondered why this young man of Oriental blood was preventing them from figuring things out. Lan Feng asked who they were and why were they fighting in this territory. Didn't they have enough room at home? The demon asked if this was really the superpower. The Vatican representative said he was not worthy to know why they were here. Lan Feng said if they didn't explain everything to him right now, he wouldn't let them go anywhere. The Vatican representative asked why this young man was provoking them now. The demon asked why this boy was being so disrespectful. The rivals decided to unite and destroy the young man, and after that, settle their issues. The people on the ground began shouting for their hero to hide, because unimaginable forces would come against him. Saint Sophia, a representative of the Vatican, was relaxing near the pool. The girl said if the young man was able to destroy a prince-level demon and wound another, he wouldn't die so easily. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The Vatican Knight and the demons said that no one would bother them now. This young man had interfered in their affairs for nothing. A knight from the Vatican shouted that he should not be underestimated. He is a true envoy of the Pope. The demon said he'd be good for something else too, and he'll prove that it's not worth destroying his companions. Lang Feng turned out to be alive and well. He said he would deal with these two personally, and they would know how to make trouble on foreign soil. The demon thought to retreat. After all, this young man had destroyed his elder with a single blow. He can't defeat him. The demon couldn't get far. Lang Feng's all-striking sword reached him and pierced through him. The young man said that before the fight, he was giving the two a chance to speak out. He acted according to the tradition of this land. Saint Sophia, a representative of the Vatican, watched from the sidelines. She couldn't understand how this was possible. That young man is too strong, even stronger than her. It's hard to accurately determine his level of strength. Saint Sophia decided to find a way to get this young man. The girl thought that there was not a single person in the world who was willing to resist her beauty. Jujaki had been waiting for the young man for a long time. She couldn't understand why he was taking so long. The next second, the young man was already home. The girl wondered how he could appear so suddenly. The young man replied that he wanted to solve everything peacefully, but those two didn't like it. Therefore, he was a little delayed. The young man received a phone call asking him why he was making trouble for himself again. After all, those two foreigners had come here to negotiate with them. The young man asked why then did they start fighting in the sky during the negotiations. The youth was told that it was because they could not reach an agreement. The young man was advised to go immediately to the dragon organization. They would explain everything to him. Lan Feng told his girlfriend that he had to leave urgently. The girl didn't mind. She said she was here with the company's permission anyway, so she should get back, Jujaki said as she walked away. Lang Feng thanked the girl for coming to see him. He said that she was always welcome here. Lang Feng arrived at the headquarters of the secret dragon organization. At this moment, the elder was offering an elderly customer an excellent remedy whose effects lasted for 10 hours. The elder motioned for the young man to sit down and wait. Lang Feng asked the man what he thought about the mystery of the Western supernatural world. The man said that this time, the Vatican and the demons had sent their subordinates to capture the wolf prince caught by the young man. It was very curious as to why the Vatican came to rescue the demon. In the end, they forced the wolf prince to spill his guts. It turns out that the Vatican can use holy light to absorb the power of demons. The power obtained from demons is used for the flock, and eventually the novices of the church reach the level of a prince. The elder added, if they let the Vatican develop in the same way, sooner or later, it will affect their country and their supernatural world as well. Lang Feng asked, had the dragon organization decided who they would hand over the wolf prince to? The Vatican or the demons? Either one was too dangerous. The man said that the strength of the wolf prince is also huge. They can't hold him for long. But if they destroy him, a war will break out between the Eastern and Western supernatural worlds. Lang Feng asked, what if there was a way to strip the wolf prince of his powers and hand him over to one of the group? The elder happily said that it was an excellent idea. It would be a great way out of the current situation. The young man had cleverly thought of it. Lang Feng said that this time he would need a reward. The method was simple. It would take away all his strength and make him an ordinary person. The elder suggested that we start right away. Chained to the wall, the wolf prince shouted that he would show everyone. Once he was free, he would destroy everyone in the neighborhood. Just a little while longer and he'll be free. The two representatives of the secret organization said that this guy is above the innate level. If he escapes, there will definitely be chaos in the country. The representative remarked that if this wolf escaped, they would immediately be the first to die. The wolf principal was approached by the elder and Lang Feng. The old man asked, why is he shouting so loudly again? Or maybe he wanted to be given to the Vatican. The wolf prince shouted for them not to dare threaten him. If they gave him to the Vatican, they would have a more formidable enemy. The wolf shouted that it would be better if he was released. He would be able to vent and destroy mortal men. Still, the demons would attack these lands sooner or later, and then he could bathe in blood. Leng Feng put his hand on his head and told him not to scream. He would be released soon anyway. The young man siphoned all the demonic energy out of the beast through his hand. The beast turned into a decrepit old man. The boy apologized and said that he seemed to have absorbed too much energy. Leng Feng looked at this old man who was once a wolf prince and asked, "Is he all right? He looks like he's about to die." The elder said he was fine. People of the West, strong people. The old man started coughing up blood. The young man covered his mouth with his hand. I should have stopped him from spitting out that blood. Until they gave him up. Blood started coming out of the old man's nose and ears. The elder said to close all the holes to keep the blood flowing until the negotiations were over. Another man in black came up and told the elder that there was bad news. The Vatican's men have come here. The man from the Vatican was Saint Sophia. The girl said, "This is how the East treats its guests." She was left alone here. The rank and file of the Dragon organization said that the deputy head would be here soon and asked that the girl not be bored. Saint Sophia told them not to be nervous, and they shouldn't blush so much. It's bad for their health. Elder Yi Leng Feng entered the room. The elder apologized for keeping them waiting. He said that he had a problem to deal with. Saint Sophia rose from her seat and walked over to Leng Feng. The girl, without saying a word, kissed the young man. The young man was surprised. He asked, "What is this?" Saint Sophia replied that this is Western etiquette. A young man should not take things personally. The elder wondered why no one had greeted him like that. A Vatican knight who arrived with the girl said he paid deep respect to the deputy head of the secret organization. Saint Sophia said the purpose of her visit was to make a deal. They want that demon alive. The elder said it could be arranged, but the Vatican must offer something in return. Lan Feng didn't understand why this woman kept looking at him. Saint Sophia said she understands, and in this suitcase is their proposal. This is her way of showing the sincerity of her intentions. This is what the Vatican has been able to raise. It's only 1% of the total. The rest will be deposited in a bank account. The elder seriously stated that money is just a piece of paper. You can just print it. That's not what he wants. The woman inquired, then what do they want? If it was in her power, she would do anything. She would even help the elder to move to another country if necessary. The elder said that he is not one of those people. His wish is much simpler. He wants the 3 heads of the beasts that were lost abroad in his country. The Vatican stole them. Now he asks for them back. Saint Sophia said those heads have been missing for too long. She couldn't find them anymore, and offered another deal. Saint Sophia looked intently at her opponent. The elder thought he was having a very hard time. This woman was overwhelming him with her power. He couldn't breathe. Leng Feng thought that there was a misunderstanding. He influenced the elder with his internal energy, and the pressure from the woman disappeared. The young man said that the opponents would not dictate terms to them. Saint Sophia felt a strong pressure being exerted on her. She closed her eyes in pain and wrinkled her forehead. The elder said for Leng Feng to stop pushing. Otherwise, it would explode if he continued. The knight asked Saint Sophia if they should attack their opponents. They are ready if the woman gives the order. Saint Sophia said they wouldn't do that. Even if they attacked all together, they would not win. The woman said they would get 3 heads of beasts. They need a little time to do that. The elder hoped that it would happen quickly, and then they would be able to face this demon. Saint Sophia invited Leng Feng to dinner. The young man says he doesn't agree, because he knows what could follow. He knows them. The young man meant women. See family's company. Leng Feng thought that it had already been a whole month since the last time he showed up for work. A coworker said it was quite unusual for her to see a young man at work. She remarked that they had recently had some problems, and now she was looking for a new job. Leng Feng asked, "Is it really that serious? Would the company go bankrupt?" The girl whispered that she was willing to tell the young man the secret provided he kept his mouth shut. A coworker said they used to work with Jiao's company. That project will be abandoned. The gangsters have started causing trouble and the police can't deal with them. It seems there's someone important involved who wants to shut down that company. The girl added that 2 days ago, CEO C invited Sister Yuan to a party to solve the problem, but he wanted Sister Yuan to serve him. He wondered if he really wanted her to serve him food and drink, and to spend time with him too. The girl replied that fortunately he did not. However, she heard that there were problems at the construction site. The department head walked into the room and told Leng Feng to come into her office. The colleague wished the young man good luck and told him not to upset Sister Yuan. The young man walked into the supervisor's office and asked Miss Yuan what was wrong. The girl was extremely strict. Miss Yuan said the young man has to sign this document. He will be compensated and give the company a lift. If he delays, the company may not have the funds to pay him. Lan Feng inquired, "Is it really because of the problems at the construction site?" Miss Yuan said, "It seems like the young man has already been told about it by someone. It's very complicated. There are many good and bad people involved. Even the Jew family won't be able to handle it. They are really in a bad situation this time." Lan Feng asked Miss Yuan to give him 3 days. The boss asked, "Can the young man really pull it off?" This time it's not as easy as he thinks. The young man noticed the girl's stockings were torn. She hesitated and said it was all right. The guy interjected, "Was this really all about that party?" Yuan said that the CEO wanted to find someone responsible for the problem, and so he threw a party. Since she was the project leader, she went with him. At that party, Mr. Z offered a drink to the director of the National Security Office. He hoped that he would be able to help. The director said if he is only offered a drink, then this is not the way to solve the problem. Miss Yuan asked, "What does the principal want?" If he needs their cooperation, they are willing to listen. The principal walked over to Miss Yuan, squatted down, and touched her leg. He asked if she was sure she was going to facilitate. The man was behaving very unscrupulously. Miss Yuan told the principal to keep his temper. He replied that he doesn't want to keep his temper. He wants to play with her, and then he can take action. The girl slapped the man and told him to take his hands off. She's not that kind of woman. The principal shouted that she had no right to hit him. "What's she doing?" Mr. Z grabbed the principal's hand and told him to stop rampaging. The director shouted, "Does Z Hai no longer need his company?" Mr. Z replied, "He knows that it was the director's people who were at the construction site. People's lives don't mean anything to him. He will not beg him." Mr. Z, along with Miss Yuan, left the meeting room. The girl told Lan Feng that the whole story, because Mr. Z Hai protected her. Now, these people are enemies. The young man said he understood. He decided to go to the construction site to check out the situation first. He thought Uncle Z was a good man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have protected Miss Yuan. The girl was surprised. She couldn't believe that after all she had heard, the young man still wanted to help her. It's not like he doesn't have to interfere. Miss Yuan thought he was doing all this for her. Saying goodbye to the young man, the girl said that if he can't handle it, so he doesn't put pressure on himself. She knows the young man is strong, but there are some things a man can't do. Lan Feng said in response that the girl is also pushing herself. The bags under her eyes are too clearly visible. Miss Yuan thought that she really needed to rest. She hadn't been home in 3 days. She wanted to get a good night's sleep. The girl left work with the intention of getting home quickly and getting some sleep. She would need company tomorrow. The masked men were waiting for the girl. The villains grabbed her and clamped her mouth shut. They said that the girl would have to follow them. Lan Feng took public transportation to the construction site. He didn't think it would be so far away. Unfortunately, he didn't have a car, and running headlong down the street wasn't the best option. The vehicle that Lan Feng was traveling on got caught in a traffic jam and was going very slowly. A phone call rang. The young man answered it. Uncle Z told the young man that they were in trouble. Yuan had been kidnapped. The girl was in the possession of the kidnappers. She was bound hand and foot. She was gagged. The director told his men that they had done well and praised them. Now we have to figure out why he's being so decent and keeping an innocent man in custody. One of the kidnappers said he planted drugs in this girl's bag. Now she is a real drug dealer. The man laughed. Miss Yuan thought that things were not going well for her. That fatty would definitely not let her go. If he slandered her, she would be in trouble. The kidnappers withdrew, leaving the principal alone with the girl. The principal told the girl that he was now in a position where no one would turn him down. Lan Feng was almost there. A guard blocked his way. He told the young man to get out of here. The young man threw that guard far back with a slight movement of his hand. There was no man who could stop him now. Security personnel began to flock to the scene. Already several people wanted to detain the young man. They said that he must have had enough of life. Lan Feng put a finger to his forehead and scanned the divine consciousness. He knew what he was doing. Scanning the space, the young man found the room where the kidnapped girl was. The guards thought the young man had superpowers, but because they realized too late, nothing could save them. Security was deactivated. Lan Feng reached his destination. He was very angry. It was impossible to stop him. The young man tossed the fat man aside hard, trying to make it as painful as possible. The young man took the gag out of the girl's mouth and covered her with his clothes. He said that now she might not be afraid. The fat man screamed in pain, bleeding. He asked, "Who was this man? How does the young man have the right to beat his men and protect this girl?" He said that the young man could consider himself a corpse because he was now already calling for backup. The young man decided that they should run away immediately, because this man is an official and a government official, and they are ordinary civilians. They could be in trouble. The fat man got to his feet and started threatening the young man. He said that the young man had beaten up civil servants and sold drugs. With these charges, he would be given the death penalty. The fat man said that reinforcements were on their way to him and advised the young man to turn himself in. Lang Feng asked the fat man, "Does the fat man really think that he is an enemy of the people?" The young man asked, "How can trash like this fat man be considered part of society?" Lang Feng told the girl that he was not going to run away this time. The criminals must answer for everything. The young man added that only a teacher in this situation has the power to stop him. If the miscreants want to punish them, he has to teach them a lesson. The police have arrived at the mission. They said those inside were already surrounded. They should drop their weapons and come out with their hands up. The fat man ran outside and said that this young man was finished because the reinforcements had already arrived. Lang Feng caught up with him and threw him to the ground. He asked if he was going to run away. The police officers told the young man to let the principal go immediately, otherwise they will open fire. The principal was yelling for the police to shoot this young man because he's a criminal and an accomplice to a drug dealer. Elder Guo, a representative of the secret dragon organization, appeared among the police officers. He said that all the police officers should step aside. Now, he will investigate the case. The police said the director is still a hostage. This young man is holding Zensan. The elder said for Lang Feng to calm down and let this director go. He'll take care of the rest. Lang Feng asked, "And what would Elder Guo do?" The man said that they would investigate first and find out everything. The young man will know the results. Director Zen thought that the dragon organization wanted to save him. The man was fine with that and waited for the results of the negotiations. Lang Feng asked, "What is there to find out? There's already plenty of evidence around. What are they missing?" Lan Feng said he doesn't like being cheated. If he gets angry, it will be a big deal for everyone here. A man from the National Directorate of Security showed up and said that he did not report to the dragon organization and demanded that he be provided with weapons. He will handle the matter in his own way. He sees that Director Zen is in trouble. Elder Guo asked, "Who is this person? Where did he come from?" Regional Director Wang said he has no idea who this guy is, but he's holding his subordinate Mr. Zen hostage. The dragon organization won't be able to get them off this case. Elder Guo told Director Wang that the situation is more complicated this time. Director Wang said if the need arises, this young man should be eliminated on the spot. Yuan asked the young man, "What will they do? There are a lot of armed men around." Lan Feng told the girl to stay where she was. He'll be back in 10 seconds. The young man went out into the open and attacked the armed men in his own way. He was faster than lightning and moved with such speed that it was impossible to take him in his sights. The young man moved from one person to another, deactivating them. Exactly a dozen seconds later, the young man returned to the girl and said that the problem was solved. He calmly adjusted his tie. Yuan asked if he was really Superman. Lang Feng replied that he didn't seem to be. Elder Guo said that he had warned Director Wang, but the latter had acted overconfidently and was now paying the price. The director said he was at a loss and didn't know what to report to his superior. This young man's behavior violates the Dragon Organization's law on superpowers. Elder Guo told Director Wang that he could call his superiors as much as he wanted and complain. Lang Feng grabbed the rascal by the scruff of the neck and asked, "How long will this last?" He would soon run out of patience. The villain cried and begged Director Wang to save him. Director Wang said that he had communicated with the higher-ups. No matter what this young man's status is, he must be destroyed. Lang Feng told Elder Guo that this man was covering for accomplices. He should pay for it. The elder said that the young man should not hit this scoundrel again. They'll have an answer any minute now. Director Wang pointed his gun at Lang Feng and asked if he knew who he was communicating with. Elder Guo walked over to Principal Wang and looked him in the eyes. He put his hand on his shoulder. Mr. Guo gave Director Wang the phone and said he had to communicate. Wang said that no one could give him orders. Director Wang, hearing the caller's voice, immediately changed his face and said that he was listening. The principal apologized for the disturbance and said he wouldn't do it again. Fatty asked Director Wang, "Has there been any response from higher authority?" Director Wang was already in handcuffs. Elder Guo escorted him to the car. The man was declared an enemy of the people, and the case was handed over to Director Chung Hai. The fat man was also handcuffed and sent to a squad car for further transportation. How is it possible that the boss himself covered up for this scoundrel? Elder Guo said that the Dragon Organization is taking the investigation of this case under its control. He will know the results later. Lung Feng asked if he could go now. The interlocutor replied that they would not detain the young man any longer. Miss Yuan thought that Lung Feng had become a different person now. She no longer recognized him. Lung Feng walked the girl home and said that she would go on her own. He would deal with the construction site tomorrow. The girl bowed and thanked the young man for saving her today. If not for him, her life, honor, and reputation would have been ruined. The young man told the girl not to thank him. The reason she was saved was because of the heavenly Tao karma and her good deeds. Yuan thought that the young man was once again speaking in an incomprehensible language. Who is he really, this Leng Feng? Even high-ranking personalities are patronizing him. The next day came, the construction site. Rumors were spreading everywhere that the director of the National Security Directorate and his deputy had been fired at the same time. One of the passers-by said he knew that director. He was a scoundrel. A very high-ranking official would have been able to remove him. Leng Feng thought that he was a serious figure. If he could do such a thing, the young man decided to have a snack. Suddenly, a girl appeared beside the young man and snatched the baguette from his hands and began to eat it immediately. Leng Feng wondered, where did Xiaowei come from? The girl was hungry and wanted to steal something else from the boy. The boy grabbed his plate and began to finish his food quickly. The girl said the young man was a scoundrel. Last time he cheated her out of her pocket money. Now he refuses to share even the rice porridge. Lan Feng replied that he hated having his food taken away from him. It didn't matter if it was a human or a beast. In the mountains, food was taken away too often, and bears and tigers and wolves. He punished them all for it. The girl said she ran away from home. He can't feel sorry for her. Xiao Yue demanded that the young man give her his keys immediately. She will stay at his place for now. She hasn't showered in days. Leng Feng wondered, did she really run away? Does Uncle Z know about it? Xiao Yue in turn was also surprised. How can he not know about this? But he's shameless, not looking for her on purpose. She said she doesn't want to work. She wants to be a celebrity, but he didn't support her. The girl demanded the keys to the apartment again. Lan Feng was forced to give the girl his keys. He asked her not to turn the place upside down. Leng Feng thought that uncle was ruining this girl's dream. However, it was none of his business or his karma. A young man came into the reception area of the engineering department. Everything looked normal. It didn't look like they were in trouble. The secretary asked who the young man was looking for. Does he have an appointment? Lan Feng replied that he didn't have anything scheduled. He wants the head of the company. He wants to talk about the current situation. The girl said that the young man would not be able to see Principal Chen. She added that it was not an easy time. Young men armed with sticks appeared on the doorstep. They said that a new shipment of materials had arrived. The man with the stick held out a paper and said it had to be signed immediately or this business would be put on permanent vacation. The girl said they wouldn't listen to them. Who are they to tell me what to do? The stickman's helper said that you shouldn't listen to this girl. After all, they don't need logic. They have sticks and they dictate their terms. The villain swung his stick and wanted to hit the girl for crossing him. Lan Feng blocked his stick and said, doesn't he know that hitting girls is not allowed? The villain agreed with the young man and said that hitting girls is indeed unacceptable. They should live by the laws of the streets. The villain's assistant says they don't live by the laws of the streets. They are small-time hooligans and live under their boss. The villain says he's already been talked down to. He doesn't need any morals at all. Lan Feng thought that it seemed like karma was about to show itself. At this time, an alarm sounded and a police car pulled up. The hooligans turned around and ran away. They did not want to deal with the police. The secretary thanked the young man. She said she was scared. She thought she might be beaten. However, the young man didn't have to interfere. Those guys ran away, but they will be back again tomorrow. The young man asked why in that case the police did not react. The boy thought that he did not have the best opinion of the National Security Directorate at the moment. The girl said the police are working. They have one policeman. He doesn't care how many hooligans are in front of him. He'll disperse them all. However, he can't be in this place all the time, and the security department is really useless. The young man thought that karma after such a destruction of authority was unpredictable. If there is a useless commander at the helm, the team will work after a while. The policeman asked if anyone was hurt. These hooligans have had it up to here. The girl offered the policeman a drink of water and to calm down. Everything is all right now. The young man stood up for her and chased the hooligans away. The policeman praised the young man and said that the stranger had decided to help. Leng Feng replied that he worked here. He just rarely showed up. The policeman recognized the young man he had seen the day before. Leng Feng explained that he had to talk sense into those guys yesterday, and he apologized that the policeman had gotten it too. The policeman and the young man shook hands. The policeman said he was actually glad that the director had been removed, and he thanked the young man. A sports car pulled up and a girl got out. The secretary said that manager Jiao had arrived. It was the head of the Jiao group. The girl thought that there were always some problems at this construction site. Therefore, she came to check how things were going here. After all, she's in charge of this place. The secretary said that manager Jiao is her idol. She doesn't even know which man is worthy of her. Manager Jiao saw the young man and said how good it was that Leng Feng was also here. The secretary was shocked. Did the young man really know her? The girl walked up to Leng Feng. The secretary thought, she looks so cute, like she's in love. Jiao family home. The man said that 3 months had passed since his defeat. However, his strength and determination had not recovered at all. The man said that he had given everything, even changed his name to Jiao Ritian to start over and change his consciousness. But in the end, some young man defeated him and brought him to this state. The man cried out that this was unacceptable. The ancestral spirit told the man to give up his body, and he promises that he will finish what he started. This is to take revenge and make the Jiao family great again. The boss told his bullies that they were very stupid. How dare they come back? The bully said it wasn't their fault. They were about to make it when that policeman showed up again. The boss of the hooligans wondered how a lowly old policeman made a gang of 30 men afraid. It's incomprehensible. The boss got angry and punched the goofy subordinate right in the chest. The man said that such weaklings were not worthy of being in his gang. The frightened villain shouted that he wholeheartedly wanted to work with the boss and asked not to be kicked out of the bully gang. The boss of the hooligans said he was fed up with the man and ordered his subordinates to throw him into the river to feed the fish. The main villain tells his subordinate to keep gathering people and attack the construction site, and he has one more assignment. The villain said to bring a 6-year-old girl named Yang Ye to him. The young people went into a catering outlet. The girl ate malatan and said it was very tasty. At home, her mother never allowed her to eat such food. She said that only beggars ate this food. Leng Feng said he was troubled by this gang. Their leader used to be a common bandit. Now he's risen to the top. If he's captured, it'll be a cakewalk. Saint Sophia appeared in front of the young man. She said what a coincidence, for they had met again. Saint Sophia asked the young man, is he dining with his girlfriend? Leng Feng replied that it was his little sister. The girl shouted that she was not his little sister. The young man owed her pocket money. Saint Sophia said she was relieved and added at least one less rival. The Holy Fairy said not to take it personally. They met by chance besides. A man as outstanding as Lan Feng could touch any girl's heart. Saint Sophia said that she promised herself that in a month, the young man would be a close person to her, and they would meet often. Leng Feng got up from the table, took Xiaoyu's hand, and told her that they were leaving. The girl shouted that she hadn't finished her meal yet. Sophia remarked that it was very cute if the young man was embarrassed. The men at a neighboring table were discussing the priestess's appearance. The girl looked back and wished them a pleasant appetite. There was a phone call. Saint Sophia answered and said that they had a new assignment. They were ordered to find a girl named Yang Ye. Then they need to bring her to the Holy See. Lan Feng said he has figured out which gang is derailing the project. But there's another problem that hasn't been solved yet. The companion asked, what kind of problem is this that even he can't solve? Lan Feng replied that he hadn't found the person who paid them yet. It's someone from their company. This gang is constantly disrupting construction material deliveries, and they still only have a few security guards here. Doesn't that seem strange? The companion said that the new project benefits everyone in this company. Does anyone really dislike money? Leng Feng said that delays in production could only benefit one person. The girl wondered who exactly. The young man replied that to Director Chung, the longer the project lasts, the more salaries and commissions he will be paid. Leng Feng said that he was here yesterday and wanted to talk to Chung, but he wasn't there, and just yesterday there was an incident. The girl asked, how could this be possible? After all, he is Manager C's confidant. Leng Feng said that anything was possible. Chen wondered, who is this young man who is near Yuan's manager all the time? After all, everyone in the company knows that Yuan has taken a fancy to him. The interlocutor told Chen he didn't know who the young man was, but apparently they were close. He suggested that the bald hooligans gang should deal with him. The man said that when the bullies wreak havoc, Chen will be able to save Yuan. She would be impressed. Chen agreed and said it looked good. A gang of hooligans showed up at the construction site again. One of them said that the young man was brave if I decided to show my face here again. Yuan asked, what's going on? Leng Feng replied that it was a gang of hooligans from yesterday. They are very noisy. The hooligans said they had to act fast or they would get a beating from Mr. Chen. Yuan suggested that these bullies were afraid of Principal Chen. Leng Feng replied that he thought so too. The hooligans waved their sticks at Leng Feng. Mr. Chen stood aside and smirked. He said that even if the young man had 10 arms, he wouldn't get out of there alive. Mr. Chen ran up to the girl and said that he would not leave Miss Yuan alone in danger. The girl said she wasn't afraid of anything, especially since it's all taken care of. Leng Feng held the beaten bully leader by the chest. He confessed and said it was all Mr. Chen's idea. He had leaked important information to them too. Leng Feng approached the girl and asked if she now believed that this Chen was a traitor. Yuan wondered, how could this be possible? Mr. Chen thought, is this young man really Superman? We have to do something right away, otherwise he'll be fired. Mr. Chen pointed his finger at the bully and said that he slandered him on purpose. That bully wants to provoke a conflict. The bully replied that he hadn't even tried. He has all the records of his conversations with Mr. Chen in his phone. Mr. Chen said he tried to negotiate peace with the bullies. He's doing everything for the company. Also, these hooligans kidnapped someone and are holding them in a car. Leng Feng and Yuan approached the car and heard someone asking for help. The young man said he would look inside now. The young woman asked that he be careful. In the car was the villain who was holding the little girl. He pulled out a gun and pointed it right in the young man's face and said, if the young man is strong, what can he say against the gun? Mr. Chen thought that now was the time to deal with this obnoxious young man. Lan Feng said that he had seen such a thing several times before. He grabbed this gun and bent it. The opponent was surprised. Who would handle a weapon like that? The young man punched his opponent's face and told him to back off. The girl was crying and didn't believe she could be saved. The young man saw that child's face and remembered his helpless look when his parents left him. Lan Feng took the girl in his arms and hugged her. He said that she could calm down. Everything would be all right now. The child cried and said she was scared. Mr. Chen started making excuses. He said there might be a hostage, therefore he could not be with them. Leng Feng told Chen Yu that he wouldn't touch him if he did at least one good deed. Namely, he should quit this company. Mr. Chen shouted, so who is he? Just because he can fight doesn't mean he's the boss. He was appointed to this position by Director Z personally. Miss Yuan said that Principal Chen is following her and will write the statement in her own hand. The man became even more indignant. Who is this young man that everyone listens to? The girl said that this guy is the official head of their project. She is his deputy. They got this project because of this young man's relationship with Ju's group. Mr. Chen was discouraged. It turns out that this young man is a very influential person. Len Feng took the girl to the riverbank to calm her down. He asked her how she felt now. The little girl smiled and said that she was fine now. The young man said that before, when he was having a hard time, he used to go to the river and cry loudly. The sound of crying merged with the sound of the water, so he was not so sad. The guy added that eventually he just listened to the murmuring water and stopped crying. The girl wondered, could this strong man also be afraid? Lan Feng decided to let the girl take her home. She said she didn't know where her home was. She doesn't remember it. She doesn't even remember what her parents looked like. The young man thought, how could this be possible? Had she been hit on the head when she was kidnapped? The girl asked if she could stay with the young man for a while, and she promised to be obedient. She asked not to be left alone. The young man brought the girl to Zi's house. Xiao Yue was not home again. The young man said that she must be going out to do her star business again. The girl asked, what do you mean star business? Lan Feng explained, it means surrounding yourself with crowds of people and taking pictures. It's a bit like living in a pigsty. He had seen it when he lived in the mountains. The girl said, now she knows what it means to be a star. The bald bully leader asked his subordinate how he dared to come back. Why couldn't he handle an ordinary clerk? Was he really determined to embarrass his boss? The terrified villain shouted that it wasn't about him. That guy, the rival, he's like a real Superman. The bald bully gang leader broke his stick with one hand and said he'd check it out. Baldy's gang members said that their boss is also very cool. With a boss like that, they would become a first-class gang sooner or later. The bald-headed leader of the bully gang said that the guy must be really capable. If he could upset their plans, he decided to meet this young man in person. He's going to take the girl with him. Leng Feng prepared the girls' food and wished them a pleasant appetite. Ju said that if she hadn't learned the latest news from Yuan, she would have thought it was his daughter. The girl said if this guy was her dad and this girl was her mom, she would be happy. The door opened, and Xiao Yue appeared on the doorstep. She was surprised at the sight before her. Without saying anything, she turned around and headed towards the exit. Leng Feng asked, would she really not eat? The girl asked, wondering if she was crying. The girl actually walked out the door and cried. She sobbed and thought, Why is this happening? The young man through the door told Xiao Wei to calm down. Shedding tears was pointless. It's better to solve the problem together. Besides, she becomes unbearable when she cries. Xiao Yue continued to cry and scream that she didn't want anything else. The girls told the boy to behave more delicately. Otherwise, he might upset her even more with his words. Did Zhu ask Xiao Yue to tell her what happened? Maybe they can help her. Tears won't solve problems, but it will make her feel better so she can cry as much as she wants. Xiao Yue opened the door and threw herself on Zhu's chest. She continued to sob. Xiao Yue said that she got a job at a company, but she didn't expect that the bosses would want to make her a special closer. After all, she's not small. She agreed to go to dinner without a second thought, but she didn't expect to see her father's partners at the table. The girl shouted indignantly that those people would in any case tell her father that she was someone's favorite. Lan Feng said that he would try to explain everything to Uncle Shi. The important thing is that she's fine. The rest is just a small matter. Zhu replied, it's not about what Uncle Z will think. Xiao Yue is worried that she might get a reputation as a frivolous girl. She said that company let the girl down. Besides, they broke the law. They should report the incident. Xiao Yue said that Sister Zhu was right. They should inform everyone to destroy that company. Leng Feng was certain that only a woman could understand a woman. The bald-headed leader of a gang of hooligans found out where Leng Feng lives and decided to show up at his house. The bald man's aides were surprised that he was using the elevator. They had previously thought their leader could fly. The elevator doors opened and the bald man saw a woman. She said she was waiting for him. It was Saint Sophia. The man asked who she was. The woman replied that he didn't need to know who she was. What matters is that they have the same goal, to deal with Leng Feng. Saint Sophia asked if he would cooperate with her. Baldy asked, what's her plan? The woman said the young man had put a protection on his house, so we need to lure him out. Baldy wondered how to do it. I mean, this guy's no slouch. Already a dozen of his guys have been kicked in the head by him. He feels his power and won't go out, Sophia said to keep the interlocutor simple. The young man has strength. He's arrogant. He's not afraid of anyone. All you have to do is irritate him a little. He'll be out of his house in no time. The woman said once he traps the young man in her magical trap, it won't matter how strong he is. He won't be able to get out. Baldy thought that this young man is really strong. His deputy also has strength, and he had already gotten his ears kicked by this young man. Baldy decided to take part in this operation himself. Besides, he had to get the girl back. Baldy asked the woman why he should trust her. She said she swears by her holiness, and she would never lie. Baldy replied that he too believed in Buddhism. Two people with strong faith will always be able to understand each other. Therefore, he would not lie either. Saint Sophia said her magic net is located right behind the largest flower bed in the yard. At the Z family home, all three girls decided that the firm that Xiao Yue had taken a job with should be trampled and destroyed. The door to the room swung open sharply. The bald man outside opened it with his foot. He challenged the young man to a fight. He said that Buddha had come for revenge. Leng Feng pushed the girls back with his hand, looked at the bald man and asked, who is he? Baldy replied that it was the boy who had beaten up his companions today. That's why he's here for revenge. Miss Zhu asked, is the bald man bald because he is a monk? Xiao Yue asked Leng Feng. Why did he torture the poor assistant of this bald man? Lan Feng said he remembered that bald man. He was holding the girl hostage. The young man added, he didn't think the man would dare to show up in person. The kid said she recognized the bald guy. He and his gang stole her. Leng Feng replied that it was impossible to take this girl away from him. It was better for the bald man to turn around and run away from here without looking back. Baldy said he was here for revenge and suggested that the young man leave the house, so he wouldn't traumatize the young girls with his fights. Leng Feng said that he was ready to deal with it and immediately swung his red-hot fist, with the desire to strike a powerful blow. Baldy yelled for the young man not to act so fast. He doesn't even have time to react. Leng Feng repeated his punch. The bald man managed to deflect backwards. The villain thought that if the young man hit his face would turn into mincemeat. Baldy said, if the young man thinks he's all-powerful, they should take the elevator downstairs now and pick a great dueling ground. And there they will have their duel. Lan Feng agreed. He didn't want the girls to see everything either. Xiao Yue said that Leng Feng is very strong. He won't let them get hurt, so you don't have to worry. The doorbell rang. Saint Sophia stood on the doorstep. She said she was here to pick up the girl. The rivals stood against each other in the courtyard outside the house. Leng Feng asked, is this really the place that the bald man preferred? Baldy thought that he had already felt the power of the death seal that woman had set. If the young man took a step forward, he was screwed. Baldy thought that now the magic net would activate and the young man would die. Baldy began to provoke and call the young man names, in the hope that he would step forward. Lang Feng took a step forward and found himself in the danger zone. Baldy shouted that the young man was trapped in a death seal. He would destroy him now. The villain clenched his fists and said that these monk fists, now Lang Feng will be punished. The bald man jumped up and swung with the intention of striking his opponent. Lang Feng casually put his arm forward and blocked the bald man's attack. The young man also counterattacked his opponent and hit the bald man's head very hard. Baldy wondered how that was possible. His head cracked with pain. Lang Feng wondered, what exactly does a rival call a death seal? Baldy was furious. Could it not be a death seal? The power he had just felt after all, it was a strong thing. Lang Feng walked up to the discouraged opponent and said, "It seems his plan is different from what he had imagined." Lang Feng came upon the villain and beat him up. He said that the religions of the West and the East are different things. Having disposed of the bald man, the young man went back into the house. He thought that these bald men were always causing trouble. Stepping inside, Lan Feng saw a depressing picture. The girls were in magical spheres. They couldn't move. The baby was missing. Lang Feng used his magic abilities and brought the girls to their senses. Ms. Ju said it was horrible. The little girl was taken by a foreign woman with blonde hair. Lan Feng realized who he was talking about. The energy of that woman, he could feel it too. The young man said he needed to get that girl back. These two have to stay here for now. Miss Jiao told the young man to be careful. The boy replied that he would try to restrain himself, because if he accidentally destroyed it, it could cause a war between the superhumans of the East and West. Lang Feng went straight through the window in pursuit. Miss Jiao thought that she shouldn't worry about a man like him. He would be able to fend for himself. Jumping out of the window of an apartment on the 12th floor, the young man landed on the ground. Passers-by thought, what was it? Lang Feng apologized to the passers-by for scaring them and said that they could continue doing what they had started. The young man contacted the Dragon Squad and said he needed help finding a woman. This is Saint Sophia from the Vatican. Chen Hai, who was at the headquarters of the Dragon Organization, listened attentively to all the incoming information. He immediately thought of how he could help the honorable elder. An employee reported to the boss that he had tracked the woman down. The man reported to Elder Lan Feng that the woman had gotten on a plane and traveled to the Vatican. She is no longer available. Lang Feng asked to track the flight direction of the airplane going to the Vatican. Chen Hai said no problem. Lang Feng asked to have the flight path sent to him in an archived file directly to his smartphone. Chen Hai asked, what is Lang Feng planning to do? The young man did not answer, but interrupted the conversation. Passers-by noted that the young man looked strange. The boy thought he only needed to know the route. That would be enough. The pilots of the plane on which Saint Sophia and the girl were flying were planning what they would do after landing in Rome. One decided he would meet the blonde for fun. The other said he wouldn't do that. He's saving money to buy his daughter milk. Saint Sophia sat humbly in the comfortable seat of an airliner. Next to her, bound hand and foot, was a girl. Her mouth was covered with a band-aid. Saint Sophia told the girl not to be afraid. After landing, they would go to her house to play. The woman decided to deactivate the child for a while so she could rest. Saint Sophia decided to use her energy powers and shut the girl down. The woman wondered what this girl's secret was. Could it be that she is a superhuman? The elders of the Holy See wanted her to bring back a superhuman. Could her assumptions be correct? On the plane, the associates of Saint Sophia, also priests, said that something was approaching the plane at a great speed. We should stay in our seats and not panic. It is probably just an ordinary person. The woman immediately jumped up from her seat and said that it was necessary to prepare for battle now. A superhuman from that eastern country is approaching. There was a flash in the airplane, and when it cleared, Lan Feng was there. He said he'd finally found these guys. Saint Sophia commanded, "Attack!" The men rushed towards Lang Feng and said that they were about to destroy him. They would protect their saint. Lang Feng declared that they were unworthy of being his opponents. The young man used his superhuman abilities. In a very short period of time, the boy, wielding his fists, scattered the priests in different directions. They thought that this young man was too strong. The young man approached the girl and released her. The child was very happy. The young man said that everything was all right now and he would take her home. Quite unexpectedly, Saint Sophia appeared. She pointed her cold weapon towards the young man and said that she should not be underestimated. She'd received a direct order from the pontiff. She can't let this girl go. The woman added, if the pontiff gets angry, the consequences will be very serious. Lang Feng asked, is Saint Sophia really threatening him? If he became angry, the consequences would be even more serious. He broke his rival's cold weapon with 2 fingers. The crew members who appeared in the passenger cabin thought, "What's going on here?" The woman told the captain that this man had attacked them. He wants to destroy the friendship between the West and the East. The captain told the young man that this was not the right thing to do. If he was going to disrupt the voyage, he, as commander, would not allow the young man to do so. Moreover, he cannot attack friends of the West. The cunning Saint Sophia thought that this young man was an inferior person compared to the people of the West. Lan Feng told the captain that this woman wanted to kidnap his little sister. The girl pointed her finger at Saint Sophia and said she was bad, and her brother came here to save her. The saint told the captain not to listen to her. She had come to invite the girl to the Holy See as a guest. The woman told the captain that he should think carefully. If he let her down, because of this girl, relations between their country and the West would be ruined. The stewardess told the captain they'd better stay out of it. Otherwise, they'd get into trouble. The captain thought for a moment. He had a decision to make now, a decision that would determine the relations between East and West. The captain contacted the ground and said he was requesting a return. There are kidnappers on this flight. They want to take a little girl out of the country. Saint Sophia got angry and said no one dare do that to her. Lang Feng slapped Saint Sophia and said that their country was different from what she thought of it. The young man thought the woman wanted to escape. She warned him that next time the Panif would come here in person. The woman actually escaped by making a hole in the fuselage. Everyone thought it was a bad thing. The hole this woman made could ruin everyone. Her subordinates, the priests of the throne, stayed in that airplane too. The captain told no one to panic. He decided to cover the hole with his body. The stewardess told the captain not to do it. A man can't take that kind of pressure. He could die. The captain said it was his responsibility. They've been trained for this. The girl asked the young man to help the captain. After all, he is a good man. Lan Feng said he would help, and he turned into a huge fat man. Everyone said he's a superhuman from the East, but why is he so fat? He's come to save everyone here. This huge fat man closed the hole in the fuselage with his body, and all the passengers were saved. The captain says everyone be careful. Gravity is returning to normal. All the passengers who were flying around the cabin hit the floor. The captain instructed the stewardess to hurry up and check to see if anyone was hurt. Lan Feng and the girl left the airplane. They descended on a carpet. The girl asked, "Is this really a flying carpet?" The young man said it was just a piece of paper. The girl grabbed onto the young man tighter and asked how good was this piece of paper. Lan Feng told the girl that no one has such a flying machine. Only he and his master have it. The young man returned the little girl to Mr. C's house. Xiao Yue said with tears in her eyes that she knew the young man would bring her back. The little girl said that she was scared, but she was sure that Lan Feng would be able to save her. Lan Feng contacted the Dragon Organization and said he found the girl, but he seems to have offended someone. Chen Hai asked if the young man had seen Saint Sophia on the airplane. If he offended Saint Sophia, then it's okay. After all, there is another deal with her. Lan Feng replied that she wasn't the problem. Saint Sophia is not the one who wants to take the girl away. Chen Hai told the young man to calm down. He is an honorable elder of this country's security service, so no one would dare to provoke him. Lan Feng told an interlocutor on the phone that he had offended the Pope. Chen Hai said that it was bad. It should be reported that they insulted the Pope. Xiao Yue told the young man that he was wonderful, and she envies him. It would be great if she had that kind of ability. The girl asked the young man what he thought. Could she ever be like him? Lan Feng sincerely said that such a thing was impossible. Xiao Yue said that she didn't want to talk to Lan Feng anymore. She found a new job, and when she gets the money, she will move out immediately. Lan Feng said to the girl not to let herself be fooled again. She is quite beautiful and can be sold to people in the mountains. He had often seen such things there. Xiao Yue said that it was impossible. This time someone introduced her to a big company. She can't say to whom. Lan Feng asked who wants to help her. The girl said she would tell if he begged her. The young man said that when he went to rescue the girl, he brought back some local delicacies. They are now in his fist. Xiao Yue got excited and asked the young man to show her. He said that the girl must first tell him who was helping her. Xiao Yue replied that it was Li Yuan and told the young man to show it faster. Lan Feng thought, why is Li Yuan? Is everything all right with her family now? He rejected her back then, so she shouldn't do strange things anymore. The young man opened his palm and told the girl to look carefully. The young man showed an empty palm and said it was the sad air he had brought from the airplane. Xiao Yue pounced on the young man and said that she would definitely destroy him now. He fooled her twice with the same trick. It's not fair. The girls watching the young men thought they had a very good relationship. A few days before, at the Li family mansion, Li Yuan said that Leng Feng was not interested in her at all. So she had disappointed her family. The mother told the girl it didn't matter. It was a bad idea to rely on outsiders to strengthen her family. Her brother's birthday was in a few days. The father of the family said, if there is no way to become a family with Leng Feng, then can invite him, have dinner together, to thank him for saving their family. Nameless monastery. A monk reports to the elder that their brother has failed. The girl is now with a young man named Leng Feng. The elder said that everyone has their own destiny. Looks like he'll have to intervene on his own. Xiao Yue caught up to the young man with fierce eyes and asked why he didn't keep running away. After all, she was going to give him a final beating. The young people watched Xiao Yue beating the pillow. The girl asked if Sister C had gone crazy. The young man said, let her see a little hallucination. She thinks the pillow is him. Zhou realized it was hypnosis. Leng Feng said, if one wanted to practice the best martial art, one had to be prepared to experience unbearable pain. A phone call rang. The young man answered it. Yuan Qin called. Lan Feng thought it was his mom calling. He asked, what's wrong, Aunt Yuan? The woman said that her family would like to invite the young man to join them for dinner. The young man replied that he was not busy. The girl told the young man that she knew something. The girl said in confidence, she knows that Lan Feng was on the phone with her mom. The young man looked at the girl in surprise. The girl asked why he was so surprised. After all, she was right, wasn't she? Lan Feng stroked the child's head and said that her guess was wrong. The girl was surprised. After all, his voice and facial expression were so obvious. Zhu thought that whenever Leng Feng interacted with the Li family, he looked strange. Does he really have special feelings for Li Yuan? Lan Feng picked up the phone again. He received a message. Li Yuan gave the meeting address and the reason why they were meeting. She hoped that the young man would not do strange things in front of her parents. The young man, hearing the reason for the meeting, thought they had not forgotten him. The guy thought even though he wasn't dead yet, the attention they were showing him made him happy. The young man thought that he was the one who was thinking strangely right now. Or did ordinary people think that way too? The young man came to the meeting wearing a jacket. Jackie told him to wear this garment, but he feels that a Taoist robe would be more comfortable. Leng Feng thought that his master always wore a Taoist robe. The receptionist met the young man before entering the restaurant and asked how many people they needed a table for. The young man said that he had an appointment here. He asked if Li Yuan had already come. The young man thought that everyone should know Li Yuan. The receptionist said Miss Li Yuan wasn't here and thought that this young man looked like a common poor man. She won't get a tip from him for sure. The young man said he would wait for her here. He must have come too early. A young man walked into the auditorium. The manager thought the guy was hallucinating. Doesn't he realize that this is a very expensive restaurant? Leng Feng took a seat at the table and said that he would sit here. When the girl came, he would see her right away. The receptionist thought that the young man was hallucinating very badly. The girl bowed to the departing visitor and said they would look forward to seeing him next time. The receptionist asked how long the young man was going to wait here for his acquaintances. Leng Feng made a phone call to Li Yuan. The answering machine said that the dialed number was temporarily unavailable. The girl said that perhaps the young man had misremembered the day of the meeting. She felt sorry for the young man and decided not to laugh at him anymore. Lan Feng tried dialing the phone number again. Again, he got the same answer. The girl asked where the young man lived. She offered to drive him home. She had a motorcycle. The guy said once again, if one wants to practice the best martial arts, then one must be willing to experience unbearable pain. A phone call rang. The young man answered it. Elder Leng Feng was told that there had been an accident. Li Yuan came with her parents to this city, but they are missing. Elder Guo of the Dragon Organization said that all the security and police have already been sent to search, but Li's family still can't be found. Elder Guo asked for help. He asked for the young man to come to help. The place where they disappeared is really strange. Lan Feng turned to the receptionist girl. Did she say she had a motorcycle? The young man said they had to go. The girl asked where they were going. The motorcycle was racing at breakneck speed, overtaking sports cars. The drivers of these cars were shouting that the motorcyclist must be out of his mind. Leng Feng asked if the girl could do him a favor. The girl asked, what kind of favor are we talking about? Couldn't she have gone any faster? Or is that the maximum? The young lady said she would show the guy real speed, and the bike went even faster. Elder Guo was worried. Why was the young man still missing? He should hurry up. At the same second, a fast red motorcycle pulled up. Leng Feng was already there. After the motorcycle stopped, the girl threw up. Lan Feng said she was going too fast. As a result, she got seasick. Leng Feng asked as he asked the elder to tell him what was the situation now. The young man has been informed that the Li family has disappeared in these parts. They can no longer be traced. Before they disappeared, they had already called the police for help. The man in black told the young man, "There's a suspicion that someone with superpowers did this." Lan Feng said that he understood everything. Now he would go look for them. The girl couldn't come to her senses. She thought it was the first time this had happened to her since she started driving a motorcycle. Lan Feng approached the girl and offered her money. She got angry in return. Did the young man really think she was helping him for money? Lan Feng still handed the girl a bill and said if she had any problems in the future, she could bring this money, and he would fulfill all her requests that did not violate human morals. The girl took the bill and said to the departing young man, "And what should she think of all this now?" The man in black told the girl not to get angry. This guy, a national security elder. The motorcyclist was surprised. She had no idea what an important person she had brought here. The girl thought she was being tricked. Who do they take her for? She said they could take that bill back. Don't underestimate her. The man in black said, being an ordinary civilian, the girl might not know what their security team does, but she should still keep this bill, or she could exchange it for $10 billion. The young motorcyclist was very surprised. She had no idea that this piece of paper could be so highly valued. Lan Feng had to use his energy abilities. He thought that the mountainous area was so large that it would be difficult to find 3 people here. The only way was to use divine consciousness. The young man was not sure that his spiritual senses could cover such a large area. His teacher appeared in front of the young man and told him to cancel his divine consciousness. If he continued, it would violate causality. Lan Feng asked what was his master doing here? How did he end up here? The teacher said it was because of their cause and effect relationship. If it wasn't for the young man, those people would have died long ago. As soon as the Jiao family attacked them, the Li family should have followed the cause and effect relationship. Lan Feng noticed that he couldn't just stand idly by. The teacher asked, "Does it appear that the young man wants to resist causality?" The young man knelt and asked the master's permission to let him, regardless of the consequences. He was willing to endure them. The teacher said that maybe that was part of their cause and effect relationship too. The master told the young man to go. They are in a cave in the south, and the one who kidnapped them is the ancestor of the Jiao family. The blood of the Li family is truly so sweet. No wonder the ancient monster adores it so much. The demon noticed that only that young man's blood was perfect. The head of the Li family shouted for him to let his wife and daughter go. Otherwise, the Li family would never let him go. The opponent, Mr. Jiao, slapped Mr. Li and asked, "Does he watch too many melodramas? Doesn't he realize his current situation? How dare he threaten him?" The villain said, addressing the girl, that she was not of the Li family. He will destroy her first and drink her blood. Mr. Jiao laughed and said that female blood, it was the best supplement to increase the sinister power. The demon told Mr. Jiao that this young man is already here. We should be more careful. Mr. Jiao said it didn't matter. After all, his strength had increased significantly. Lan Feng, who was in close proximity to his opponent, asked, was it really true that his strength had increased? He immediately attacked Mr. Jiao, throwing him far back. The young man immediately ran up to his mother. He thought she had lost too much blood and might die soon. The young man freed his father and told him to help him with that villain, and he will take care of the cure. Aunt Yuan can't wait any longer. Mr. Li stood in front of Jiao and said if he wanted to approach his wife, he would have to step over his corpse. The young man tried to resuscitate Aunt Yuan. She shouldn't fall asleep right now. Mr. Jiao said that everything was going according to plan. He was waiting for the young man to come here. Now he can see his devilish power. The devil's power increased tremendously. The demon took on enormous proportions and said that he was very eager to eat the flesh and drink all the blood of this young man. Mr. Li said they needed to buy time for Lan Feng. Miss Li Yuan grabbed the sword that came to her hand and said that she was ready to fight him. The man took his daughter's hand and said he would handle it himself. Mr. Li said his daughter should try to escape from here. She must stay alive. He will face such a dangerous situation on his own. The man yelled for his daughter to leave immediately. Mr. Li rushed at this devilish force and shouted that he had a duty to stop him. The villain laughed and said if his opponent immediately kneeled down and begged him for mercy, then perhaps he, Jiao Ritian, would keep him alive. Mr. Li said that he, Li Hao, the head of the Li family, if he were to die, he would die in battle, but he would not beg for mercy. The man added that Lan Feng would definitely defeat him in battle. Everyone believes in the young man. The villain swung around and shouted, then he would destroy his opponent first. Mr. Li closed his eyes and thought that he would meet his son soon. Lan Feng put his hand on Mr. Li's shoulder and thanked him for being able to apprehend the villain. The young man entered the fight and beat the evil opponent very badly. Jiao Ritian cried out in pain, but he couldn't do anything. The villain flew far back. The young man told Mr. Li to take care of Aunt Yuan, and he will take care of this rascal. Mr. Li thought that Lang Feng's strength prevented him from exploding. Why did she seem so familiar to him? Lang Feng stepped on the lying opponent and said that it was time to end the causality. Jiao Ritian laughed and said that now it was the ancient monster's turn. The opponent said that the young man's strength was indeed great, but unfortunately, under the ice demon array, he wouldn't be able to win. Lang Feng was suddenly encased in ice. Jiao Ritian said that he had finally caught the young man. A pure and power-filled bloodline was waiting for him. The demon shouted for Jiao Ritian to hold his temper. He can only take one sip. The rest is for him. The villain said he could be relied upon, and he opened his mouth. The young man thought that the ice demon array was indeed strong, but unfortunately, it couldn't even be compared to 1/10 of the real array. The young man broke the ice restraining him and grabbed Jiao Ritian by the throat. The villain wheezed from lack of oxygen. The young man asked, "Really, does he want to drink his blood?" But after all, he would never be able to do that. Lang Feng continued to beat up his opponent and said that his breath stinks. He almost threw up. Mr. Li, looking at this picture, thought the young man would be all right. The demon changed his mind about taking the initiative. The young man asked, "Why is he hiding? Was he only going to show himself next year?" Jiao Ritian shouted for the ancient monster to appear sooner and destroy this young man, and all of the young man's blood would belong to him. The ancient monster asked who was he to command. Very curious, when did he see the full form of the ice demon array? And the terrible ancient monster shouted that he was about to personally destroy the young man. He would have a hand in it. The monster prepared and pounced on Lang Feng, said that now he would tear off the guy's head and find out everything the guy knows. Lang Feng took a very powerful punch to the jaw. The opponent jumped from the powerful punch. Sparks flew in different directions. The young man said that his opponent talks too much when he fights. It's unproductive. Lang Feng said if that was the case, he would be forced to hit his opponent directly in the head. The opponent was surprised and just in case frightened. He had not expected such insolence. The monster wondered why his opponent had stopped. Was he surprised by the true face of God? He should kneel down immediately. Lang Feng said that he was surprised at how ugly the opponent was. He was thus insulting others and would have to help him put him out of his misery. The young man activated his energy sword in his hands. The monster wondered, does he really have a sword? The young man told his opponent not to worry. He would never be this pathetic and ugly again in his next life. His parents must have rejected him. His wife betrayed him and his children instilled disgust. He won't experience that again. The monster pumped that he wasn't always this ugly and he didn't have such a miserable life. Lan Feng said that he wanted to spare his opponent from this torment. The young man created a powerful energy arc. The monster couldn't even get to him. The villains said they couldn't win, so they decided to retreat and come back in a few days. The monster added, if he wanted to leave now, no one could stop him. The villain still managed to escape by making a hole in the wall. The young man thought that he had really escaped, and his horrible life was not yet over. The Li family once again thanked Lang Feng for his help. If he hadn't come, they would have all died. The young man said it was nothing and asked, where is Li Yuan? Li Yuan said that she was here and asked if the opponents were defeated. Jiao Ritian thought that he would probably take someone to the grave with him. He said if the ancient monster was no match for them, then he would destroy everyone with his own hand. Mr. Li thought it was really bad. This opponent wants to blow himself up. His strength is at an innate level. The power of the explosion can increase tenfold, and the range of impact can reach 10 kilometers. Jiao Ritian said that he wanted to destroy all living things within a 20-kilometer radius and take everyone with him. Mr. Li said that with their speed, they can't run that far. 20 kilometers, that's a long distance. Li Yuan told her parents that she was not afraid of dying. Then she could meet her brother in heaven. The man said it right. Life only lasts one moment, and they can meet soon. The Li family members began to take turns wailing and talking about what they might encounter in the netherworld. They saw no chance of rescue. Lang Feng walked up to the opponent who was set to blast and asked if his blast radius was really 20 kilometers. What could he use to confirm this? Jiao Ritian laughed and asked, does the young man really want to stop him? It's already too late. Lan Feng said that his opponent is thinking too much in this case. Right now, he is just estimating his weight. The surprised villain asked what the young man was going to do. He's about to blow himself up, isn't he? This is no joke. The young man kicked his opponent's butt with all his might. Jiao Ritian flew high into the sky with his first space speed. Lang Feng looked at him and said that he was flying very beautifully. Then, high in the sky, there was a big explosion, illuminating the whole place with a red glow. The young man thought it was not good. The blast wave was very strong. It was not what he had hoped for. The young man shouted for everyone to leave quickly. The young man shouted for everyone to leave quickly. Lee's family members thought the young man was doing all this to save them. He relied very heavily on his strength. Mr. Lee grabbed his wife in his arms and they began to run away, trying to hide from the blast wave. Li Yuan kept up with them. After the danger had passed, Li Yuan said that she should immediately find the young man. Maybe he needed her help. The girl went on a search and repeated to herself that Lang Feng must not die. The girl's parents joined the search. Quite by chance, purely out of the blue, the Li family saw a hand sticking out of the ground. It was a hand crying out for help. After digging up this hand, Mr. Lee reached the young man. He pulled him outside and said that the young man was fortunately still alive. The man decided to check the young man for serious injuries. The girls wondered if the young man was okay. How serious is he? Mr. Lee said his life was saved, but the meridians have been destroyed. From now on, he's just a worthless man. Li Yuan asked, "How is this possible?" Her mother was terribly upset. The girl hugged the young man and said that he did it for them. From now on, their Li family must protect the young man at all costs. It's been a few days. The Li family mansion. Lang Feng woke up in a bed, wounded and bandaged. Next to him, a tired woman was sleeping beside the bed. The young man thought, why is his mother here? Lan Feng thought that they were just bruises. Why waste so much effort? The young man decided to tear off all the bandages. The woman woke up and got to her feet. She wondered, what is the young man doing? Lang Feng asked in response. What's wrong? The woman hugged the young man and said he was finally awake. She was scared to death. Was he in any pain? He should confess if he was. The boy said he had no pain. The woman said that she was about to tell everyone the good news. She ran out of the room. Lang Feng looked at his hands and thought that all of his meridians were destroyed. At the dinner table, everyone was putting food on the young man's plate and telling him that he should eat more because he had to get better. The woman asked if the young man feels uncomfortable, he should say so. If something needs to be done for him, he should also say so. Lan Feng replied so that they wouldn't think too much about him. After all, he didn't mean anything to them anyway. The woman, smiling, added that she was now entirely at his disposal. The young man needs constant care, and he needs supervision. The young man felt that he was thinking with difficulty. He assumed that he hadn't recovered yet, and something had to be done about the missing meridians. Lan Feng said that he really had something to ask for. Can he drive? The young man was not allowed to drive, but he was able to be a passenger. He was driven around the city at high speed. Lang Feng said that he should buy some oriental medicine. His meridians were completely destroyed and could not be restored without drinking some medicine. The companion agreed and said it would be the right thing to do. The woman slowed the car down and asked what the young man had just said. The boy repeated that he needed some oriental medicine. She said she was interested in the previous sentence. The young man replied that he was talking about all his meridians being destroyed. The interviewee said, the young man must realize that this is an unusual case. From now on, he can no longer be superhuman. The young man noticed that his teacher had destroyed his meridians more than 12 times, ever since he was a boy. And each time he drank an oriental medicine, everything was restored. One day, it was very harsh. For that day, he went to the mountain to get his gear and climbed to the top to honor the master, but a pig came to the door. The woman wondered, how could the meridians be destroyed 12 times? How was this even possible? The young man wondered why she thought it was impossible for him. Oriental medicine store. You can buy special oriental medicines here. The manager said they have a variety of medicinal herbs in their store. She's willing to listen to what kind of medicine you need and provide it all. The young man held out his notebook and said that everything was written in it. He needed medicine that had been growing in the ground for years, not fresh medicine. The manager thought she had an important client in front of her. This year's performance will end early. The young man's companion inquired if these herbs would help restore the meridians. The young man said that the healing materials were useless, but the spiritual power in them was excellent. If you utilize their energy in alchemy, restoring the meridian is just a small thing. The girl wondered, does the young man really know alchemy? If he really knows alchemy, then soon all the families of this country will come to him. The shopkeeper, Bai Jie, inquired if the young man really needed all of this. The woman thought that the amount of medicine requested was too much. Most people are afraid they won't even be able to pay for it. Is he really going to abuse her? Lang Feng looked at the store owner and asked, what are the problems? The landlady said it was a lot of herbs. Is he really going to use them alone? Even pharmaceutical companies don't order this much. The young man has no idea how much it will cost. The woman pulled out her card and said she had 100 million money in her account. That should be enough. The hostess breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that these people might not be together. The shopkeeper told the manager to bring herbs for these lady and gentlemen immediately. The woman thought that a black bank card was a rare black gold card that only elite individuals could get. The girl said she warned him that she could fulfill all his desires. Lang Feng replied that in that case, he would do a favor and buy some more herbs to create a pill to help break through the innate realm. The girl was surprised. She had not expected to hear such a thing from the young man. Was he really capable of it? All the medicines that the young people bought from this store were packed and loaded onto a sports car. It is great that there are still sports cars that transport boxes. When the young men returned, Mrs. Li asked all the boxes to be carried into the house. Lan Feng noted that there was no need for his companion to be so involved. The woman stated that all her actions are related to the future of the family. Therefore, one should drag boxes and not ask questions. Helpers reported that all the boxes have been moved. The woman thanked them for their good work. Lang Feng told his companion that he was going in first, so that she wouldn't hear, being outside, she shouldn't go in. Mrs. Li asked the young man if he was sure he could handle himself. The young man replied that he had done it many times. Mrs. Li thought that he often treated meridians that were damaged and should be practicing alchemy on his own. If she hadn't seen his strength, she wouldn't have believed he was capable of such a thing. Lang Feng said, even though his meridians were damaged, he still had some energy left for alchemy. The young man was determined. He realized that if he wasn't cured quickly, his strength would completely disappear. Lang Feng once again studied all the medicinal plants he had purchased the day before. It turned out that the main ingredient was missing. The young man was getting worse. He started coughing up blood. The young man realized that without his teacher's help, it was still a little difficult for him. But this is his causality, and he must manage on his own. Lang Feng thought that he was the one who decided to save the Li family, and he had to endure this causality. The young man felt that his strength was completely drained. This did not bode well. Mrs. Li looked into the room and saw the exhausted young man. She picked him up under her arms to prevent him from falling. The woman said that the young man could count on her completely, and if necessary, to use her power as long as he needed to. Lan Feng noticed that it could dry her out and turn her into a corpse. Is she sure she's ready to help? Lang Feng thanked Li Yuan, and using her strength, he continued his alchemical processes. The young man thought that all of this was not good. If he continued to draw out energy, his meridians would not recover, it would dry up faster. The girl told the young man to keep going, and to do whatever he thought was right. She wasn't going to leave him. The coveted pill was created. The young man said that they had succeeded. Mrs. Li heaved a sigh of relief. The young man noticed that his companion was feeling ill. Her legs gave out and she collapsed on her side, exhausted. The boy thought that now, having restored his meridians, he would be able to save her. The young man swallowed the pill. He felt a pain in his chest. This pain was familiar to him. He screamed. Mr. Li was in the other room. He heard that scream and recognized that voice. He determined that it was Lang Feng. The young man felt better. He was relieved, he thought. Finally, this pain was over. Mr. Li looked into the room and asked how Lang Feng was feeling. Mr. Li saw that the young man was holding his daughter in his arms. He was discouraged. He left the room again and slammed the door. The young man decided to forget about it for the time being. The most important thing now was to restore her wasted energy. The guy put his hand on the girl's chest and decided to fill her with energy. Mr. Li, hearing the young man's words, was enraged. He stormed into the room again and said that they were not married. They have no right to do such a thing. The man saw Lang Feng holding his hand in front of his daughter and transmitting his energy to her. Mr. Li came to his senses. It turned out that the young man was just filling Li Yuan's body with his energy. Lan Feng said, he's doing his best to bring the girl to her senses. Li Yuan woke up and came to her senses. The young woman asked what had happened to her. The young man replied that she was exhausted. Lang Feng told her that if it hadn't been for her help, he would probably have died by now, and he thanked the girl. Li Yuan asked, it turns out the young man prepared the medicine and cured his meridians with it. The young man told the girl to watch his actions, and he showed her the impossible. The young man lifted various objects into the air with his mind. Li Yuan thought how strong he was if he could literally move everything in front of him in the air. A phone call rang. The incoming number was unfamiliar. The young man answered it. The caller introduced himself and said it was Situlan. Something had happened to the Jew family. Yang Ye was taken away by a group of monks who claimed to be from the temple. Jiao and her grandfather rushed in pursuit to talk to them. The young man must come. These people don't look like monks at all. Jiao and her grandfather are in danger. The interviewee added that the robber had stolen someone and would give them back if they negotiated with him. The young man replied that instead they too could be caught by the monk. The guy told the girl not to say anything to anyone. He'll find them. The young man separated his jacket and told Li Yuan that he was going on a journey. He had an important matter to attend to. Li Yuan said that the young man had just recovered. He can't go on a long journey. Yes, besides, he wants to enter the superhuman sect alone. It's very dangerous. Leng Feng replied that he could fly. As for the monk sect, they could indeed be very strong. The guy added that he hoped he would be stronger. But thanks to the girl's words, he realized one thing. The young man thought that Yuan knows the power of the temple. It can't be that Jiao and Grandpa don't know. The young man pushed off and flew. Since he could fly, he chose this way of traveling to get to his destination. The girl thought that even so he realized that he couldn't defeat them, but he went to the monks anyway. Because of the promise. Sunshan Luosha Temple. One of the monks told Mr. Zhu to come back. If this child is handed over, it will be a disaster. Mr. Jiao said they should bring that girl back. This girl can't be dangerous. These monks are going to wreak havoc. The monk said that the people in front of him were just ordinary people. It's very serious when they invade the territory of this temple. They are not going to give up the girl. The monk added, if these people don't leave now, we'll have to throw them out of here by force. Jiao and Mr. Jiao noticed that they couldn't move their bodies. The senior monk said that these people should be taken away from here and thrown out of the temple. The girl told her grandfather that they must do something about it. They can't do nothing. The old man shouted. Now he understood the stance of the supernatural power of this temple. They are going to oppress ordinary people. Have they forgotten their biblical teachings? The monks hefted the men and said that their words were useless. They were about to throw them down the mountain. The old man asked if kidnapping girls and coercing others was what the monks from the famous temple were doing. He promised to inform everyone. The old monk said to the man not to blame them. This temple is for the people of the world. Everyone has their own cause and effect. There is no right or wrong. The old monk said that he could ask these people to stay in the temple for a few days. Jiao regretfully thought, is there really nothing else they can do? Suddenly there was an explosion. Everyone present flew aside and fell to the ground. Was this really the first rank ability of the Luosh temple? The monk said the Amitabha that is to come will always come. It was Lan Feng. He told the monks that they should return his little sister immediately. The young man instantly assessed the situation. He used his energy abilities and threw the monks aside. He shouted for them not to touch those people. The monks flew off to one side, Jiao and her grandfather to the other. The young man managed to pick up the old man in his arms. The girl fell to the ground. The young man asked if Grandpa Zhu was okay. The old man expressed confidence that the young man would help the girl. Jiao sat on the ground and cried. She had bruised some part of her body in the fall. Leng Feng said that he was not wrong to make such a decision. After all, older people are more prone to injuries than younger people. The old man confirmed this assumption. The young man held out his hand to the girl and told her to get up. Jiao apologized and said that she couldn't take care of that girl. Leng Feng replied that it was useless to apologize. He said that he had to punish Jiao and added that she should come to him. The girl inquired as to what the punishment would be. The young man told her not to exert herself too much. If she was in danger, he wouldn't always be able to be there to save her. The young man transferred some of his energy to the girl through telepathy. Jiao was pleased that the young man cared about her. Leng Feng turned to the monks and asked, why don't they let these people go? The monks said they couldn't just let them go. If they want to study the scriptures, there will always be room for them here. The young man said that he does not like to read scriptures. He is studying Taoism. If we talk about cause and effect, they should realize that they are sowing an evil seed. The monk said there's no difference between good and evil, and they can't give up that girl. The young man said, if they sow evil seed, the outcome will be that he will destroy this temple. If they sow good seed, they will be able to recite their Amitabha. The elder monk said he had nothing more to add and ordered his opponents to attack. Leng Feng told the old man and his granddaughter to leave first. He would deal with the monks himself. The young man said not to worry about him. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot defeat the elephant. The old man took his granddaughter's hand and said they must leave. This is a supernatural battle. They can't stay here. Mr. Zhu noticed that the monks were blocking the exit of the temple, and that was not good. Leng Feng used his energy abilities and pushed the monks apart. The The grandfather and his granddaughter were able to get out. The old man mentally thanked the young man. Jiao asked her grandfather if Lang Feng would be all right. The old man said he didn't know. This temple has a history of thousands of years. There's no way to know for sure. Maybe this girl has some secret. Jiao thought she really wants the young man to be all right. Lang Feng's future was still hazy. Monks crowded around the young man. Many of them were armed with sticks. The old monk declared that the young man would now suffer punishment for underestimating them. The monks attacked the young man. They shouted that he should not be afraid because he was alone. The young man replied that he would also call someone for help in that case. The young man used his superpowers. A multi-armed warrior, armed with a sword, appeared in front of him. The monks were frightened. What is this? Why is this knight so big? Is he a man? The young man asked if they wanted to fight now. He could call for more backup. The old monk called his subordinates to action. He said this young man was no match for them. He told them to fight him. The monks were frightened. They decided to retreat. If the giant stepped on them, they might die. The old monk told the young man not to think that he was the strongest in this world. Even if the power of the gods is very powerful, the young man still has to expend a lot of strength. Lan Feng said that he respects his opponents. He just wants them to let the girl go, and he will leave right away. He doesn't want a futile battle. The elders said that in that case, they were compelled to do the same to the young man. The elders applied arrays of divine wands, and a multitude of weapons appeared above the young man that threatened him. The old monk said that it was a great temple array that was the legacy of their ancestors. Many people with supernatural abilities were destroyed in it. If the young man leaves, he will be kept alive. Lang Feng said that he would not change his mind. The monk traditionally asked the young man not to blame them for being rude. The young man thought in order for him to win this battle, he would have to use the technique his teacher had forbidden. This was the first technique of the secrets of Zhengji. A huge sword appeared in the young man's hands. The young man struck the ground with his sword, and a huge black hole was formed, absorbing absolutely everything. Even the divine rod array couldn't avoid being sucked in by it. The old monk warned his companions to stay away and stay out of this black hole. Lan Feng declared that their efforts were in vain. If he didn't get the girl back, anything he wanted would be swallowed by the black hole. The old monk thought that at this rate, they would all be pulled into this hole. There was no other option but to call out to him. The old man summoned the progenitor. He asked if he wanted to help them. The thousands of years of history of this temple could be destroyed. A golden glow appeared all around. The young man wondered who was hiding there. The young man was approached and asked if he could forgive them. Why couldn't he? The monk progenitor, who was summoned by the elder, said that the young man had great strength. It should not be shown here. Lan Feng said that he just wanted to take the girl away. Could the interlocutor help him do that? The monk asked the young man if he knew who she was. The young man said he didn't know everything. But she, his little sister. The monk's progenitor said that they are not only looking for her, but many other superhumans as well. The young man can protect the girl now, but can he keep her safe all the time? Lang Feng thought, how would he know if he didn't try? If it wasn't for his teacher, he wouldn't have lived to see today. Lang Feng told the opponents they should know that he is stronger than them, and they won't be able to stop him. The old monk said indignantly that the Vatican and the demons had learned of the girl's existence and had already traveled here. Another elder told the progenitor that he must not give up this girl. Once she gets out of here, she will harm all living things. The progenitor asked if the Vatican and demons came to their temple. What would they do? One of the elders said he was willing to risk his life. Even if they were destroyed, they should leave her in the temple. The progenitor of the monks asked the young man if he really knew how to cultivate. After all, he is only 20 years old. Does he know where this girl came from? Lang Feng asked to be told. The ancient monk said that she is not human. She is an ancient beast, however, her soul has never awakened. Therefore, it is unknown what kind of beast she is. The interlocutor invited the young man to follow him inside the temple. The girl was sleeping carefree on a mat. The monk allowed the young man to take the child. The young man thanked him. Seeing the young man off with a look, the monk progenitor said that his path of cultivation was just beginning. The girl asked her grandfather if Lang Feng would be all right. After all, so many people came here. Old Man Ju said it was because the noise from this place was very loud. The police and secret agents of the Dragon Organization were already here. Jiao asked the young man how he was feeling. The boy replied that he was fine. The girl hugged the young man and said she was very glad, she was very worried. A journalist who had broken out of the crowd rushed toward the young men. He shouted that this was great news. The president of the Jiao group hugged the man in front of the Raksha temple. It seemed to him that there was a third person involved. Immediately, journalists who appeared out of nowhere took out their cameras and started recording the news. The girl blushed and stepped aside. She apologized and said that she felt too happy. Many journalists regretted that they turned out to be too slow, and the sensation passed them by. Elder Ju thought, couldn't any of them have sensationalized the footage? The journalists were still sorting each other out for some time and wondering who had managed to take sensational photos. The old man thought that by tomorrow, the relationship between his granddaughter and Leng Feng would become widely known. Perhaps he would soon have a legitimate grandson. Leng Feng asked the girl, "Why is her face so red? Could she be sick and have a fever?" The girl got angry and told the young man to shut his mouth. The good intentions she had just had were destroyed by him with one phrase. A representative of the secret organization Dragon came up and said that he wanted to bother the young people. In order not to waste time while Jackie was figuring things out with Leng Feng, the young man said that he was listening to Director Chen. The man said, "There is an opinion that it is better for this girl to stay in the temple." The young man was surprised and his face changed. "How is that possible?" Director Chen said he had a good reason. "The Cardinal of the Holy See is on his way here. His position is very high in the Vatican, much higher than that of a saint, and his power is much greater. This cardinal is more powerful than the demon prince. He can destroy all the superhumans in this country." Leng Feng asked, "Does the interlocutor think that this is why he should give up the girl?" The young man said he would not give her to anyone, for she was his little sister. A car came to the foot of the mountain. There was a saint in it. She thought that according to reports, the earthquake that just happened was caused by Leng Feng, and he managed to get out of the temple unharmed. In addition, this young man managed to take the girl with him. The saint asked her interlocutor on the phone what he was going to do. After all, this enemy is very strong. The interlocutor replied that people from this country are just ants in his eyes. The interlocutor said that destroying strong people was just happiness. The people from this country whom they destroyed earlier boasted that they were strong. Don't underestimate the enemy. They only started cultivating a few years ago. And this country, it has a 1,000-year history. Saint Sophia said it was the pontiff's order, but she warned that no matter what, they must take this girl. The woman said not to cause a lot of chaos. They have to fight the demons. It would be unpleasant if this country became their enemy too. The subordinates said they understood. Saint Sophia thought she would remind the young man of the way he had treated her last time. She would try to get him to the Vatican. Leng Feng, the girl, Jackie, and Mr. Zhou decided to stay at a hotel. There was nothing closer to the monk temple. The young man said that today had indeed been troublesome. He had just healed and immediately suffered a heavy battle. Now he has to recover. Jackie asked, "Does the young man ever get tired at all?" The girl said she could give her brother a revitalizing massage. It is very effective and will help him get his strength back. The girl began her manipulative actions. She began to massage Leng Feng's head. Leng Feng felt the healing effect of this massage on his body and said that the massage was very pleasant. The girl said she knew. Leng Feng experienced a strange sensation. This was an unusual massage. It was not only restoring his strength, but also his energy. The young man thought that the level of strength he had always had increased. Jiao asked, "What happened to the young man? Why did he suddenly shine?" The girl said that the young man was extraordinary. It was as if he had turned into a light bulb. Leng Feng announced that he had broken through the spiritual realm. Jiao was surprised. Could it really be possible to break through thanks to the massage? Was he sure about it? Leng Feng asked, "Are there false breakthroughs?" The young man thought that this ability of Yang Ye. Now he finally understood why those people fought to get the girl. Leng Feng approached Yang Ye and told her not to give massages to strangers in the future. Otherwise, there might be a lot of trouble. The young man's attention was drawn to something outside. It seemed strange to him. Saint Sophia appeared in front of Leng Feng and said that they had met again. Jiao approached the young man and asked, "Did you see someone there?" Leng Feng replied, telling them not to leave the room. He would be back soon. As long as they stay here, the barrier he created will protect them. The young man flew out the window. The girl followed him and told him to be careful. Saint Sophia said when they met, she knew that the young man would definitely come. Leng Feng warned me that he would keep an eye on this girl, so don't do anything to her. The woman suggested changing the topic of conversation. Since the young man was already here, she suggested talking about their relationship. The woman said that under this starry sky are a lonely man and woman. Can't they think of anything? Saint Sophia decided to use her feminine charms to change the young man's attitude towards her. The woman added that today she had purposely worn the kind of clothes that Leng Feng should like. She wondered what the young man would say about the color. Saint Sophia said if the young man gave her the girl, their relationship could become more intimate. And we can talk about making the young man's fantasies come true. Leng Feng asked. Really, she would be able to do anything? Leng Feng asked if she could return her torn clothes. The interviewer called the young man stupid. What doesn't he understand now? She finds his behavior inadequate. The young man said he had natural desires too. The young man added that this desire has nothing to do with the interlocutor. He wants to send her back to the Vatican. Leng Feng entangled her with energy threads and, using his superhuman abilities, sent Saint Sophia through the air to where he promised. The subordinates of Saint Sophia asked, how dare the young man treat a representative of the Vatican in such a manner? Does he really want his country to be destroyed? The priest took the woman in his arms and said that this young man was very arrogant. Now he will have to be destroyed. Leng Feng said if they insisted on taking his sister, he would have to destroy their Western headquarters. Saint Sophia said this guy is different from other people in this country. You have to be very careful with him. The priest wanted to attack the young man, but he asked him to wait a little longer. He said he had to take a phone call. The woman asked the cardinal to calm down. Let him take the call. No matter how strong he is, he cannot defeat 3 cardinals. It was obvious to the cardinal that the woman was trying to gain the young man's trust. However, she refused his embrace. The young man received a call from the representative of the Dragon organization, Chen Hai. A man said the Vatican people have wiped out civilians. Leng Feng's urgent help is needed. The young man replied that he understood everything. The cardinal reiterated, if the young man gives up the girl, nothing will happen to him. The young man inquired what would happen if he refused. The cardinal called his interlocutor annoying. He asked if he was not afraid of being killed. All 3 cardinals gathered together and asked if he could overpower them. The priests were armed. The cardinals got together and decided to show the young man how powerful they are. They are the second most powerful in the Vatican after the pontiff. The spirits of the cardinals became incredibly huge. One of the cardinals said that was their strength. Only a huge body can resist them. The cardinals decided to destroy the young man. Something incredible began to happen. The people outside noticed that the house next to them began to collapse. How is that possible? A huge rock appeared in the sky. It was emitting lightning bolts. Leng Feng appeared beside this rock, holding his flaming sword in his hands. People began to wonder, is this really Superman? Somebody said he's the god of this country, and he would help them. The cardinals claimed that against their strength, there was nothing a rival could do. Saint Sophia overestimated this guy. The woman looked up and thought the young man was still breathing. She said he was much stronger than the cardinals realize. One must exercise caution. The spirits of the cardinals said that they would attack again. We must destroy this rival as quickly as possible. After another attack, the cardinals made sure the young man was still alive. They kept attacking. He kept surviving. Leng Feng turned to his teacher and said that if someone was considered a god, he should protect his land. Just now, someone called him God. The young man decided to counterattack the cardinals and said he would defend the land. A huge sun appeared above the night sky. Everyone around him was impressed and amazed. The cardinals, in spite of their strength, were defeated. They begged the young man not to destroy them, and they promised all sorts of ransoms. They offered the young man untold riches. Leng Feng replied that it was too late. At this time, somewhere in Egypt, a mummy has announced that a heavenly slashing sword has been born. Reincarnation is about to begin. On Easter Island, the statue said that the heavenly sword is already in this world. Their generation must also rise up. Leng Feng stated that using sword skills still took up a lot of his energy. If he stayed here, he might be attacked. Saint Sophia, frightened, told the young man not to straighten her out. She is willing to serve him. Leng Feng said that it was time for him to leave. He turned around and left. The woman thought that this man was incredibly strong. Is the pontiff the only one who can defeat him? Jiao noticed that the little girl was tired and wanted to sleep. Jiao told her to go and lie down and rest. The girl refused and said she wanted to wait for her baby brother. Jiao stroked the girl's head and said that the girl was cute. The girl said that the interlocutor also looks very sleepy, but she still continues to wait for the young man. Jiao blushed with embarrassment and said that she was not sleepy. The girl smiled and said that Sis was shy. There was a knock on the door. The girl opened the door and Leng Feng stood in front of her. Jiao asked if he was all right. The young man replied that he was fine. He was just a little tired and asked if she could help him get to bed. He needs to rest. The girls put the young man to bed. Jiao said that the young man's forehead was hot. He was sweating all over. He must have had a fierce battle. This is the first time she's seen him like this. The girl was also falling over with fatigue, but she thought that she shouldn't sleep. She must look after Lan Feng. He had always protected her. This time, she must take care of him. Lan Feng opened his eyes and lifted himself up. The girl was sleeping next to him. The young man looked around and thought, "Where is Jiao?" Jiao appeared with a pot and said that she had made the young man some recovery soup. It should give him his strength back. Lan Feng thought that ever since his teacher adopted him, no one had ever made soup except him. Jiao was about to feed the young man. He took the spoon from her hands and said he could do it himself. The girl said he had a fever all night. "We need someone to take care of him." Lan Feng asked, had she really been courting him all night? Jiao filled a spoon with soup and put it in the young man's mouth. She told him to stop asking and start eating immediately. The young man swallowed the food and closed his eyes. The girl thought, "Isn't it tasty? She must have overcooked the soup or added too much salt." Lan Feng opened his eyes and took the girl's hand. He thanked her for this meal and said that it was delicious. It was the best meal since he came down from the mountains. Jiao replied that she was very pleased. The girl said that Shu's grandfather had just called her. He asked the young man to come to the capital when he got better. Lan Feng inquired, "Why is this?" If the old man wanted to invite him to dinner, there was no need to do so specifically in the capital. Jiao said that the young man only thinks about food. This time, the national security blanket was very helpful. They caught Saint Sophia. The young man wondered, had this seizure really happened? The girl said the saint wanted to leave the country at night, but the national security people detained her. And now the Vatican has teamed up with Western powers to threaten them. The girl added, since the young man is related to them, he needs to go to the headquarters. However, Saint Sophia was caught because of Yang Ye. Lan Feng said he understood. He agreed that he would have to fly to the capital. The girl warned that she had already bought the tickets, and they together with Yang Ye go with the young man to the capital. Lan Feng looked at Jiao's new clothes and said that she was cute today. Yang Ye wondered, is she not cute anymore? The meeting happened quickly and unexpectedly. Saint Sophia didn't think she would meet Lan Feng. Lan Feng said that apparently he should have destroyed it. He thought regretfully that he didn't have the strength to do so. The woman told the young man to let her go. In fact, deep down, he didn't have the guts to hit her. Jiao, hearing this, asked, is it really true? Yang Ye wondered if her little brother was filled with sour smell. The special agent asked Lan Feng to send the woman to the capital. Their men should pick her up there. Jiao was indignant. Would they really have to fly to the capital together in the same airplane? The special agent said that it was an order from a superior officer. Jiao said that in that case, this woman should buy a ticket in a different class. They don't want to fly with her in the same cabin. In the end, everyone flew in the same cabin. Saint Sophia noticed that the young girl's claims were being ignored. Lan Feng calmed down his companion and said that there was no need to react to the arrested person. The young man added, they'll just take her to the capital for community service. Jiao thought that the young man was right. Saint Sophia thought that she wouldn't want to do community service. The woman screamed that she did not want to go to prison. She demanded to be taken to the Vatican. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the Supreme Pontiff. Lan Feng told the woman to stop moving. If she tries to escape, he'll destroy her completely in a second. He won't even blink an eye. The woman was terrified, thinking that this guy could really get it on with her. Suddenly, a priest appeared in the cabin of the airplane. The young man was surprised. Who is he? And what is he doing? The priest jumped up to Yang Ye and told him to release his saint. Otherwise, he will destroy this girl. Saint Sophia rejoiced at Smith's appearance. She said it was a very good thing. The Pope wants that girl. We have to take her away from these people. The priest stated that he was here to free the woman. No one else is important. He just wants her to be safe. Jiao declared to this person not to do anything stupid. After all, it's just a little girl. They will be able to come to an agreement. Lan Feng stated that he would not arrange any negotiation. If this person dared to touch the girl, he would be destroyed. The young man grabbed the woman by the throat and said if anything happened to the girl, he would wring her neck. The young man noticed his teacher had said, if someone was holding hostages, the best way was to take someone hostage yourself. Once again, he motioned for the priest to step away from the girl. The priest thought, how is this possible? Should an opponent behave like that? After all, he should kneel down and beg for mercy. Saint Sophia screamed for Smith to leave her and get the girl out of here. Lan Feng continued to squeeze the hostage's throat. He said just a little more, and she would indeed die. Jiao thought that now was the perfect opportunity to save Xiao Ye. After all, Smith's hands were shaking from indecision. Jiao rushed towards Priest Smith. The girl was as fast as lightning. Yang He was saved. The girls hugged each other. Jiao said that everything would be fine now. The priest thought, how could this Oriental woman hit him? He got angry and pulled out a large hunting knife. The man shouted that she would pay for it and, sticking the knife forward, moved towards his opponents. Blood splattered in all directions. The girl screamed. The priest laughed and said she was caught. It didn't turn out the way the villain had planned. To protect Jiao, Lang Feng managed to put his hostage between her and the criminal. The dagger pierced Saint Sophia's chest. It was her blood and her cry. Lang Feng let go of the woman and she fell to the floor. The knife was sticking out of her chest. The young man said that it was not a bad blow. The man screamed that he had just been fooled. He didn't want that. And he said he was going to destroy this young man. Lang Feng delivered a staggering blow to his opponent right in the chest. The villain flew far back. The young man asked why he blamed him for what had happened. After all, he was the one who had injured his mistress. Lang Feng stroked Jiao's head and said that everything would be fine. He wouldn't let her get hurt. The deactivated villain was lying on the floor. Yang Ye said that Jiao's face turned very red. It's because she likes the young man. Jiao covered the girl's mouth with her hand in embarrassment and said that she had to inform the crew that the danger was over. Saint Sophia, bleeding with a hunting knife in her chest, said the young man has no conscience. Why does he leave her in that position? After all, he should render aid and stop the bleeding. Lang Feng sat down in the chair beside the lying woman and said that she won't die for a while yet. He knows for sure because she's not that weak. The wily villain came to his senses and rose to his feet. He apologized to Saint Sophia for his uselessness. The man unzipped his jacket and said he had a trump card up his sleeve. Underneath his clothes, he found himself with an explosive device strapped to his body. Saint Sophia told Smith not to do it. The man didn't listen to her. He said he would never allow these Oriental scoundrels to humiliate a holy woman and suggested that we all meet Almighty God together. The man cried out that he loved his saint, would continue to love her even in heaven. The explosive on his chest had a timer on it. He also had a red button for control. The woman called him crazy and stated that she was not going to die yet. The man asked why Saint Sophia had said that. Her words saddened him. The crew commander shouted that it was bad. There's a bomb on board. We must urgently tell everyone to parachute as soon as possible. The flight attendant told the captain that there were not enough parachutes for all the passengers. Lan Feng opened the door and grabbed the terrorist by the scruff of the neck. He decided to let him go free. The terrorist went into free flight. He flew and screamed in fear. The timer kept counting down. The explosion occurred at a safe distance from the airplane. The young man closed the door and asked if the parachute problem was now solved. The blast wave rocked the airplane. The young man asked, what happened? The terrorist had been ejected. The captain of the ship pumped that it was the aftermath of the explosion. If we don't level the plane now, it's going to crash. The stewardesses were crying with fear. They could not believe that it could end like this. Would they all die? One of the flight attendants began to pray. She said that a miracle could happen. The captain of the ship asked how old she was. Why is she still so superstitious? Lang Feng said that the law of heaven and earth applies in this case. The young people noticed that the airplane stopped shaking. Everyone slowly began to calm down. The stewardess looked out the porthole. She wondered what had happened. How could the airplane be so stable? The situation was once again repeated. The airplane was being held in his arms by a huge man who was transporting it in a given direction. The stewardess thought it was God. At Capital Airport, the greeters were anxious. Why hadn't the plane arrived yet? Many of the greeters began to notice that the airplane was approaching in an unnatural manner. Jiao told her companion that he should be more delicate next time. Otherwise, they would all faint. A special representative came up to the young man at the airport and said that Lang Feng had worked hard. Otherwise, they would definitely be in trouble. The young man asked his interlocutor what they were going to do next. The special agent said that crimes that jeopardize the public security of the country cannot be forgiven. If this woman is not severely punished, the West will look down on them. Lan Feng said that in that case, he would leave this woman to them, and they will go about their business. Yang Ye offered to find some delicious food here. The special agent put Saint Sophia in the car and told the driver that they were now going to the National Security Bureau. The driver wondered if they were really going to imprison this saint. The special agent said that according to the instructions from above, they need to send her to prison. However, they will not be able to resist the pressure of the West for long. The woman said it was better to let her go as soon as possible. For Lang Feng's sake, she might have something interesting to say. If the pontiff goes insane, everyone will face not only the Vatican, but an entire alliance of Western countries. And then, the death of all the people of this country is only a matter of time. At the airport, an old man called out to the young man. Mr. Su said he would be the young man's guide through the city. and suggested that he try all the food in the capital. Jiao noticed that Leng Feng had not arrived here alone. Mr. Xu apologized to his granddaughter and said that he had just been waiting for Leng Feng for a long time. Yang Ye noticed that she had also arrived on this flight. The old man crouched down in front of the girl and apologized as well. The girl said that an apology alone would not be enough, and she handed the old man the list of gifts for her that she had made last night. The old man sat the girl on his shoulders and said he would buy her everything. Jiao looked at the old man and said that they shouldn't have called him. Leng Feng disagreed. After all, Grandpa Xu is very happy. Leng Feng said that he was a little worried. Jiao reassured the young man and said that Saint Sophia would not be able to escape. She had been handed over to safe hands. The young man said he was worried about the Western superhumans. They intend to use this as an excuse to attack this country. His teacher said that the Western countries have been looking down on this region for a long time. The Su family mansion. Jiao and Xiaoye were having fun and running around the house. The young man inquired what Grandpa Xu wanted to tell him. The old man said the Vatican has asked the National Security Bureau to hand over the young man to them within 5 days. Otherwise, they're going to start a full-scale war. Leng Feng wondered, isn't the Vatican at war with demons? The old man replied, the thing is, the demons have made some kind of pact with the Vatican. There is something else, more unpleasant. Almost all of the Eastern superhumans have also decided not to interfere. They think it's a personal matter for the young man. If a battle breaks out, all they have is a young man and the Bureau of Homeland Security. No one else will come to the rescue. The old man added that there are 2 supergroups willing to help. One of them was the Li family. The young man said that he knew the Li family. The old man added that the other group was the Raksha Temple. The guy stated that he had returned from this temple a few days ago. Elder Xu noticed that the leaders of the Eastern world are in the temple, and their ancestor apparently respects Leng Feng. Lan Feng said that it doesn't matter. Even if the Pope comes, it won't change the meaning. He recently destroyed 3 of his cardinals. The young man added that he is willing to fight anyone for justice. The old man noticed that the pontiff was different from the cardinals. The young man said he could ask his teacher for help as a last resort. Elder Xu wondered, did the young man really have a teacher? The young man said that of course he had a teacher. He's still alive because of him, because the teacher gave him all his knowledge. The interlocutor asked, the young man's teacher must be very powerful. If he wants to take an official position, the National Security Bureau will do anything for him. Leng Feng said, if his teacher really wanted fame and fortune, it would be too easy a goal for him. Mr. Su said he understands everything. So, if there is someone like him in the capital, there is no need to fear the Vatican. Leng Feng thought of his teacher as a man who serves the country and the people. But everyone's purpose in life is different, and he can't force his teacher. The young man asked Grandpa Xu to tell him about the Vatican. I wonder how powerful he is. The old man said that although the Vatican wasn't as strong as the demon world, they were still stronger than this country. There are 13 cardinals and 3 priests in the Vatican, also 1 high priest and a pontiff. Each of the 13 cardinals has innate power. As for the priests, they have never seen them act. Lin Feng stated that he might be able to defeat the cardinals, but not sure about the priests and the pontiff. The old man said there was no need to talk about them anymore. He suggested that he go with him to the headquarters of the National Security Bureau. There are 9 elders waiting for the young man. A tour group in an old mansion in the capital was viewing a landmark. They were concerned that passers-by were obstructing their view of the surroundings. One of the female campers approached the young man and asked if he was the one who had just touched her body. Lan Feng told her not to accuse him of anything. He was just passing by. The woman called the young man names and said that he had committed a misdemeanor. However, he didn't want to admit it, so he's about to get a punch from her. The woman was stopped by the leader of the group of tourists. He said that a conflict might break out and she would be taken to the police station. Does she want that? The aggrieved woman screamed that she didn't care. She demanded justice. The tour guide said the ticket to visit has a time limit. There's an hour and a half left. The woman kept yelling that she didn't care. Other tourists were upset when they heard about the time limit. The tourist grabbed the woman under her arms and told her that no one dared touch her. But they have paid money today and want to complete this tour. If they don't have time to visit all the places, it will be a great loss. Mr. Su stated that they have come on site. 6 of the 9 elders sent from other groups. The other 3 elders volunteered to help themselves. One of the elders said that they had been waiting for the young man for quite some time. Mr. Su asked, why are there only 3 of them here? Where are the others? One of the elders said the others were frightened by the warning from the Vatican. They even wanted to resign from the National Security Bureau. Elder Zhu was upset. Why is this happening at such an important time? Leng Feng said that even the headquarters of the National Security Bureau was in this situation. No wonder Grandpa Shu said that the superhuman world of this country is falling apart. Only by uniting the superhumans would they be able to resist the Vatican. Elder Shui said that these three are truly the key figures of this bureau. The middle one, the most influential person, that was Elder Yin Zhengqi. The elder looked at the young man and said, he thought the young man would look intimidating, but there is no arrogance in him. The young man said that these three are the most important weapons in this country. They protect it as best they can. He dare not give them any trouble. Leng Feng remarked to the elders that they didn't have enough strength to fight the Vatican. The interlocutor told the young man not to worry. They know, of course, that all 13 cardinals are in a hostile realm there, and they have absolutely no chance of winning. Old Man Shu said that in that case they should be worried. If they lose, this country will be destroyed. The elders said if the enemy does come, they have a plan, a large formation, but as long as the three of them are gathering forces, they should be able to activate it anywhere. Mr. Shu asked what kind of formation. The elder said that this great formation is nameless, but in it everyone's realm will be suppressed and become equal. The elder added that the three of them have lived many years in the same kingdom. They are invincible. Leng Feng thought that the Bureau had something that suppressed the innate realm. He had heard his teacher talk about it. The elder said we should not rejoice too much. The Vatican is able to manipulate half the organizations on the planet, and they are also a millennial church. Does anyone really think they don't have any weapons? Elder added that families in this country who cooperate with the West will probably help them when war breaks out. The young man wondered, did the West really have accomplices in this country? One of the elders said that they are the Ouyang and Siman families. In fact, it is no longer possible to separate them. The elder said that these families could not be gotten rid of so easily. After all, they are also connected to other families in this country. Mr. Zhu asked, would they really just watch from the sidelines? He had long wanted to find a reason to punish them. Elder said they can't do it directly, but there are other ways. The interlocutor added, there are many womanizers in the younger generation of these families, and they were committing heinous acts. Recently, one of the young men forcibly seized a piece of land on the outskirts of the city and injured many locals. Leng Feng said that this could be the cause. Mr. Shui asked, does the young man really want to go right now? Leng Feng replied that it was better to finish this as soon as possible. When the young man left, Mr. Shu asked the elder what he thought of this guy. The elder said when he saw this young man for the first time, he was better than he expected, but he would need some time to observe him. Mr. Zhui noticed that they didn't have much time left. Elder responded if there is a better way to handle it, he can leave at any time. He is not interested in the position of elder. The old man said that the peace of the people of this country is only calm because of the elders. No one said they had done anything wrong. The interlocutor told the old man that he is not bothered by this guy. His heart seems to be pure. The elder said he was worried about his teacher. The old man was surprised. The elder continued, isn't it surprising? In a country that had been quiet and peaceful for decades, suddenly a person like Leng Feng appears. On top of that, he's also young. Can it be guaranteed that that teacher only has one disciple? The old man wondered, does the elder mean that that teacher is unpredictable? Then the country might change. The elder said that they should not worry about it. They need to keep the country stable. He added, if a difficult day happens, he is ready to shed the last drop of blood for his country. Leng Feng was traveling in a shuttle bus on a mountain road heading in a given direction. This place was on the outskirts of the city. The young man was a little annoyed that this bus was too slow. The young man was drowsy. His traveling companion was some girl. She was bringing her brother hotels, delicious food. Suddenly, there were armed men on the bus. They said it was a robbery. If those present cooperate with them, no one will be hurt. If they resist, then everyone will be killed. Passengers were outraged. Where did security look during the security check when boarding the bus? How did they manage to get in here? The villains shouted for the passengers to be quiet, otherwise they'd have to cut out their tongues. The boss told his subordinate to collect all the valuables from the passengers. A villain with a firearm in his hand told the passenger to hand over his phone, necklace, ring, and all his valuables. If he withheld anything, he would not see the sunrise next time. The terrified man said he understood everything and gave the villain his watch. Lan Feng was upset that his home country had people like these bandits. He decided to bring order to the individual bus. The companion asked the young man to sit down and not to stage a coup here. The young man was determined. The girl said that the young man would be noticed if he stood up. She has been in this situation many times before. You just have to give them what you have. and then they leave. The young man wondered if this was happening many times already. The girl replied that fortunately they didn't take from the poor. Their goal, money. Therefore, she had nothing to lose. The villain said the girl was right. He did rob the rich and help the poor. The villain turned to the girl and said if she was poor, she could pay in another way. The girl was frightened. The passenger cried and said she was sick. Therefore, she went to the city to see a doctor. Suddenly, the villain was in pain. It happened very quickly. He didn't realize anything. The man screamed, "Who had just slapped him?" In the passenger compartment of the bus, Lang Feng was standing there. The young man raised his hand and said that it was him. The next moment, the villain received a second slap. The young man said that if he did not leave the bus in 10 seconds, he would have to break the villain's arms and legs. The perpetrator pointed a firearm at the young man and said, "Does he really want to die? How dare he spread his arms?" The passengers became frightened and screamed. They suspected big trouble was beginning. Lang Feng stared at the man with the weapon and asked if he really wanted to aim it at him. The perpetrator said if the young man pulled anything, he'd have to blow his head off. Suddenly, his traveling companion stood in front of the young man. The girl told the villain not to do that. Lan Feng thought that this girl has a good heart. She is trying to protect him. The main villain said he was willing to let this young man go, but on one condition. The girl thought that it was necessary to obey and fulfill this condition. Otherwise, that young man would die. Lang Feng told the girl not to fulfill any conditions. He would handle it himself now. The young man added that this is the karma of these villains, so they should accept it. The villains yelled for the young man not to make a hero of himself. They are going to shoot him. The young man destroyed the perpetrator's firearm with one hand movement. Everyone was surprised. The villains were frightened. How is that possible? Could he be a monster? The young man said he was just their karma. Lan Feng threw the fat man through the window outside. Tut flew out of the bus and fell on the road. Another villain was taken by the throat by the young man and asked what his name was. The villain said that if the young man did not let him go, Mr. Ouyang would destroy him. Suddenly, another villain flew up to the bus driver and held a knife to his throat. He shouted that if the young man did not let his brother go, he would destroy the driver now, and then everyone on the bus will die. The passengers were frightened and screamed. They could be killed. The villain must be released. Lang Feng asked the passengers if they were sure these people wouldn't commit more crimes. They were robbed, and they are trying to protect the criminals. The perp with the knife was yelling that there was a sharp turn ahead. If his brother wasn't released, everyone was going to die. The passengers saw that there was indeed a sharp turn ahead. Beyond that, a cliff. They could all die. The passengers jumped on the young man in fear. They shouted at him to let the perpetrator go. Lan Feng was surprised. After all, he wants to protect them. The villain said that this is human nature. They would rather be robbed than die. The offender drew the young man's attention to the fact that when he conditioned the girl, all the passengers were closely watching the developments. The passengers were shouting that they might soon fall off the cliff. "We have to hurry." The passenger who had lost his watch approached the young man and told him to let the perpetrator go. Otherwise, he would hit the young man. The girl, our hero's traveling companion, was surprised by this man's behavior. She said, shouldn't they be working together to save the driver? Instead, they bully the weak. The man without a watch shouted that the girl was in league with the young man. She should be rounded up and secured too. Passengers were screaming for these girl and boy to be thrown off the bus. The passengers began to pull their hands toward the girl. She was surprised. What were they doing? The girl shouted at them not to come near her. Lan Feng said, if the passengers want it, they will get it all. Their evil intentions have been formed. The passengers and the bandit were frightened. There could be an accident now. Lan Feng said, if this incident happens, there will be no proof that he was the one who did it. Lang Feng took the girl's hand and said that the passengers on this bus have nothing to do with them, and they were leaving. The young man grabbed the girl in his arms and jumped out of the bus, breaking the glass. When he landed, he apologized to her for getting her involved. The bus continued to rush down the dangerous road. The girl said in fear that they might fall off the cliff. The young man stated that this would not happen. The bus entered the corner and passed the wreck. The girl noticed that there were many people from her village on that bus. If something happened to them, she would be sad. Lan Feng was surprised. Despite what they had done to her earlier, she was still worried about them. The girl said that sometimes people can be selfish, and you can't expect them to always be in their right mind. Lang Feng thought, there are no seeds of evil in this girl. She is kind to everyone. The girl added that there are still 2 miscreants on the bus. She is not sure that nothing bad will happen to other passengers. A rogue bus driver grabbed a man without a watch and said he wanted passengers to pay compensation for the pain he caused. The man shouted with resentment that they had just helped the villains. The villain stabbed the man with a knife. The passengers were frightened. What will happen to them now? The villain shouted that the passengers had better listen to him. Otherwise, they were all about to become like this man. Lang Feng asked his companion where she was going. The girl said that her home was about a 2-hour walk from here. The young man thought that Mr. Ouyang had taken control of this place too. Lang Feng told the girl to climb on his back. 2 hours of walking, it's too hard. The girl wondered, was the young man really going to carry her? Lang Feng took the companion in his arms and said that he would carry her home. The girl blushed with embarrassment. The young man increased his speed of movement as fast as he could. The girl noticed that they were moving very fast. The young man asked the girl when she was home, would she be able to help him? He wondered what Ouyang was doing in her town. The residents of the town stood in defense of their homes. They accused the unscrupulous investor of cheating them. Construction equipment and employees of the firm were in front of the citizens. The citizens said that no one will pass today until they are given a proper explanation. They will not be able to destroy this house. One of the employees said Mr. Ouyang had already compensated them. The old man, a member of the public, shouted that this is not compensation. It's not even half the market price. One of the firm's employees, kneading his hands, asked if they were unhappy with Mr. Ouyang's decision. The old man said indignantly, "Don't let them expect to get away with it. Sooner or later, they would be arrested and brought to a fair trial." The man approached the old man and said if he continued to cause trouble, let them blame themselves. The villain swung around and hit the old man in the jaw with his fist. The old man flailed his arms and fell to the ground. Lan Feng and his companion saw all this. The girl said to the young man, "This is what they do here every day." Lan Feng asked his companion, "Is this Ouyang so bold that he intimidates people even during the day?" The girl was very frightened. She saw that her little brother tried to protect the old man. The villain was angry. Did this child really want to die too? The boy said that this bunch of scoundrels dared to hit his grandfather. Sooner or later, they will get retribution for what they did. The villain laughed and said he would look forward to it. There is no such retribution in the world. He swung his stick, eager to strike this child. Lang Feng, as always, he was nearby and grabbed that stick with his hand. The young man asked the rascal, did he still think he was human trying to hit the child? One of the bandits shouted that we should show this young man what it means to be a hero, and he shouted that he should beat him up. The bandits rushed towards the young man. The young man looked at them and thought they were moving very slowly. Lan Feng immediately knocked the attackers out with a proper hand movement. They were deactivated for a while. The surviving villains said if the young man interfered in their affairs, then they would have to hit him on the head with a stick. He even took a swing with the intention of carrying out his plan. The young man turned around and slapped his attacker powerfully across the face with the palm of his hand, and said he was just in time for his slap. It was meant for him. Lang Feng waved a finger at one of the active hooligans and told him to come over. He was frightened and said that he wasn't with them. He was just passing by and came here by chance. Lang Feng kicked his opponent with his foot. He flew upwards and flew far backwards. On the way, spitting out blood, the young man said that it was retribution for what he had done. Lang Feng added, "It turns out that retribution exists." The child looked at the young man and said that he had come here to save them. There really is justice in this world. The villains turned and ran away out of fear. They went away and shouted that they would be back. The child grabbed the young man's leg and said with tears in his eyes that this was his hero. He had been waiting for him for so long. Lan Feng said he wasn't a hero, but from now on, he would always help them. The boy asked if he wasn't a hero, then why did he help? Finally, Lang Feng's bus companion ran up. The girl, out of breath, said that this young man was running very fast. The child hugged the girl and said, finally, his sister is back. The young man looked at these people and thought that now they were happy. The wounded old man said it was useless to beat those people. They are Mr. Ouyang's men. This is a man they can't fight. Lang Feng told the old man that there was no one they couldn't fight. There was nothing to fear from them. The old man said that Mr. Ouyang is not from an ordinary family. The young man is an excellent fighter, but it's useless in front of people with supernatural powers. The young man thought, it turns out that they use their power to intimidate the weak. They are undoubtedly henchmen of Western countries. The young man, seeing the old man's poor condition, touched his head with his hand and told him to be patient for a while. The young man used his inner energy to restore the man's normal condition. The people around noticed that the old man's wounds were gone. Everyone in the neighborhood rejoiced. It turns out that this young man has his own supernatural power. So, they will be saved. Lan Feng said, people can rest assured that he will solve their issue. They have to wait a little while. The girl approached the young man and told him that it was too late to return to the city. She offered him to spend the night at her house. The young man agreed and said that he would not disturb her. The young man looked at the girl's house. It was old and in need of repair. The girl set the table and said that dinner was ready and asked not to be offended by what she had made. It was what she had at home. Lang Feng saw the boiled potatoes on the table. Lang Feng asked, "Unjeli, does she usually only eat this?" The girl said that their parents died a long time ago, and they live on the small salary she receives from working in the district. Recently, there are fewer vacancies, so she is not hired in many places. The girl added that if something happened to this apartment, they would be forced to sleep outside. The young man tasted the potatoes and said it was very tasty. The young man thanked the girl for the food and said he would help her in any way he could. The young man woke up in the morning. He wiped his eyes and decided it was time to go solve the problem. He saw a piece of paper on the table. The note said that the girl and her brother were going shopping for breakfast. They wrote that they would be back soon. Ling Feng thought that kindness really had nothing to do with people's wealth. There was a knock at the door. The young man thought that there was no need to buy anything. They could have finished yesterday's potatoes. He took the handle and opened the door. On the doorstep stood last night's villain. He asked, "How was your night?" Ling Feng asked, "Why is he here? Does he really want to get beaten up again?" The bandit says that Mr. Ouyang sent him here to invite him to negotiate. Mr. Ouyang admires the young man and wants to be friends with him. Lan Feng said that he didn't want to be friends and was going to close the door, suggested that the bandit disappear. The villain, smiling, said that if he could not bring the young man, he might be destroyed. The scoundrel added, if the young man wanted to save them, he must obey, and showed the young man a photograph. He said it was sent by the boss. The picture showed a girl and her brother bound hand and foot. Lang Feng took a few steps towards the bandit and asked how dare he. The bandit was frightened and asked for the young man to calm down. 51. Lang Feng grabbed the rogue by the chest. He shouted that he was only a messenger. The young man said that this man was working for a criminal, so he should get his portion too, and punched him in the jaw. Lang Feng said that the man should take him to his master. The villain agreed, but he thought that when they came to his master's house, he would deal with this guy, and he'd beat him until he was dead. Lan Feng walked up to the entertainment establishment. The bandit said that the place belonged to Mr. Ouyang. The young men went inside. The bandit turned to the man at the table and said that he had brought his boss, that guy. The boss invited the young man to sit down. Ling Feng asked, "Is it true that Ouyang Hua is in front of him?" The boss angrily said that he dared not say his name out loud. The villain shouted that the young man should not be rude to his master. Lang Feng immediately slapped the rogue immediately. The young man said, "Good thing he recognized it himself." In any case, he had come here to sort it out once and for all. The boss asked, how dare the young man speak to him in such a tone? Is he really that brave? Ling Feng said to the interlocutor, if he also has strength, why is he hiding behind women? Ouyang told his subordinates to bring the two men. A subordinate armed with a pistol brought the girl and her younger brother. Ling Feng told Ouyang to let these people go. If anything happened to them, he would have to exterminate Ouyang's entire family. Ouyang laughed in response. He said, if his interlocutor has supernatural power, he must know the status of his family in the National Security Bureau. A word is enough for him to destroy a small person like the young man, and no one would know about it. Ouyang said if the young man had any superpowers, he could offer him a job, and the young man won't have to worry about food and clothes all his life. Ouyang added, he may also let the two go if the young man helps him win a construction project in a neighboring area. Ling Feng asked, what would happen if he said no? Ouyang said, he knows that the young man came here to save these two. The villain added, if the young man says no, they will all die here right now. Ling Feng replied, he is willing to see who will die first? Ouyang shouted for his subordinates to immediately destroy this young man. The subordinates took out their pistols, pointed them at Ling Feng, and fired shots. Lan Feng looked at the bullets that were flying in his direction. He thought that they were flying very slowly. As the bullets flew, Ling Feng ran up to Ouyang and landed a series of crushing punches to the jaw. The opponent thought, this young man's speed is so fast that he is completely unable to see his movements. After beating the villain, the young man grabbed him by the throat and said if these men were not released, he would have to break his neck right now. The subordinates were distracted. They didn't know what to do. Their boss was in danger. The boss yelled for the subordinates not to let those men leave, and he wanted them to deal with this young man. The villain thought, even if this young man is so fast, but he can't be faster than a bullet. He fired a shot at the young man. The young man grabbed the bullet flying at him and said he was faster than the bullet. The bandits wondered, is he really a man? He must be a man with supernatural strength. In fact, he's the strongest. This time their boss chose the wrong opponent. Lang Feng turned to Ouyang. He said that his men had just aimed that bullet at him, but he would let Ouyang eat it. Suddenly, the police burst into the room. They shouted for everyone to put their hands in the air. They're going to be examining everyone here right now to see if there's any evidence of a crime. The cops asked who is threatening who here. The bandits shouted that this guy had attacked them. They asked the police to arrest this young man quickly. One of the policemen approached Lang Feng and asked, "What is he doing here? He should stop immediately." The young man was about to feed Ouyang with a bullet. The opponent resisted. The policeman pointed his gun at Lang Feng and told the young man to put his hands up or he would shoot. The policeman was very angry. How dare this man do such a thing in front of them? Lang Feng suggested that the policeman think about where he got the bullet from. After all, he doesn't even have a gun. The policeman thought that the young man really didn't have a gun. Then indeed, where did the bullet come from? The young man pointed at his brother and sister and said they were both bound. He came here to save them, and this bullet was fired at him by the villains. The policeman ordered his subordinates to quickly release the girl and her brother. The policeman told the young man not to try to trick them and to put his hands up immediately, otherwise we'd have to shoot. Lang Feng said that he was not cheating, and with a slight movement of his hand, he snatched the gun out of the policeman's hands, pointed the gun at Ouyang. The frightened Ouyang shouted for the young man to stay away from him. Could it be that the one wanted to destroy the man now? Lang Feng reminded Ouyang that he had just given the command to his subordinates to shoot him. The young man added, he didn't think this man was such a coward. A shot rang out and a bullet flew into the bandit's forehead. Lang Feng grabbed this bullet with 2 fingers and said that it was very easy to do. The policeman breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was able to catch a bullet with his bare hands. The policeman told the young man to give him back his gun. He believes people with superpowers can stop bullets, but right now that's not what's important. This is a situation where the young man attacked Ouyang, not the other way around. Ouyang shouted that he was asking the police for help. This man wants to destroy him. Lang Feng continued to aim at the bandit and said he only wants justice to be served. Lang Feng added that he believed in justice and pulled the trigger of the gun. A shot rang out. The villain cried out in fear. The young man said that it was his revenge. A police officer called for backup and said there is a very dangerous man here. He needs to be arrested immediately. More policemen armed with pistols burst into the room. They ordered the young man to drop his weapon if he did not want to be shot. Lang Feng ignored the policemen and told the bandits they should remember that the one who fought with Ouyang was Lang Feng. If they want revenge, he should be the one they should look for. If they try to take hostages, the same thing that happened to their boss will happen to them. The cops fired shots. The bandits wet their pants in fear. Lang Feng dropped the gun and said that this was the end of his work. An armed police officer approached the young man from behind and told the young man not to move. Lang Feng told the girl and her brother that they could go home. No one would dare touch them or their home now. The girl thought they must find a way to free the young man. The young man told them not to think about him and to go home. Perhaps they would see each other tomorrow. The police officer handcuffed the young man and said he would get at least 10 years. The girl asked, why did Lang Feng do so many good things for her? The wounded Mr. Owen shouted for the doctor to help him. Ouyang was approached by his brother Yang and asked who did this to him. The wounded criminal said the guy's name was Lang Feng, and he has superpowers. Ouyang shouted for brother Yang to avenge him. When questioned at the police station, the young man said he wanted to speak to their supervisor. They are not worth his time. The policeman was furious. The young man had stolen his weapon. How is he not worth his time? Lang Feng asked why the policeman had arrested him and not Ouyang. Why did he accuse him of assault at Ouyang's house? Why did the policeman come at the exact moment when he had already rescued the hostages? A man in civilian clothes appeared in the room and said he would speak to the young man himself.